Hey, Max. What's up? Can you hear?
I don't know, probably 10 minutes. Okay.
I want to help us all spread a wave of hope against this fear.
I hear you. I hear you.
That's what we do with 35 years.
I appreciate it. Mic check 1 2. Mic check 1 2. Somebody's car alarms. It's our alarm.
Anything that I can do for now to try to help out, I'm more than willing to help out.
Today's just a sad day. We wanted to come out here and show the community that like we're here, you know, we love them. We're all here together.
Everyone's family here. We all treat each other like family. Just endless prayers and support to our community.
Uvalde will never be the same, but the healing will take place.
People came to that elementary school classroom in Texas, to that grocery store in New York, to far too many places where innocents have died. In the face of such destructive forces, we have to stand stronger. We must stand stronger.
President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden will be in Uvalde today, meeting with the families of the victims of the shooting massacre. We are tracking the latest with team coverage. Thank you for joining us during the special coverage of the President and the First Lady coming to San Antonio and then flying to Uvalde to mourn with the community and honor the victims and families affected.
In just about 10 minutes or so, President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden are set to arrive at Kelly Field at 10:10. Of course, that is all up in the air at this time. Also set to get to Uvalde at 11 a.m. At 11:30, they're going to be visiting the memorial site at Robb Elementary School. And then at noon, they're going to be attending a mass at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. The bulk of their visit is going to be from 1:30 to 5 o'clock, where they're going to be meeting with the families and victims and survivors of this shooting. And then at 5 o'clock, they're going to be meeting with the first responders who responded during that incident. And then they will be leaving at 6 p.m.
And again, 19 children, 2 teachers died in last Tuesday's shooting at Robb Elementary.
We want to take some time to remember these victims and read their names.
We're going to start with the students. McKenna Elrod.
Layla Salazar, she was 11 years old.
Miranda Mathis.
Nevaeh Bravo, 10 years old.
Jose Flores Jr., 10 years old.
Xavier Lopez, 10 years old.
Tess Mata, 10 years old.
Rogelio Torres, 10 years old.
Eliana Garcia, 9 years old.
Eliana Torres, 10 years old.
Anabel Rodriguez, 10 years old.
Jackie Cáceres, 9 years old.
Yucia Garcia.
Jace Carmelo Huevanos, 10 years old.
Maite Rodriguez, 10 years old.
Jayla Nicole Silguero, 10 years old.
Amarie Garza, 10 years old.
Alexandria Lexi Rubio, 10 years old.
Alethea Ramirez, 10 years old. Now we're going to go over the 2 teachers who died in this shooting. We're going to start with Irma Garcia, 48 years old.
And Eva Mireles at 44 years old. And we also know that some of these students had just attended an award ceremony with their parents. Those parents unaware that that would be the last time they would see their children alive. Some of the survivors in this shooting have said their teachers put themselves between the gunmen and other students to try to shield them.
And we are remembering the victims of this horrible tragedy. You can read all about the 19 students and those 2 teachers who lost their lives in the attack. We have a full story right now on KSAT.com. Now to the latest in the investigation. DPS says the timeline has shifted several times.
They're sharing more details on the 911 calls and police response. Investigators say the police chief for Uvalde CISD responded to an active shooter situation, then changed the response to a barricade situation, meaning officers were kept out of the building.
In terms of how the response was made, DPS said this.
Hey, for the benefit of hindsight, where I'm sitting now, of course it was not the right decision. It was a wrong decision, period.
And here's a look at the latest timeline. Stefania Jimenez reports.
I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it.
At 11:27 Tuesday morning, DPS says video evidence shows a teacher propped a door open at Robb Elementary. The next minute, the gunman crashes into a ditch nearby and shoots towards 2 men. Investigators say a teacher left the building with her phone, but the door stayed open.
And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911.
Investigators say a resource officer heard the 911 call but arrived in the back of the school, passing the suspect who was behind a car. At 11:31, DPS says the gunman started shooting at the school. This map shows where he walked to get into the building 2 minutes later. Soon after, DPS says shots were fired into either room 111 or 112.
We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds.
And at 11:35, Uvalde police officers enter the building through the same door the suspect used. 2 of those officers were grazed by bullets. DPS has said officers took cover and called in resources while evacuating other students. At 11:37, DPS says shots were fired again.
And that was Stephanie Jimenez reporting. Now, as you can see right here, the plane is arriving to Lackland here in San Antonio.
Yeah, you're looking at Air Force One, where President Joe Biden and his wife, First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, are arriving right now at Kelly Field. Then they are going to take Marine One to Uvalde and go pay their respects memorial site at 11:30. So they will be there in Uvalde shortly.
We have Camelia Juarez on the scene right there in Lackland. We're going to see if we can pull her up. So we know that we have crews throughout Lackland and Uvalde. We've crews on the scene monitoring the situation. We've been covering this extensively. Wondering if we could talk to Camelia live at Kelly Field, see what she's seeing right there.
That's right, Sarah, Max. You can see that they just landed all the way over there, and then they're expected to hop on to these 2 helicopters, otherwise as Marine One. Now, we've seen Ron Nierenberg out here. I believe that he's going to welcome them. Now, remember that Biden is coming from Delaware. Yesterday, he gave a commencement speech at his alma mater. But only 2 weeks ago, Biden was in Buffalo, New York, in response to the shooting at a grocery store that left 10 people dead. This is the first time Air Force One has been in San Antonio since Trump in 2019. And FLOTUS was here only a few months ago, back in February, to tour the May Cancer Center at the Joint Base Lackland. Now, keep in mind, the First Lady, she's a teacher. She teaches English and writing at a community college in North Virginia. So I'm very curious to see how she feels about how those 2 teachers had tragically passed away. Again, it's extremely loud out here. You can see that the plane is turning around. It's going to come this way, again, towards those Marine One planes. There's a heavy Secret Service, lots of police around, ready to secure the area for the president. As I mentioned, the mayor, Ron Nierenberg, was somewhere around here. It's getting closer. I think they're going to have the stairs for him. They're going to start bringing those stairs so that he can undock, unload.
And Camelia, we know this is going to probably unfold in the next couple of minutes. Hopefully, we will see who is there to greet him, whether it is the mayor or not. And like you mentioned, Camelia, this isn't the first time he is meeting with victims and families who have survived these awful massacre shootings. 10 years ago, he visited with the families of Sandy Hook Elementary, where 26 people were killed, and 20 of them were first graders. That was back in 2012. And Biden even mentioned this when he spoke when he addressed the nation on Tuesday. He has lost children himself.
Okay.
He had a 1-year-old daughter and a wife killed in a car crash in 1972. His eldest son, Bo, died in 2015 of brain cancer. So he talked about that empty feeling. He says it's like a part of your soul is just missing when you lose a child, when you have to bury a child. So this is something, unfortunately, that is not new to President Biden, meeting with loved ones who have, lost loved ones in these tragic situations.
Now, we know that this can unfold for a good amount of time. And we also know that President Biden was in Buffalo last week. We know that Vice President Kamala Harris was in Buffalo just yesterday talking about gun violence and the aftermath and dealing with this terrible situation. Now, we also have Steve Spreester live in Uvalde with the latest. If we can pull up Steve, see what they have looked like. So, Steve, what's going on over there? What have preparations looked like?
Max, this is a very somber scene that we're at right now. We are at the Town Square Park. And you see families, you see little kids, you see people just walking up to pay their respects. It is very quiet here. A number of crosses, not only the ones you see behind me, but also crosses that are set up throughout the walkway here. I think you see like a family of 4 that looks like they just came from church and are stopping by here before they go home. We do know that Uvalde is prepared for the president's visit. This is not one of the places he will go, but the reason we're here is because this is the most accessible memorial site for many of the people who want to pay their respects. The memorial site that's in front of Robb Elementary is kind of hard to get to. You have to give the flowers to a DPS officer or another officer there, and then they place them at the memorial. This has become one of the most accessible memorials around town, but I think we have video of some of the other memorials that have been set up. And not just here in Uvalde. As I was driving down here through Castroville, through Sabinal, through Dehennis, through Canepa, there are people that have signs up that say Uvalde strong. But perhaps the most powerful memorial that I saw when I came into town today was one that had 19 school chairs set up in front of a home to pay respects to the 19 people that were lost at Robb Elementary. And there are also people that have left messages from Baytown, from Weslaco. I've seen a message from New York City. New York City's heart is with Uvalde, is what one of the messages say on the memorials behind us. Like I said, the president will be getting here in about an hour. One of the places he will stop is Robb Elementary, where that other memorial is set up, and I believe that's where our Jonathan Cotto is live now, and Jonathan can talk more about what he's seeing there, any of the dignitaries that he's seeing there, and if there are any families there. Jonathan.
Before we go to Jonathan, though, I want to point out
here. We are looking at Air Force One right now. They have the stairs up, and we do see people coming out. If our photographer on scene could zoom in, there is a truck there. We don't know who is exiting the plane at this time.
But we do know that President Joe Biden is expected to exit the plane. And as you can see, a myriad of people leaving Air Force One right now. We don't know if President Biden will be giving any specific remarks at Lackland. We do know he's going to be speaking for hours at Uvalde. He's going to be speaking with family members of the victims, speaking to the community, and also speaking with first responders.
And like we just heard, our Camelia Juarez said she can see Mayor Ron Nirenberg walking towards Air Force One right now. There he is to greet President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to San Antonio. They just landed at Kelly Field, waiting for the Bidens to exit Air Force One right now.
And Sarah, as you mentioned earlier, this is not the first time that President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden have had to deal with tragic situations. Not even first time this month. They're just coming. Obviously, they were in the University of Delaware yesterday giving that commencement speech where they addressed the evil that happened in Uvalde in those classrooms that end with 19 children shot and killed and the 2 teachers killed as well. But just earlier in the May, they were in Buffalo.
It was May 17th. They were there where 10 people were killed in another gun massacre at a grocery store 10 years ago in 2012. He was there visiting the families and victims at Sandy Hook Elementary, where 26 people were killed, and 20 of those were first-grade students. And it's just an unfortunate other situation where there he is. There's President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden making their way
down the stairs, meeting with Mayor Ron Nirenberg, who, as we just saw moments ago, is waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Walking gingerly down the stairs, you can see the wind flowing and whatnot, and there's Mayor Ron Nirenberg waiting to welcome him.
They're shaking hands.
Ron Nirenberg greeting President Biden and the First Lady to our city. Now they're going to not stay here long. They're going to hop on Marine One. And the President and the First Lady will then arrive around 11 a.m. in Uvalde. At 11:30, they're going to be visiting the memorial site at Robb Elementary School, just to pay their respects. They're going to be there for about half an hour. And then at noon, they're going to make their way, attend Mass, which is about an hour and a half. They're going to be at Sacred Heart Catholic Church for that Mass. The bulk of their visit today, from 1:30 until 5, visiting with all 21 victims and their families, or the victims' families, for the bulk of their time. And like we said, this is something, unfortunately, that the Bidens have done a handful of times.
That's right. And we don't, again, expect him to make any specific remarks here in San Antonio. Really trying to be as efficient to move through Lackland and go to Uvalde as soon as possible. Again, he has an entire list of things to do, including Mass, Sacred Heart in Uvalde at noon.
And then at 5 p.m., he is going to be meeting with those first responders who responded to that situation. There he is getting on Marine One. That flight, about an hour to Uvalde. He'll be landing, or under an hour, at 11 a.m., where he will spend the whole day, starting with visiting that memorial at Robb Elementary at 11:30, and then that Mass at noon, which will last an hour and a half. Then the rest of the day meeting with those 21 families who have lost their loved ones.
Now, like you said, the first stop is the memorial at Robb Elementary, where the massacre happened. Now, we know our Jonathan Cotto is live on the scene. We already checked in with Steve Spreester at some of the memorials, talking about what we saw, what we've been seeing down on the ground in Uvalde. Wondering if we could check in with Jonathan Cotto, who is at the elementary school. He's been joining us live throughout the morning. I know that Jonathan has talked to so many people over the last 48 hours. See if we can bring in Jonathan to see how people are reacting, what they're expecting. If we could have Marine One.
Marine One, they just entered. President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden just got onto Marine One, which will take off from Kelly Field any minute now, arrive in Uvalde at 11 a.m. Then they'll be going to where Jonathan is, Robb Elementary School, 11:30, to visit that memorial site.
And preparations underway for Marine One to take off. And we do expect it to take off any moment now. Like we said, we did not expect any remarks here in the Alamo City. We did see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden meet with Ron Nirenberg, only for a moment there, not the first time that the three have met, right there on the runway. We do expect Marine One to lift off any moment.
And he's going to spend the majority of his day meeting with those families. And like we've talked about, Max, unfortunately, this is something that he has done many times. And it's also something that he's felt that pain. He has had to bury 2 of his children. He lost his oldest son, Bo, to brain cancer in 2015. He lost his 1-year-old daughter and his wife in a car crash in 1972. So I think he can really feel that empathy with these families. He talked about it when he made remarks on Tuesday. He said it's soul crushing, a part of your soul, and you can really sometimes feel like you get lost in that pain. And I think that's probably one of the things he's just going to have to talk to about with these families and these parents who are just going through a tremendous amount of dark pain right now, and just listen to them. And it's something, gun control is something that he has been fighting for nearly 30 years. On Tuesday, he called out the Republican lawmakers asking, when will we stand up to the gun lobby? So I know those are a lot of questions I'm sure he's also going to be facing and talking to with the people that he is meeting today.
Well, yesterday, giving the speech at University of Delaware at their commencement, he stated, quote, evil came to that elementary school classroom in Texas, to that grocery store in New York, to far too many places where innocents have died. He said, quote, we have to stand stronger. We must stand stronger. We cannot outlaw tragedy, but we can make America safer, end quote. And I know Representative Tony Gonzalez, who represents people in Uvalde, he tweeted out saying, tomorrow I'm hosting President Biden in Uvalde. As shock turns to anger, it is tempting to lash out at one another, but I promise you that's a road to nowhere. Pleading.
I'm sure that's going to be a conversation that President Biden has with Representative Tony Gonzalez. You can see Marine One is now about to take off from Kelly Field. Now this flight is going to take under an hour. They should be arriving in Uvalde at 11 a.m. And then at 11:30, their first stop in Uvalde is going to be visiting that memorial where those 21 people, including 19 children, were killed.
That's right. And then from there, we do expect President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to attend Mass in Uvalde and then meet with the families of the victims and have those powerful conversations for upwards of 3.5 hours. And then from there, at around 5 o'clock, he plans to meet with first responders, those who were on the scene. And
it's going to be a long day for him, meeting with those families. And, you know, it's unfortunate. This is something that I don't want to say has become routine for him, but it's something that he's done several times. I mean, he was just in Buffalo, New York on May 17th, meeting with the families of the 10 people who died. 10 years ago, he was visiting those families at Sandy Hook Elementary, and there have been 900 gunfire incidents in U.S. schools since Sandy Hook in 2012. It's something that, unfortunately, he has dealt with many times, and meeting with these families who have lost these loved ones. He will be meeting with the first responders that were there on scene at 5 o'clock after he meets with those families from 1:30 to 5. So he's not expected to make remarks. He may address the media, but I think really the focus of his visit that he wants to do is spend that time with those family members.
And I know that we keep addressing that the first stop is the memorial at the elementary school, but we know a lot of people in and around Uvalde, the community coming together to honor the loved ones, including something going on right where we were just checking in with Steve Spreester. If we could pull up a choir that is honoring those 21 people who were shot and killed. I know that we checked in with Steve earlier.
There goes Marine One. It is off the ground. It is lifted off from Kelly Field, heading to Uvalde right now, expected to get there in under an hour at 11 a.m. and they 11:30 will be going straight to Robb Elementary School to visit that memorial site for half an hour. Then they will be going to Sacred Heart Catholic Church for Mass from noon to 1:30.
And as Marine One starts to fade into the distance, next time we will see it will be in Uvalde. But for now, I think we need to check in with Steve Spreester for everything going on in the ground there. Steve?
Yeah, I told you earlier, Max and Sarah, that there are people who are coming from church services right here, including a church choir. Now, they're on the other side of the park. We have a microphone over there, though. We're going to pan over. It's the Light of the Way, Light of the World Church from here in Uvalde. They have gathered under a tree to pay, this is how they're paying their respects to the people that were killed and injured here in Uvalde. We have a microphone over there. Let's just listen in a little bit. This is the Light of the World Church from Uvalde, their choir. Again, you're listening to the Light of the World Choir, the Light of the World Church here in Uvalde, serenading the people who have come here to pay their respects to the lives that were lost at Robb Elementary. And a lot of people bringing flowers, bringing balloons. They're also writing messages wherever they can, including on the sidewalk, on some of the utility boxes here. Like I said, greetings from New York, greetings from Baytown. I talked to a couple who are from Corpus Christi. They were actually on their way to Concan and just felt like they needed to come through Uvalde and pay their respects here at Town Square Park. This is next to the memorial at Robb Elementary, the biggest memorial. It's also the most accessible. This is where a person from Corpus Christi can just park right on Town Square, walk over, pay their respects, drop off flowers, balloons. I'm seeing stuffed animals, all kinds of things, and it's much more accessible than the memorial at Robb Elementary. That is still very much a scene that is surrounded by police and heavily guarded. Kind of gives you guys, Max and Sarah, an idea of just how somber it is, and that's why I know we're in some instances paid to talk, but it's also powerful when you just listen to this church choir and you get an idea of just how quiet it is here. You know, hundreds of people in this park right now, but almost all of them silent as they walk up to this memorial.
Incredibly powerful, especially on a Sunday morning. So Steve, I know that you've been out there, you've been talking to a lot of families in and around the community. You know, what else have you seen? What kind of memorials have you seen pop up around town?
Well, I said, Max, and I'm going to step out of frame here and just let Bill Caldera, my photographer, get some scenes that you see, because I think these are oftentimes more powerful than anything I'm going to say. But you know, we talked about the memorial that I was here on Wednesday, and none of this was here, and we were actually live from this park on Wednesday. So this has just kind of become, like I said, an accessible memorial site for so many people. But as you drive into town, there is a daycare on the outskirts of Uvalde. And like I said, they have set up 19 small chairs, school chairs, if you will, for the people that were lost at Robb Elementary. And you see a gamut of emotions from the people that are here. I mean, people that are just here to provide strength, I think, to the people of Uvalde more than anything else. And a lot of times people are writing their messages in chalk. I want to show you kind of what I'm talking about here. This is pieces of chalk that are basically spread throughout this memorial. And the reason is because if you didn't bring anything, they still want you to be able to leave a message. So the sidewalks here, I can see to my right, greetings from Baytown, greetings from League City. They are writing, like I said, on the utility boxes behind me, messages of support. I see one right there from Del Rio. I've seen signs from New York City. I've seen signs from all over the place. But certainly this is a powerful scene out here. And much like the day of the shooting, when I was talking to our reporter Lee Waldman, she talked about just how quiet it was at the scene, and then when families were finding out the tragic news. It's the same thing here. Very quiet, very somber. And I think a lot of people, you know, this is a travel day for a lot of people as they head to where they want to head. And I think a lot of people are coming by this park, Town Square Park, in the heart of Uvalde, to pay their respects, to somehow show their support to this community.
Now, Steve, you talked about it a little bit. You said people are writing messages from Corpus Christi, from New York, from Baytown. Do you get a sense that the majority of these people visiting these memorials at this point, now that we're a handful of days away from that shooting happening on Tuesday, do you get a sense that a lot of these people are visitors, the majority are visitors, or do you feel like the locals are still have a really strong presence out there?
I feel, you know, that's a good question, Sarah. I have run into a number of locals as well. And like I said, I think this has become a stopping point after church for a lot of locals, not just evidenced by the choir from Light of the World Church here in Uvalde, but we've seen families come hand in hand. A family of 4 I saw with their 2 little ones, each holding hands, walking up, and not necessarily even leaving anything at this memorial but their prayers, but their wishes of support. So I definitely get the sense that there may be more locals that are here, but I also think if there are people who feel like they just need to come here and show their support as well, or they're traveling near the area, they want to show their support as well, and just let the people of Uvalde know that they're not alone. I'm reading one of the messages, guys, that somebody wrote actually on one of the utility boxes here. It says, "Wading through shards of broken hearts. Rest in peace. Del Rio praying for you."
Steve,
those kind of things.
Right now on the screen we have pictures of all of those 21 victims, the 2 teachers and 2 students. Do you see any messages out there specifically for any of these victims?
You know, there are a lot of messages that are specifically written on each of the crosses. Like there are so many flowers and messages and flags and toys and candles that are placed at each of these crosses that are around this fountain that it's hard to even see the crosses anymore. But also written on the crosses themselves are messages from people who knew these children. People who, you know, talk about being on the baseball team with them. People who are talking about what an artist this person was. I mean, there are messages that were written on the crosses as well. And there are actually another set of crosses that have been set up a little farther to the right that's kind of on the walkway that a lot of families are taking as they come into the park here. And a lot of messages for the young children that were here. And as a matter of fact, we chose this park initially on Wednesday because there were young people that were holding up signs as people drove by. This is the main street through Uvalde. Highway 90 turns into Main Street, Uvalde. And there were youngsters who had missed out on the chance to give blood and just wanted to do something. So they went to the Walmart, bought some cardboard and made signs that said, "Remember their names," for each of the children that were here. Remember their names, Uvalde Strong. Just some of the messages that we saw early on that have just kind of led, I think, to this memorial that you're seeing right here.
Steve, I know you've been there for a few days now, and you've talked to a lot of people. We know the town's only about 16,000 people, but for those who have never been to Uvalde, who are watching this coverage right now, can you tell them a little bit about the town, what it's like, what some of the people who live here are like?
You know, I have been to Uvalde several times, Max, and it is a tight-knit community. And when we say everybody knows everybody, that's pretty much true. And if you didn't know somebody necessarily that was affected by this shooting at Robb Elementary, you knew somebody who knew somebody. I mean, that's how tight this community is. And I was here a few years ago. We actually hosted a debate here between Tony Gonzalez and Gina Ortiz-Jones at the junior college and the Sol Ross satellite that's here in town. And I got to meet a lot of people from Uvalde then under much different circumstances than this. But this is a great small town in the heart of South Texas. Agriculture is big here. Hunting is big here. And a lot of people have just come together to lift this community up, but a community that was strong to begin with. And I think that's an advantage that they have as they've gone through this unspeakable tragedy, this unbelievable tragedy. I mean, it's a small town that is hurting, but I think they're also trying to heal.
It's really beautiful, Steve, hearing that choir behind you, the Light of the World Church choir from Uvalde. It's so powerful to see these images that we're seeing. Earlier we saw women crying, hugging each other at those memorial sites. When you walk into that park there that you're at, is it predominantly quiet other than the choir we're hearing?
Very quiet. Very quiet. And especially the closer that you get to the memorials, kind of on the outskirts of the park, people are talking, people are visiting. But as they approach this fountain that is surrounded by these crosses and the makeshift memorials that people have placed here, I don't see anybody talking as they are around this fountain. And that's why we've respectively stepped back a little bit, because we don't really want to interrupt that process. And there are just so many people. Again, I'm seeing more and more people that are streaming into this park that just got done with church services, that are just here because after they left their place of worship, they felt like this is where they needed to be, or at least to come by. And there are a number of people who, are not making this a, walk around and leave type of thing. They are staying, and they are reading the messages on each and every one of these 19 crosses that are around this fountain. There are, like I said, there are also messages that are, these are utility boxes for the park. And on one side, people have written in chalk the different messages. On the other side, there are more flowers and more messages and more memorials. I see a lady right now, she's got a cart full of toys, and she is going to take them up, presumably, and place them around the different memorial crosses. So these are just some of the things that you see here, and it is powerful, Sarah. You were exactly right. A lot of these images that you're seeing are, like I said, much more powerful than words that you and I could use to describe what we're seeing.
But you mentioned there is a sense of respect, because our Jonathan Cotto was live earlier today, and he said, it is a media frenzy. The president and the first lady are going to be there today, and it's been a media frenzy for the last several days. But there where you are, despite the high volume of media that are there and the anticipation of President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, do you still say that are you still feeling that there is a sense of respect once they get close to these memorials?
Absolutely. I think a lot of people see these crosses and see these memorials set up as sacred ground. I think they see this as a place to pray, a place to contemplate, a place to really pay their respects to people that were lost. And like you said, there are tears here. There are people crying. There are people who are brought to tears because of the messages that they're seeing, the outpouring of support, the choir that's singing off to the side. It is a powerful image here in the heart of Uvalde.
And I asked Jonathan Cotto this earlier. There's a lot more people in Uvalde than there normally have been in the last several days. More than they probably could have ever imagined, with the amount of media coming in, amount of visitors from all over the country coming in to pay their respects, to mourn and visit those memorial sites. Do you feel like that high volume of people is going to stick around after President Biden leaves today? And is the city ever, do you feel like that, or do you feel like it's going to be a constant stream for the next several days? What are you feeling out there?
Well, I think it'll be, I think it will be a constant stream. I'm not sure that what we're seeing here today is necessarily because of the president's visit. I think it has a lot more to do with this being a Sunday, this being a place to gather. One other thing you might notice is there are people burning incense along the side and sprinkling holy water, it looks like, on some of the crosses and some of the memorial sites that you see here. I'm seeing a couple of people do that. You also notice a lot of people with maroon on. Those are the school colors for Uvalde. Just things as you watch this video that you might point out. I see there are people that are wearing maroon. There are people that are wearing their Uvalde hats and their Uvalde shirts. You know, just some of the sights and the scenes that you see as you walk around here. Jonathan, I know that Jonathan Cotto is at Robb Elementary itself, which will be the first stop on the president's trip as he is here. Jonathan, a powerful scene here from Town Square Park. I'm curious what you're seeing at Robb Elementary, because I know the crush of media there has been so intense over the last few days. That's really been where a lot of the media has been set up.
Thank you, Stephen. That's right. I can tell you right now, when I say the world is in Uvalde, the world is in Uvalde. Right next to me, journalist reporting for Australia. That's how many people are here. That's how much media is here right now in front of Robb Elementary School, seeing where it all unfolded. And let me talk to you a little bit about the opportunity that I had to speak with one of the neighbors here that lives right across the street from the school. And let me remind everyone, the school is located in a residential area. Right now, this media setup is in a neighborhood. So at a couple of feet ahead in front of me are houses. So I had an opportunity to befriend one of the ladies that lives there, and this is beyond difficult for her. She's been living in this community for 60 years, and she herself attended Robb Elementary School. So this is something that she is right now trying to manage, learning how to process and navigating this pain and heartbreak that she's experiencing at this moment right now. But of course, we are expecting Joe Biden to arrive here roughly at 11:30, and we're expecting him to arrive promptly. We're told that his arrival is on time.
Thank you.
Max, Sarah.
Thank you. Being a veteran for our armed forces.
Jonathan. So powerful, especially hearing the choir out there is amazing to see really the community come together. Not only the community of Uvalde, but really Texans helping other Texans. You know, like we saw people coming not only from Texas, but across the country, you know, paying respects to all the lives taken too early.
And I love all of the places that Steve mentioned. I mean, he mentioned New York. Mm-hmm. He mentioned, you know, San Antonio, which is close by, Baytown, which is by the coast, Corpus Christi. You know, it is the start. It is a holiday weekend, and it's a start of summer. And he mentioned a lot of people stopping by on their way to, you know, to the river or to the ocean. Saying that they felt the need to stop and pay their respects, that memorial. But again, President Biden should be arriving in Uvalde in about 15 minutes, and then he'll be visiting where Jonathan Cotto just was at Robb Elementary to visit that memorial site at 11:30.
That's right. All right, so I want to go back, see if we can go back to hearing the choir. There it is, at what Steve described perfectly as almost the hallowed ground of the memorial of those 21 lives lost, taken way too early. And Steve, I know that there's actually 22 memorials up, one in honor of the husband of Irma Garcia. And we know Joe Garcia passed away just 2 days after the shooting.
Yeah, heartbreaking. You know, there's video of him going to the site at Robb Elementary and leaving flowers for his wife. And then, yes, just a couple of days later, him losing his own life to a heart attack. So there are people here that also are paying respects to him as well. And you know, it's the church where the president is going to be at later today is also a place, I believe, where they had a memorial service for Irma Garcia and her husband, for the Garcia family, just a few days ago. It's been a site where they have had numerous special masses held because of what has happened here in Uvalde. So in a way, I think that's very appropriate that the president will be there. I'm going to actually step out of scene because I kind of feel like I'm blocking the story here in a way when you see all these people that are here, you know, to just pay their respects. People that are here, some of them holding cameras up to document the scene and perhaps send to friends and just show just how powerful this image is. And again, I talked about how maroon was the color of Uvalde High School and a lot of the elementary schools, and you see that's why you see so many maroon balloons that are here. And you see people that are going from, again, cross to cross to read, pay their respects, and you know, it's a powerful scene.
And Steve,
and as the church choir continues to sing.
And Steve, we are hearing that President Biden has landed in Uvalde at this time. We haven't gotten it confirmed on the ground over there. Our Jonathan Cotto is saying that he hasn't been able to see Marine One at this time, but we are hearing that he has officially landed in Uvalde. And of course, his first stop is going to be at Robb Elementary to visit that memorial site. So hopefully we can get to that shot as soon as we see President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. We are hearing that they have landed, and we'll bring you that shot as soon as we can see it.
And if you're just joining us, we know President Biden arrived here in San Antonio at Lackland around 10:10 this morning, got off of Air Force One onto Marine One, took off about 10:20 this morning, and we are now getting reports that Marine One with President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden has arrived in Uvalde. I do want to take just a few seconds just to listen in on the choir and how powerful it is over there in Uvalde.
It's Light of that choir listening to is Light of the World choir there out of Uvalde.
And here we are right here with President Joe Biden touching ground in Uvalde. That is Marine One that you're seeing on your screen. And we see a lot of people exiting the helicopters.
Seeing if we can actually see. Okay, our photographer is zooming in, assuming that President Biden is in that chopper right there with First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. We haven't gotten it confirmed if he is in that chopper, but we're assuming that's the one that they are in and about to land soon. Again, his first stop is going to be at Robb Elementary School, where he is going to visit that memorial site. Then he is going to head to Sacred Heart Catholic Church at noon, where they're going to spend an hour and a half for Mass. And then from 1:30 to 5, they're going to be meeting with the families and the victims and survivors for the bulk of this visit. We've said it before. Unfortunately, this is something that the Bidens are used to. They were just in Buffalo, New York on May 17th, visiting with the families and survivors of the aftermath of that horrific grocery store attack that ended with 10 people dead. 10 years ago, President Biden visited with victims at Sandy Hook Elementary, where 26 people were killed, 20 of them first graders. So meeting with families who have lost not just loved ones, but children to school shootings is something that President Biden has done. And it's the reason why he's been fighting for over 30 years for gun control. On Tuesday, during his remarks, he called out the Republican lawmakers, asking, when will we stand up to the gun lobby? And another thing, when he meets with these families, Max, it's unfortunately something that he has felt that pain too. He has buried 2 of his own children. You know, in 1972, he lost his wife and his 1-year-old daughter in a car crash. And then in 2015, he lost his eldest son, who was 46 at the time, to brain cancer. So this is something, meeting with those families, talking about that hurt. On Tuesday, he talked about saying it was like a part of your soul is just missing when you have to bury a child, especially a child under the age of 11, like all these victims were.
It really is just a terrible situation. Now, Marine One, I believe that is Marine One, finally touching down. And Sarah, to your point, I think that is really what resonates with the country. You're supposed to be at your safest when you go to school, and to hear that the majority of these victims, 11 years old, that the oldest, and then the two teachers, heroes in their own regard, and it really is just a terrible, terrifying situation.
And some of those surviving children have said that those teachers died trying to protect those students, shielding themselves over those students.
Using themselves as shields.
Yeah, using themselves as shields. And so it's just such a tragic experience. But again, President Biden has experienced this and will be talking to all of those families, spending the majority of their time there in Uvalde with the families and the victim.
And just yesterday, President Biden giving a commencement speech at the University of Delaware, saying, quote, evil came to the elementary school class in Texas, to that grocery store in New York, to far too many places where innocents have died.
And since his visit in Sandy Hook, which was in 2012, where those 26 people were killed, 20 of them first graders, 900 gunfire incidents have occurred in U.S. schools. 900. And this is something that President Biden is very passionate about, fighting gun control. He was very passionate during his address to the nation on Tuesday evening, the day that this horrific shooting happened at Robb Elementary. And he just has talked about how soul-crushing this can be as a parent losing a child. So what you're watching right now is Marine One, and we know that it's kind of an unstable shot at this time, but we're just waiting to see President Biden and Dr. Jill Biden exit Marine One.
And like Sarah said, the first stop will be the memorial at Robb Elementary, where the shooting happened last Tuesday. A terrible, unimaginable situation. Jonathan Cotto has been live at the elementary school throughout the morning, and right now just waiting to see the President and First Lady exit Marine One.
No, but you don't have to come to my shot, just bring up my audio is what I'm saying.
And we can still hear that choir playing, a very powerful choir at the memorial in downtown Uvalde. Like we've been saying, a small town, 16,000. And Steve Spriester said it best earlier, saying that if you don't know someone that was in this situation, you know someone who knew someone. And it really is such a tight-knit community that is working to heal together in the aftermath of what happened.
That choir you're hearing is Light of the World Church Choir. They are a local choir out of Uvalde. And what we're seeing right now, I believe this is Marine One. We're waiting for President Biden to make his way out. He has officially landed in Uvalde. His first stop will be the memorial at Robb Elementary School, where they will go to Mass at noon for an hour and a half.
And we're going to bring in our Steve Spriester, who's been briefed on what we expect today. Steve?
Yeah, Max and Sarah, I just kind of wanted to give you guys a lay of the land of where the airport is compared to Robb Elementary, compared to where we are. The airport is kind of on the northern outskirts of Uvalde, Garner Airport. It's out by the junior college and the satellite of Sul Ross State. So they're going to land there. I am not sure exactly what route they're going to take to Robb Elementary, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that the motorcade may go by where we're standing right now, because this is in the heart of Uvalde. They do have to get to Robb Elementary, is actually a little bit south of where we are right now. So it is not beyond the realm of possibility that the motorcade may be coming by here. But again, they don't release those details to the media for security reasons, but it'll be very apparent obviously when they clear the roads for the motorcade to come through. But we have seen no indication that that is happening right now. But as you said, just the fact that this choir came right from church, you have to assume that their church services got over just a little while ago, and Light of the World Church from Uvalde, they all showed up in the same outfits, and I saw they had sheet music, and I said, I believe they're going to sing, and that's certainly what they have done And right now they continue to sing over my shoulder. Kind of hard to get a shot over there because there's so many people that are listening and so many cameras that are surrounding them, including one of ours. I believe we have a live view shot of that. And as we just continue to see people that are filing in here as we watch Marine One take land at Garner Airport. That is the president's helicopter. He landed at Kelly Field, then got on Marine One, and that is the way he was getting here. And then he will be going straight to Robb Elementary, where our Jonathan Cotto is standing by, and then after that going to a church service at noon at Sacred Heart Church, Roman Catholic Church here in Uvalde. And I'm guessing we still have Marine One up. I'm also going to stand out of the way here because it does seem like there's more people. It does seem like there are more people that are actually here as well. But like I said, you know, how the president's going to actually get to Robb Elementary, we don't know. But there are people that are lined up along the way here, so it does actually look like they are kind of clearing the roads right now for the president's motorcade.
And Steve, to your point, we did just see the motorcade arrive to what looked like what we presume is Marine One. We did just see the motorcade pull up, and we are still waiting to see the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, and President Biden exit Marine One.
And
presuming this is Marine One.
We can confirm that Governor Greg Abbott is there to meet the president. We apologize for the shot right now. We assume that the photographer is trying to get to where the president is going to be exiting Marine One.
Sarah and Max, can you guys still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Steve.
Yeah, it is. They have cleared Main Street here, and there are a number of people who have now moved from the memorial over to the road. So it looks like the president's motorcade will be going right by this memorial, and he will see the number of people who were here, and that will be, you know, one of the first indications to the president of just how powerful this event has affected this community, certainly this region, this state, and this country. And a number of people are lined up over there. As a matter of fact, the choir that was singing has now turned, and they are looking at it's
Steve,
Highway
I don't mean to
90,
cut you off, but we are now seeing
Main
President
Street.
Joe Biden exit Marine One and help out First Lady Dr. Jill Biden of the helicopter. They are now walking to the vehicles where
they are greeting a number of local politicians. We do know that Governor Greg Abbott is there.
The mayor of Uvalde also there, presumptively shaking hands with the president and the First Lady. And then from there, it appears as though they'll get in their vehicles and kind of go throughout town, hopefully stopping at that very powerful memorial that Steve was at.
Steve is located. That we don't know if that's going to happen. We don't know if that's on the schedule. But as you can see, they are meeting with those local leaders. Governor Greg Abbott, one of the first ones to greet President Biden. Mayor Ron Nirenberg greeting the president when he landed here at Kelly Field. And right now he's talking to those local leaders where he will get into that motorcade. We don't know the exact route of that motorcade, like Steve said, most likely for security purposes.
But we do know that the first official stop that is registered on the itinerary is going to be at Robb Elementary, the very powerful memorial out there. We know Jonathan Cotto is live out there waiting for the president's arrival. And then from there, he has a full itinerary to talk to a lot of people affected by this.
Yeah, he's going to go to Mass at Sacred Heart at noon. That Mass will last for an hour and a half. Then at 1:30, straight from Mass, he is going to spend the bulk of his visit meeting with the families of victims and survivors. And then at 5 p.m., he's going to meet with those first responders. So what you're looking at right there is President Joe Biden being greeted by local leaders, the mayor of Uvalde, Governor Greg Abbott. They're about to get into that motorcade and head to where Jonathan Cotto has been live all morning at Robb Elementary. And Steve Spreester talked about it a little bit. There is a big difference between the memorial where Steve is located, the center of town, and the memorial at Robb Elementary. You know, you can't really get to that memorial at Robb Elementary. It's still an ongoing investigation. If you want to leave flowers, you have to give them to a trooper to leave. And I believe that's why the memorial where Steve is located at has just become so powerful. It's so much, the intimacy there is palpable that Steve has talked about.
And we know that we've heard from a lot of local leaders who have stepped up and taken center stage in the midst and the aftermath of this shooting. Roland Gutierrez on the scene. That's who President Biden is speaking with. And we know that Representative Tony Gonzalez, who represents the district, he has actually taken to Twitter saying that he's going to be hosting President Joe Biden throughout the day, throughout his visit. And you can see both of those state leaders right there. And I know that they're going to be talking about a lot. I know mental health, gun safety have been two of the top topics that they plan to discuss over the next coming days throughout this visit.
Now, Steve, I said, we heard you just say there's motorcycles going by, so perhaps that's the direction the motorcade will go. Now, President Biden still has not gotten into his vehicle at this time. He is still talking to those local leaders.
Yeah, and that's exactly right. There are all indications that this is where he will be going by. They have cleared what is normally a very busy roadway through the heart of Uvalde. There are different law enforcement that have cleared off the different intersections. As a matter of fact, that's one of the things I was going to mention. When I pulled into town today, the police vehicle that was right next to me was from Converse. There are a number of law enforcement from around this region and around the state who have come to help supplement the Uvalde Police Department in all of this and in what they see. And the reason I mentioned the motorcycles, they were two DPS motorcycles that went down the route first. That's usually an indication of when we will see the president's motorcade. We are actually now seeing some DPS units that are going by, as well as another emergency vehicle that are going by our site.
And Steve,
I know Alicia Barrera and our photographer Joe Arredondo were going to talk.
Do we know how far the distance? Because we just saw President Biden get into his vehicle at this time, and that motorcade is starting to move. So do we know how far you guys are from where he landed?
David Sears in the studio telling us it's about 3.7 miles to difference. So Steve,
yeah,
you should see the motorcade take off right now. So you should see him in the next few minutes if that is the plan.
Well, yeah, I think that's exactly what the plan is, Max. And like David rightly pointed out, I was going to say probably 3 miles, so I was off by 0.7. But it's very, and with the intersections cleared out here, it'll be a very quick trip down here. We have another photographer that's just setting up now along the route as well, since we're kind of in the heart of this park. And like you said, the president is not scheduled to stop here, and he may not stop here. But I think what he will see is the flowers, the balloons, the crosses, the number of people here. That will certainly get his attention, especially the fact that I believe that they are going to be traveling southbound on this road. And the president traditionally sits on the right side of the limousine, on the passenger side.
You got it right there. We can see him on the right side of the. We just saw him pass Steve, and he was on the right side of that limousine, heading. Yeah,
so he will be on the side. He will be on the side of this. He will be on the side of this. Yeah, the president will be viewing out his window and see this memorial as we see the motorcade and a number more of emergency vehicles that are passing us here in the heart of Uvalde, and more people now realizing what is about to happen, because again, this wasn't a publicized route that the president would be taking, but I did have a guess that this is the main thoroughfare through here. And knowing where the president will be traveling, and having been between here and the airport and Robb Elementary before, and in a power, this scene is just hard to describe, guys. But the choir has begun singing again. They're facing the street that the president will be traveling down, and the choir from Light of the World Church here in Uvalde has started singing again. So if the president does stop here, and again, there's no indication he will, he will come upon a powerful sight, that is for sure, on this Sunday morning. We are waiting for the president's motorcade to come by, should be momentarily here. And I know that we have our Joe Arredondo and Alicia Barrera, who are on the other side of the street here. They're waiting for the motorcade to come by. Jonathan, quickly, if we can go to you at Robb Elementary, I'm guessing the activity has picked up there in preparation of the president actually arriving. Is that correct?
That's correct, Steve. In fact, we've been waiting here for the last couple of minutes, and we've seen just the presence of law enforcement professionals here kind of starting to flex and take their positions. I want to make mention, too, that not only is there a tremendous amount of media presence, but of the community as well. Off to my right, we just see a tremendous crowd of locals, families, and up until just moments ago, we were witnessing families still displaying flowers at the memorial, and I can tell you that's something that myself and our fellow journalists here on scene were very happy to see, that they were still being allowed to walk over and drop off flowers, take a knee, and pay their respects.
Yeah, that's a powerful scene, Jonathan, and it's kind of been off and on this week whether they've actually been able to go to the memorial itself or if they had to drop off the flowers to somebody from law enforcement and have them place them at the memorial for a lot of these family members. You know, we saw a grandfather who lost his grandson talk about, you know, how he felt his life ended as well on that Tuesday with the shooting at Robb Elementary, and just some powerful stories that have come from there and throughout this community and throughout really South Texas as people have rallied together to help. As we said, about a 3 mile drive from the airport to where we're standing at the park, and then I'm going to guess it's probably another 3 miles to Robb Elementary, which is kind of on the southern part of Uvalde. So Jonathan, I'll give you a heads up when we see the president pass by us here in Town Square Park. But again, we haven't seen a lot of activity lately. It's usually the motorcycles that we'll see first, then we will see the motorcade. And as I said, the president sits on the passenger rear side. He will have a clear view of this memorial, the number of people that are here, the fact that this choir had stopped is singing once again, but this time instead of facing the park and facing the memorial, they're facing Main Street here in Uvalde. Highway 90 turns into Main Street in the heart of Uvalde, and so that's where all of this is taking place. And I believe my photographer Billy Caldera has a shot now of that choir as they've turned to face Main Street here in Uvalde. Now we see the police motorcycles that are going by, usually an indication that the motorcade for the president will be coming by shortly. I've been saying it all morning, a lot of times with the way this choir is singing and the powerful images that we have, it's just so much more powerful than any words that we could use to describe the scene out here. And now you add the president's motorcade coming by this memorial, it just adds to the images. And what we're seeing here as we stand in the heart of Uvalde. Now we see some more official vehicles coming by and the president's motorcade coming by the site here. That was the president's limousine going by this memorial here in downtown Uvalde, making his way to Robb Elementary. There's now one of those luxury buses that I'm assuming is taking dignitaries, perhaps family members as well, to Robb Elementary. powerful scene here. We will pitch to Jonathan Cotto right now, who's down at Robb Elementary. Jonathan.
Thank you, Steve. Well, in fact, that motorcade just arriving now here with a number of motorcycles that are spearheading that movement here to Robb Elementary. And I'm going to move out of the scene so you can take a little bit of a look at the arrival. Right now, we're on the corner of Old Carrizo Road and Geraldine Street, right across the street from Robb Elementary. In just moments, in just minutes, we are expecting President Joe Biden and the First Lady to arrive here to pay their respects. We know they are set to visit the memorial here, and as I was mentioning just up until a few minutes ago, folks from the community were allowed to drop off flowers and memorabilia, get on their knees and just pay their respects. And now that has stopped since we know that motorcade is here and on its way. Again, another round of motorcycles here passing the corner. We are just a few minutes away from President Joe Biden's arrival here to Robb Elementary School. And I can tell you right now, this has been a really highly secured and barricaded area since the very beginning. As Sarah and Max mentioned, it's still very much an active investigation, but members of the community are here. They've been here all morning, and again, I just want to remind everyone that this elementary school is located in a residential area. It's in the middle of a neighborhood, and as I was stating, I had the opportunity to make friends with one of the ladies who has lived here for 60 years and says that this is something that she's still managing, still trying to learn to process. It doesn't seem real to her and to everyone here that forms part of the Uvalde community. And as you can see right now, we are seeing the Black Suburbans arriving right now in front of Robb Elementary School. And any moment right now, the President of the United States will be stepping out of his vehicle and paying his respects to the 19 students and the 2 teachers who unfortunately lost their lives way too soon. Now, photojournalist Steven Chavez right now attempting to get that shot for y'all. In just a few seconds, we will be able to see images of the president stepping out of his limousine and out in front of the memorial here at Robb Elementary School. Again, this is a scene that has been highly secured, barricaded from early on. Members from the community are behind a secured gate right now. The only people allowed here at this moment right now is members of the media, and of course those who have been cleared through the Secret Service. At your distance is the presidential limousine, where in a few moments we will be seeing the First Lady of the United States as well as President Joe Biden stepping out and walking over to Robb Elementary School, the scene where it all started, where the horrific attacks unfolded earlier this week, taking the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers. Once again, right now, just a reminder to the public, this elementary school is located in a residential area, so it's been very well screened by the Secret Service area, very locked down, highly secured. Right now, we're just seeing a mob of individuals here that are part of this presidential motorcade, the visit here to Robb Elementary School. And again, just a reminder, earlier I was mentioning the world is in Uvalde. There is folks here from everywhere, across the country and across the globe. I had the opportunity to speak with the journalists reporting for Australia. So the limelight is in Uvalde. Right there at the distance, I want you to take a look. Governor Greg Abbott has arrived. We are waiting for President Joe Biden to make his exit from the presidential limousine at this moment. At your distance and on your screen, the First Lady of the United States. She is making her way around the presidential limousine. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States has officially arrived at Robb Elementary School. We can hear the clapping, the emotional support to the President here at Robb Elementary. Following the President and FLOTUS, we have Governor Greg Abbott making his way over to the corner of Gerald E. Street and Old Carrizo, where the beautiful memorial has been set up for those 19 students and those 2 teachers right there at your distance. First Lady with a bouquet of what appears to be white roses. They'll be taking a moment to pay their respects.
Yeah, if we talk to him live, I'm guessing.
On your screen right now, the First Lady placing that bouquet of white roses at the memorial here in front of Robb Elementary School. We know they'll be here for a short period of time and they'll be making their way over to the church services that will be taking place today at noon. We can see the President embracing a member of the community, a family member. Powerful sight, and as Max and Sarah mentioned earlier, this is unfortunately a situation, a scene that both the First Lady and the President are not unfamiliar with, having visited a number of schools involved with these mass shootings. At a distance, I just want to point out the tremendous amount of sound that's coming from the area where locals are gathered at this time. The reaction does not seem to be highly favorable as they are witnessing Governor Greg Abbott's arrival here at Robb Elementary. On your screen right now, at the distance, we do have the First Lady and the President speaking with a member of the community right now, and as well joining them is Governor Greg Abbott. We're learning that the woman that the First Lady and the President, Joe Biden, are meeting with is the superintendent for CSISD. Within my last, we're referring to the superintendent there on your screen right now.
This is something that Mrs. Biden never had to do innocent lives, and today he also tells you without the promise of any major legislation.
Folks, and I want to make mention again that this is a highly secured area, and it has been since the beginning. Again, a reminder that this is still an active investigation, the scene of an investigation right now, up until just moments ago, up until just moments before the President arrived, members of the community were allowed to place flowers and pay their respects here at Robb Elementary. Of course, they were halted just moments before the President's arrival. Secret Service ran a screening to ensure that the memorial in itself was safe for his arrival. acknowledge this is a powerful moment, having the United States, the President of the United States here in Uvalde. Again, as we mentioned, a situation that unfortunately both him and the First Lady of the United States are not unfamiliar with. Right now they are taking the time, the opportunity to pay their respects and acknowledge the 21 lives that were lost. We're starting to see, too, behind cameras, families step out of their homes and witnessing the president visiting this memorial. Governor Greg Abbott also paying his respects. It's unsure of the length of time the President and the First Lady, including Governor Greg Abbott, will be spending here at the memorial. We do know there's a service that they'll be attending at noon. They'll be leaving Robb Elementary and making their way over to the church here shortly.
Jonathan, this is Ursula in the studio. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We're trying to figure out who the people were that were introduced to the President and First Lady, as well as to Governor Greg Abbott. And we're being told that might have been not only the superintendent of the Consolidated Independent School District, but also the principal of Robb Elementary, the woman who was visibly upset while talking to both of them. That's who that appeared to be. Now the president taking a look at...
That's right, Ursula. Those are the two...
Go ahead, Jonathan.
That's right, Ursula. I can't confirm that. We just learned that those are the two individuals that both the president and the First Lady, along with Governor Greg Abbott, were introduced to.
We're looking right now at President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, looking at each individual picture of each child who was killed in this massacre on Tuesday. Each one, stopping at each individual picture, remarking on the child, moving on to the next one. I can't imagine the emotions they must be feeling while looking at these beautiful angelic faces as they go from one child to the next. And of course the teachers as well, who were lost that day. We apologize. We are experiencing live television. Sometimes our signal may go out as photographers move from here. Then we are now looking at you. It seems as though there was a real mixed reaction between Governor Greg Abbott and the First Lady and President.
That's right, Ursula. You said it best, a mixed reaction upon President Biden's arrival here at Robb Elementary. We witnessed members of the community applaud at his arrival, but not so much when Governor Greg Abbott arrived here at the memorial. We do know right now they are making their way down to Geraldine Street. I can tell you we're not sure of the exact length of time that he'll be spending here. We do know that he'll be making his way over to a church service taking place here at noon. And I can tell you right now we are continuing to hear just the noise, the shouting coming from the area right now where the community is gathered here. Mixed emotions, mixed feelings, but what I can guarantee is that they're feeling heartbreak, they're feeling pain, devastation. Just a few days ago, this is where it all unfolded. 19 students killed, along with 2 teachers here at Robb Elementary, and of course the President of the United States, along with the First Lady here, paying their respects this morning. Ursula.
Jonathan, this is David Sears. Thank you for your coverage from there. And I thought one of the most powerful moments that we have seen all morning long was the fact that Dr. Jill Biden and President Joe Biden were going down the line of the pictures of the victims, of the children, of those fourth graders that lost their lives on that horrific day, and then the two teachers. I think so far that has been one of the most powerful moments that we have witnessed so far with the president and First Lady. Now we're going to check in with Steve Spraster. Steve, I understand that you have the choir director from a local church there in Uvalde. They've been kind of came from church this morning to just kind of set the scene and bring the emotion to what is a horrific event.
Yeah, David Erslive talked about the fact that this seems as if it's sacred ground in a way. People are coming and paying their respects. Pastor Estrada joins me now from the Light of the World Church here in Uvalde. You just made an impromptu decision to come down here. Talk about why.
So we've been coming to this memorial site for the past couple of days, and we saw the need in the community. We saw the families grieving, and one of the things that the church has is a choir which sings songs of comfort. So the local choir here from Uvalde got together with the choir from Austin and from San Antonio, and they said, why don't we join together and sing every day to bring comfort to the families? And that's what the choir's been doing. They've been singing songs of comfort for this community.
It's a powerful, it was so powerful that we had images from people mourning and grieving at the different crosses and the different memorials, and your beautiful choir singing in the background. How emotional is that for you and for the choir members?
What I tell the congregation is that songs are a healing source for the soul. And that's what this has become. The songs as a backdrop to the healing, to this memorial site, really brings comfort to the souls. We've had many families, many people come up to us and say, God bless you, thank you for the songs that you're all singing.
You're from this community. How have you seen things change over the last few days? Do you know people who were at that school? I mean, how has it been for you?
I'm visiting this community, but I've been here for a couple of days now, and I've seen firsthand the pain of the families. At the church, we've given away food. We've done several activities for the families, and we see the pain that they're going through. So to us as a community, it's important to join them because we're all Uvalde in this moment.
Do you plan on coming back here every day for the next few days?
That's the plan. The choir will be coming out here daily to sing songs of comfort for this community as long as it's necessary.
Okay, where are you heading to next?
We'll be here for a couple of days. We'll be here for a couple of days bringing these songs of comfort.
But where are you going right after you leave the park?
Right after here, we're going to the church to pray, to the temple, to pray for these families. So we start the day here singing, and from here we go to the church, to the temple, where we ask God to comfort all the families that are going through this most difficult moment, and so that God can bring healing to this community.
All right, I know a lot of the choir has already left, and I know that you've graciously waited with us. I appreciate your time, sir.
No problem. Thank you all.
Thank you for what you do.
Uvalde.
Yeah, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
All right, let's thank you for your time. I'll let you get to church. I'm being told that the president is now arriving at Sacred Heart Church for the Mass. That'll be taking about an hour. I believe our Lee Waldman is there. Lee, set the scene and kind of what you're seeing there.
Hey, Steve. Yes, we've been outside of this church since before 9 o'clock this morning. Off to my left here, I can see that the motorcade is arriving. They're actually turning down a separate street and going into the area behind us. I'm going to step out of the way because you can start to see some of those motorcycles coming through this area right now. We know that's where the president is going to be entering. You can see this parking lot heavily blocked off from this front side here, but look down this street. You'll see motorcycles with their lights going on now. We saw that motorcade coming from down the street just a moment ago. The president is arriving for this noon service. This entire parking lot seeming to be full at this point. We saw people start arriving in this parking lot since before 9 o'clock this morning, hoping to get a seat inside of this Catholic church as the president participates in Mass alongside the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. This is inside of a neighborhood area here, and there's homes surrounding this church. We're less than a mile from Robb Elementary as we speak. It's just off to our west. We've seen families sitting on top of their cars just trying to get a look as the president is set to arrive here just any moment now and take part in this church service that's going to be happening. I spoke with a grandmother and her 7-year-old granddaughter. Her granddaughter's name is Violet. She tells me that Violet was terrified the day that this shooting started happening. Her older brother actually inside one of those classrooms at Robb Elementary. She said she had no idea whether or not her brother was going to be coming out of that elementary school. Thankfully for them, he actually did. And like so many other families who are now experiencing such excruciating heartbreak, she said that her daughter the other night, the power went out and there was a loud sound. Her granddaughter, 7 years old, dropped to the floor, absolutely terrified, not knowing what was going to be happening. So that's the pain this community is experiencing, not far from Robb Elementary, but across all of Uvalde. That's why so many of them are desperate to see this church service that's going to be happening behind us, hoping to pray for a moment of peace, hoping to pray that they can begin healing at this time, because it's an excruciatingly heartbreaking time here across the entire community of Uvalde. I know they said they're going to take great comfort. You can see this motorcade. Let's go ahead and pan over, actually. Let's look at this motorcade as they're starting to leave that church parking lot area. This is the motorcade that's been leading the president and the rest of his crew as they're trying to make their way to these different spots here throughout the area of Uvalde. Again, this church may be a mile from Robb Elementary where that shooting took place. We're just waiting now to see if the president is in fact inside. We can see more of the motorcade just down the street here, really waiting for the president to be here and take part in this mass. So many people, if they can't get inside, they just want a glimpse outside. That grandmother I mentioned who I spoke with, she said she takes comfort in knowing that the president is here. She says she appreciates the support that the president is going to be offering their community. She said also she can feel the love and support happening not only here, but across the world for their small town. She says this is a town that is tight-knit. Everyone knows each other. She said she has so many friends and family members who lost someone in this shooting. And at this point, it seems like everyone here is feeling that excruciating loss. They feel like those children, those teachers are part of their own family. And that's why so many people here, even if this is not their home church, they want to take part in this service one way or another. It's a beautiful thing to see, and it's a heartbreaking thing to see. And this community really just wants to know that their arms are wrapped around one another. They can feel your love. They say continue to pray for Uvalde. They say Uvalde strong. And of course, remember the names of those victims here.
Lee, on the screen right alongside you, we've been showing the pictures of those 19 children who lost their lives earlier this week. This is what today is all about, those children and those 2 teachers, as well as the people who were hurt. So many injuries as well, people still suffering mental, emotional, and physical injuries from this event. We need to remember that that is what today is about, is honoring these victims.
Ursula, you said right there that mental health as well. The grandmother who I spoke to, again, her 7-year-old granddaughter holding a stuffed teddy bear she named Sweetie as we had this conversation. She just got Sweetie yesterday. She is already in therapy and counseling for what she has experienced. The grandmother said the same goes for her. Her grandson, who was actually inside of Robb Elementary in a classroom just across the hall from where this shooting happened, he had to climb out a window like we saw so many children having to experience, and they're already getting that much needed counseling. We know the trauma that can ensue from something like this, the secondary trauma people are experiencing from watching all of this coverage. It is of the utmost importance that people take care of that mental health as well, because this is serious trauma that so many kids, so many parents, so many teachers experience. So it is so important to look for those mental health resources. We have all of those listed on KSAT.com. If you're looking for a way to reach out for help, all of those resources are just at your fingertips. Head over to our website. We want to make it abundantly apparent for you all. There is help. There's help for everyone. Seek out that help. There is no shame in that. Live in the trauma that you're experiencing, feel your feelings, but also offer your kids that support too. Let them know it's okay to feel what they're feeling, and they have someone they can reach out to and speak with.
Lee, stand by just for a few minutes. We're going to take you back to Robb Elementary. And Jonathan Cota, we understand that President Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden are about to depart from Robb Elementary and head over there to the Catholic Church. Jonathan.
My niece is going to be.
That's right. In fact, that motorcade just now departing. I have to share with you that just moments before the presidential limousine took off, President Joe Biden stepped out of the limousine and waved at the crowds here located to my right in a way of endearment and respect to the community of Uvalde. Right now, we know they are making their way over to Sacred Heart Catholic Church, where they'll be attending a mass taking place at noon. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Is there a way we can go back to Lee and talk a little bit more about this church service? The President and First Lady are on their way. Lee, I was interested in when you were telling us about people who are actually going into that service. Are we talking about members of the community? Are we talking about family members who are going to be in that service? And do you have any idea how big this church is? How many people that can actually be inside that church for this service?
It looks like it's a lot of members of community. This whole street in front of me here is lined with vehicles because that parking lot behind me is very, very full at this point. Like I said, just before 9 o'clock this morning, people started showing up for this noon service here at this church. That gives you a little bit of an idea of the interest people have in attending this church service and praying for peace and for healing alongside the President and the First Lady. We aren't exactly sure how many people can fit inside of this church at this point. We can follow up with the pastor here later on today, but as you can imagine, extremely, extremely busy. It does not look like an overly huge church here just on this corner. It's surrounded by homes. Many people saying this is their home church. This is where they go to church service every single Sunday. So it gives you an idea, though, that people are lining the streets wanting to just take part in this church service. If they can't get inside, they're sitting on their vehicles outside, just wanting to be in the area as this moment of prayer and peace is trying to happen as we wait for the President to arrive for that noon service here.
Lee, one of the questions I had about what's going to happen during that service is, are all of the dignitaries going to be in the church, and are we going to be able to get a glimpse inside? I know this is a very solemn and sacred place, and in this particular time we don't want to intrude, but I'm hopeful that we will be able to get a glimpse inside and maybe participate as we watch this unfold.
So at this point, we are going to be staying outside of the church here. Like you said, it's a very solemn moment. We're really giving people their chance, not trying to stop families as they go and they want to take part in this Mass. It's important that we give people their space during this time because we know that's very needed. But we do know that ABC is going to be inside of that church. We're going to be able to stream what's going to be happening. We're not sure exactly who the speakers are with this just yet, but we are expecting to be able to stream what is happening inside of this church service. We know the service itself should last roughly an hour. So it should wrap up around 1 o'clock today. We really are hoping to get that glimpse of the service, streaming it. Just as we were talking, we see, though, there is a dog going through and sniffing all of the vehicles here, making sure that safety is very much the focus as the President is set to arrive here any moment now.
I also want to mention, are your signals kind of going in and out? You're kind of freezing up here and there. And there's a reason for that. We want to explain to our viewers that as the National Press Corps arrives on scene, they are all on satellite as well. So we're kind of all sharing the same technology, trying to get the signal out at the same time. So we apologize for that. It may be a little annoying, but everyone's experiencing it at the same time because there's just so much media there in this little town of Uvalde for this very special moment.
There goes the motorcade headed over to the Sacred Heart Catholic Church, where Lee Waldman has been talking with us this morning about the crowd that is expected to be inside, joining the President and the First Lady as they go through Mass starting about noon. So that's in about 20 minutes to begin that Mass. And Lee, we were talking about the community and wanting to get inside that church and be a part of the services. I have to imagine that the Secret Service were very busy this morning. Did you happen to see anybody happen to be checked out before they were actually allowed in that church for that service?
We did. So we saw the Secret Service all throughout this parking lot behind me. Again, hours before this church service was set to begin, they were checking vehicles. Their dogs are coming through, smelling vehicles at this point. The Secret Service came and talked with us and said, hey, please move the vehicle across the street here from where this church is, just so we can free up some space here. We know there's several of their vehicles parked inside as well. looking at people, talking to people as they make their way inside of the church. So yes, they are saying very, very busy. Again, they just want to make sure that this is as safe as possible for everyone who is here to participate. We actually just saw a member of law enforcement drop to the ground and look underneath the car. So that just gives you an idea of what's happening here as the community is flocking to this. Again, not an overly huge church, just a neighborhood community church behind us. This is the scene of a lot of community activity, a lot of media activity. People just want to make sure it's as secure and safe as possible. So yes, Secret Service has been very, very busy here today.
Lee, you've been there since the very beginning, and I know you saw the raw emotion right after this incident took place, and I'm just wondering what those emotions are like all around town, what you have witnessed this morning as people come to church to honor those that have lost their lives. What is the emotion in that town like right now?
I think the emotion is just as raw as when it was, as what it was on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we were outside of the Civic Center, and that's where families were told to gather to be reunited with their children. That's also the place where parents got the worst news of their entire lives, that their children were not coming home, that their loved ones, who were those two teachers, were not going to come home. That raw emotion, those tears are still being shed days later. The grandmother we spoke to, she was in tears. She's saying, "We're just sad. You can't stop crying if you're here in Uvalde." And we were here yesterday, all throughout the day yesterday. We stopped by that memorial that's in place in Town Square, where I believe Steve Spriester is, and it takes your breath away. There's an air of silence. There's so many people just trying to mourn and grieve, and there's still a sense in the air. You can't make sense of what happened. I don't think we'll ever be able to make sense of what happened. There's anger that's present here, a lot of anger that's present here. People are upset that this happened, and rightfully so. They should be upset. They should be angry, and that's just a glimpse of what people are feeling here. And I don't imagine that raw pain and torture that they're feeling is going to go away anytime soon, because it was 19 children, 2 teachers who should be here today, and they're not. So that raw emotion that they're feeling, that's going to be here in this community for so long, and that's going to be in the surrounding communities for so long, because there's so many people that have been touched by this, so many people who know of the victims, have family, friends who are related to those victims. So those feelings that they have, the tears that are being shed, I don't imagine there will be dry eyes here in Uvalde for quite some time.
And I might want to add to that, Lee, that even though Uvalde is a small town, a very close-knit town, that anger and those mixed emotions really transport all the way around South Texas and around the nation as well to a degree. I know that many of us went about our week when we weren't glued to the television and to social media trying to find out what was happening there in Uvalde with our antenna up, that something that horrible could happen in a moment's notice. I think everybody is a bit on edge right now, even just going to the grocery store, or if you went to a concert, or tried to have a little fun, went dancing or whatever. Whenever you were in a crowd, it had to cross your mind how quickly things could turn after witnessing what happened in just a few minutes in Uvalde. So I think the whole community really, I know in San Antonio, we're all glued to this. We're feeling it, just maybe not as bad as those in Uvalde, but certainly feeling it, and it is affecting our outlook on life right now.
And it's interesting you mentioned that, Ursula, because the 7-year-old, she's this tall, she's tiny, she's clutching her rainbow teddy bear she named Sweetie, trying to show me Sweetie. And she told me, well, my stepdad told me I need to be more aware of my surroundings. At 7 years old, I wouldn't have told you that, because that wasn't something on my radar. But this 7-year-old, this little girl, and she still has her teeth coming in, she's saying she needs to be more aware of her surroundings because of what she's now experienced and what her brother has experienced. And so many children under the 4th grade have now experienced. So it makes us all more aware of our surroundings moving forward, and it's just absolutely gut-wrenching, and it rips your heart out when you hear a 7-year-old having to tell you that as she just hugs her teddy bear.
heartbreaking, really is.
Lee, we're going to get back to you in just a second as the president makes his way to your location at the Catholic Church. We want to check in with Steve Spreeser at the town square right now. He has been at this memorial that has seen and heard messages from people from all over the world, literally. So Steve, can you give us? Yeah. There now, as the president has made his way to that Catholic Church.
Yeah, David. Earlier when I was talking to Max and Sarah said, do you think that this is something that was just for the president being in town? And I said, no, this is something that I think is going to continue to see more and more people come in as the day goes on, and that is proving out, as you can certainly tell by the crowds behind us. And I took time out when I came here first to kind of walk around to some of these crosses, and then I just did it again. And there are handwritten messages on the crosses itself, the crosses themselves, and they are oftentimes from the very closest relatives, from friends. One of the students' crosses had written on there, "Mommy misses you to heaven and beyond." Irma Garcia, the teacher who passed away, and then her husband passed away from a heart attack just a few days later. They both have memorials here. So instead of 21, there are actually 22 crosses that are around this fountain behind me. And on his cross was written, "Dad, I know losing Mom was more than your heart could take. Know that we are fighting for you and Mom, and your names will never be forgotten." Those are the kind of messages that you see on the crosses themselves. And then you were right, David, you talked about the fact that we have seen, there's chalk that's lining the sidewalks here so people can write messages on the sidewalks. We've seen people from Baytown, from League City, from Weslaco. There's a message from Columbine. There's a message from New York City. There's messages from all over, and there are also people from all over. I just ran into a gentleman from Quemado who came up to me and said, "I felt it was important for my granddaughter to be here and pay her respects." And his little granddaughter took a stuffed animal and put it by one of the crosses. So those are the powerful things that you see as you stand here. And I got here about 9 this morning, and I've just talked about how quiet this park is. Hundreds of people are here, but they're talking on the outskirts of the church, of this park, Town Square Park. But the closer they get to the memorials themselves, it's dead quiet around the memorials, and all you hear is the water from the fountain, and you hear people praying, and you hear people, talking to some of their departed loved ones. And so it's a powerful scene that we're seeing right here. And then earlier, of course, we had that church choir singing, which just added to the elements of what we've seen here in this park.
There are a lot of heartbroken people in the park right now at the memorial. I know they had comfort animals there earlier in the week. I don't know if there are any there now, but it seems as though people are finding ways to try to provide comfort to everyone who comes out there, because truly everyone's upset. You didn't have to be a direct participant in the incident on Tuesday to be feeling the turmoil and the need for reaching out. Do they have any counseling or any outreach going on at the park that you can tell?
Not outreach that I've seen specifically, but I would consider prayer outreach. And there is a group, actually a church from San Antonio that's here, and they have a sign up that says "Need Prayer?" ? And they are willing to pray with people here. We have seen people holding hands and praying around the memorial itself. It's interesting what you brought up, Ursula. You drive Highway 90 out of San Antonio, and you go through Castroville and Hondo and Sabinal and Canipa and D'Hanis before you get to Uvalde. And there were so many signs that we saw there of prayers for Uvalde, Uvalde strong. And then you get into Uvalde itself, and yes, there's the memorial that's set up here. There's the crosses that are around the fountain. There are also more crosses that have been set up along one of the walkways here at this park. But then there are also memorials that people have just set up along Highway 90. And one of the most powerful to me was outside of a daycare center where they have 19 very small, what look like school chairs that are set up with the names of all the victims on there. And so, you know, when it has been a call that we have heard from the beginning. Remember their names. Remember the names of the victims. Remember the names of those we have lost. Don't remember the name of the person that perpetrated this act of evil.
Steve, you've been talking about how just quiet it is at that park, and I'm interested, when the president arrived at the elementary school, Robb Elementary, there were some people cheering, and then obviously when Governor Greg Abbott arrived, there was you could hear some boos, and so people were actually reacting to the arrival of the president and the governor. So I was wondering, when he drove by, what the reaction was. Was anybody moved to see the president, or were they just more concerned about that memorial and those crosses and those 21 lives?
I think when it became apparent, David, that the president's motorcade was going to go by here, when they started blocking off the streets and the law enforcement from all over, like I said, I've seen law enforcement from Converse, I've seen a lot of San Antonio area law enforcement here. When they started blocking off those intersections and it was apparent that the president was actually going to drive by this memorial, there were a lot of people that actually went over to watch the motorcade go by. But among those people with a choir from the local church here, they actually were done singing, but when they saw that the president was coming by, they all lined up along the street and were singing those hymns again as the president's motorcade went by. And really that and the sound of the engines going by is really all I have heard. There wasn't a lot of cheering, there was some waving, but this isn't a place where I think people were prone to cheer. Or boo or whatever. This is really, I said it to Max and Sarah this morning, this has kind of become sacred ground, I think, for the people that come to visit this particular park.
I have to believe that at some point in time in the future, there's going to be a memorial built there, a solid, permanent memorial. I don't know if anyone's even talking about that at this point. There's just too much raw emotion at the moment. But I would say that, you know, I really envy you in a way, because you are able to be there and experience it, and something about that has to be a bit healing, because I know it's been tough to be. People look at journalists and they say, oh, they go here and they talk and that's all they do, they gather information, but it actually can be quite traumatic for the journalists who are on the scene. So I kind of envy you in a way that you get to be in this healing place.
You know, Ursula, it's interesting that you brought that up, because we don't like the spotlight. We don't like to tell our stories or our opinion, right? I mean, we tell other people's stories. It's not our job to do that necessarily. But I do have to say, being here and just with the quietness and the contemplation and the prayers, it is helping. This was, coming back here after Wednesday was not something that I was necessarily looking forward to. I mean, I think it's important that the president visits, and I think it's important that we show and tell the stories of the people of this area. But I kind of agree with you. I think it has been cathartic in a way for me that, we're part of this whole area as more and more families show up after church to come by this park. This has been a line of people that you can see in their Sunday finest that show up often hand in hand, family after family, walking up and paying their respects here at what is the most accessible memorial. There's the memorial at Robb Elementary that we've been talking about, but it's in the neighborhood. There's so much media there, it's just hard to even get down the streets, let alone get to that memorial. So I think that's what makes this memorial special, is just how accessible it is and how many people we are seeing here. And like I said, the crowd continues to grow here as the day goes on.
Steve, we understand that the motorcade has arrived at the Catholic Church, and I know we're going to come back to you in just a few minutes, but I'm wondering if we're going to go get an update from Lee Waldman, who is at the Catholic Church, the Sacred Heart Catholic Church. Are we going to go to Lee real quick?
David, I can hear you. So we believe that we can see the president's limousine just down the street there. You can see it's a pretty obstructive view. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of other vehicles in the way of all of this. They are trying to keep us as far back as we can be at this point to try and give some space to make sure the scene is clear. But we can see off in the distance there is a limousine that has arrived at the back of the church. I'm waiting to see if we see the doors of that limousine opening here. I did speak with a gentleman just now. This is his home church, and he says he believes 3/4 of the community calls this their home church. Every Sunday, this church is filled, maybe not to this capacity that we're seeing people lying down the street, but he says this is a lot of people's home church here, and he believes that's why the president has chosen this church to be a part of. Now, we've also learned from ABC News that there is not going to be a camera inside of there, and obviously a respectful decision, but there are going to be reporters taking notes of what's actually happening inside of there. But to give people their peace as they try and pray and mourn and try and begin that healing process after this massacre happened at an elementary school, there's not going to be a camera inside of there. I'm going to keep checking over my shoulder as we wait to see if those doors of the limousine are going to be opening and the president is going to be filing inside. We've seen lots of different law enforcement driving through this area. If you've noticed on your screen law enforcement from communities across Texas, it's because at this point there's 57 different law enforcement agencies, over 180 officers from different law enforcement agencies here in Uvalde trying to lend a helping hand for everything that this community is going through. We spoke with some of those members of law enforcement yesterday and were able to see their operations headquarters, but that's why you'll notice there's an array of different law enforcement and police officers throughout the city of Uvalde at this point. But we just keep checking back and seeing there's crowds of people lined up along the sidewalk looking back towards the president's limousine back here, hoping to get a sight. There's also people driving down the street, parking down the street, trying to walk and get a view inside of the church and see the president as he walks in alongside First Lady Dr. Jill Biden.
I can hear in the background people yelling and talking very loudly. I don't know if they're trying to get a message, if they too are cordoned off and they're just trying to send a message to the president at the motorcade far off.
That shouting you just heard, it seemed to be an angry shouting at Joe Biden for being here, at the president for being here. So it seems like there is mixed emotion. Like I said, there's still a lot of anger in this community, anger over what happened, anger over different conversations that are happening, over response that happened. So there is a mix of anger as well as people just happy that he's taking the time to be here. Someone asked me, is this the first time he's going to be in Uvalde? And off the top of my head, that's something I don't know, but it's not something that they've seen here in this community. This level of response, this level of law enforcement, this level of media, they haven't experienced anything like that before. But there does seem to be some mixed reaction to the president's visit here today.
Lee, just want to remind folks at home that this service is supposed to begin at 12 noon. So here in just a couple of minutes, this Catholic service will begin. And once again, Lee has been telling us that more than likely that Catholic church right there is going to be full. After this service, the president will then, along with the First Lady, visit with the families and the victims and survivors, and they will do that at the event center. Once again, that'll be at 1:30, and they have blocked off several hours for that to take place. So you can only imagine the emotion that's going to be inside that event center. But that's supposed to go from 1:30 to 5 o'clock this evening, and then he will meet with some of the first responders at 5 o'clock, and then 6 o'clock he will depart Uvalde, head back here to San Antonio, and then he will depart back for the White House in Washington, D.C.
He has made a number of comments regarding the law enforcement response to the shootings, and I will be interested to hear. We probably will not be a part of any of those conversations between the families of victims and survivors or the first responders, but I'm going to assume that afterward we're going to be able to hear more about what was discussed. Very curious. I know that Governor Greg Abbott was, using his words, livid at being misled and livid at the response. Very curious to see what President Biden has to say about that. Hopefully we will hear from them. Of course, a lot of mixed emotions. We understand why people are cheering on one hand and shouting in anger in another. it's a very difficult time for our community. And as we sort this all out, it may take months, if not years, to get past all of this.
I found it very interesting that as difficult as it is to discuss this whole have this discussion about guns and how it gets politicized and everything, but the president and the governor actually agreed on one thing. They both said that evil came to Uvalde. And I believe they stand together on that. And our Steve Spracers, once again, down at the memorial, it's turned into just an incredible sight there. Quiet folks just paying tribute in their own quiet way. I can't imagine what it's like to be there right now, Steve.
It's powerful, David. And I've asked the Avitia family from San Antonio to join me because we were talking, and I noticed the T-shirts that say Uvalde Strong. Talk about the T-shirts and talk about, you're from San Antonio, Esther. Talk about why you felt you needed to make these T-shirts and why you're here.
Just to pay our respects and be here for a few minutes. This has been so difficult for all of us that we just had to do a little something to this for this community and to keep us strong as a family, because this is really hit hard.
You decided to make the T-shirts?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Just to show a little bit of respect, or I mean, it's not going to make a difference with what has happened, but we're here and we're hurting just like everyone else here.
Sweetie, what do you hope to do? Are you going to lay that flower on one of the memorials?
Yes.
What's your name?
Daniele.
Daniele. Talk a little bit about what you're here and why you came.
Why did you come? Why did you come? To put some flowers?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I know you're a little shy. Older sister. Give me your name.
Sadie.
Sadie, why are you here?
For all the kids that passed away. I came to come put some flowers down for them.
Yeah. And I see you have your baby, Isabella.
Isabella Renee.
Isabella Renee. Look, oh, do you smile? I got a smile from Isabella Renee. Okay, my day got brighter. Talk about you're holding your child.
It's scary
when other children have lost their lives.
It's scary. It's hard to think that in a couple of years I have to send her and know that you don't know what's gonna happen. And I know it's scary for the parents. It's hard for them, and nobody knows. We don't know what they're going through. And to see those little faces on those crosses, it's not right. This should not have been something that happened. Those kids had a whole life ahead of them. From this to walking into a school thinking you're okay one second, and then the next second you're screaming for help and you don't know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah. I notice you have maroon on. I'm guessing that's on purpose. Why?
As a respect, it's not right.
Thank you guys for spending time with me. I appreciate it. For driving all the way from San Antonio down here.
Our pleasure.
You're not alone, you know that, right?
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Uvalde's not alone.
Thank you. Yeah, Uvalde's not alone. Absolutely. Yes. Bye, Isabella. Bye. Can I get another smile? Can I get another smile? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That's the message that you've been hearing over and over, is people that just felt like they had to be here. They had to show their respects. Like I said, that's a family that they made those Uvalde Strong T-shirts themselves. They brought their young children here. So this is something that's powerful to them as well.
You can see how the emotions are right there on the surface. That's how all of us feel. I have friends, you probably do too, Dave, that, spent the whole week crying each day as the news unfolded. It just got worse and worse and worse. and it's just right there on the surface.
The emotion from that young mom, the fear in her voice.
You can hear it.
That's a powerful stuff. And I'm wondering, I know, did we lose Steve? Because I was wondering from Steve. Steve, are you still there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here. And actually, we're trying to get different guests that are coming over. But go ahead, David. I know you had a question.
Just a real quick question on your guests. And when you look around there, how many young? I find it fascinating to hear from these 8, 9, 10-year-old youngsters. I mean, that's the age group that are victims here. And I'm just interested to know how many of those youngsters have showed up to pay their respects and just the emotion that they must be feeling, knowing that there was another 10-year-old that was a victim of this heinous crime. I can't imagine what they're going through.
Well, yeah, David. I mean, that's perhaps the most powerful image that you see are these families, like I said, that show up, and you see the 8, 9, 10-year-olds that are holding flowers to lay in front of these different crosses, and I said a powerful tool that a lot of people are using is chalk, because a lot of the space on the different memorials is used up, so people are writing messages actually on the sidewalks here at the park, messages of support. But yeah, I mean, I told you about the gentleman from Quemado who came here just because he wanted his granddaughter to see this site and to see how powerful this is. And I think to feel the love and support, because I think a lot of us feel helpless and a lot of us feel like maybe we're alone in our anguish on this whole thing. And I think that's also what this gives you, is like there's a sense of community here. And Ursula, I know you asked me a question earlier about support services, where there are counselors here. And we actually have some guests that are with us right now, and they just joined me live. Come on over here. Hi. I'm Steve Spriester from KSAT.
Hi, I'm Shirley Graziano. We're with Crisis Response K-9 team. 2 of us are from Cleveland, Ohio. Bear is in from Orlando, Florida, and 3 other of our teammates I don't think they're on the grounds at the moment, but we've been here since Thursday, and they're in from New Jersey.
Talk about our furry friends that we have here too.
This guy's Zodiac. He's almost a 2-year-old Akita. This is Murphy. He's a 2-year-old Border Collie, and then Macy, she's 5, right? She's a 5-year-old Golden.
Talk about your role. Talk about why you felt you needed to be here.
Well, many of us in our group are trained in CISM, which is Critical Incident Stress Management. So, kind of to put it in a smaller term, it's like emotional first aid. And the unusual thing, it's really not us doing the work. It's really these dogs. We're just holding the leash, and the dogs draw people to them, especially children. Maybe the children are just traumatized and just don't want to talk, don't want to say anything, or feel like they're not being heard. And they can sit down, and whether we hear them or only the dog hears them, it really makes people want to open up. And definitely lowers blood pressure and definitely decompresses.
You're from Cleveland. You guys are from all over the country.
Yes.
What have you learned about South Texas and specifically Uvalde since you've been here?
Oh my goodness. The hospitality and the kindness, and people are just genuinely very gracious here, which is surprising from where we're from and from where we've been recently.
Yeah.
And we commented on such a simple thing, like these grounds have been nonstop since we arrived on Thursday, and there's no trash. It's just, people are just, they take pride in what they're doing here, and it's just amazing.
Is there also a sense of, for a lot of us, it's hard to explain what happened. I mean, we can't wrap our own heads around it. But when you have one of these dogs that comes up to a child or even an adult, there's a bond there.
And they don't judge. I think that's the big thing, is dogs don't judge, and they're never going to say anything inappropriate to someone. They're just there.
They're the ultimate good listeners.
They are. Yeah. They have nothing to say and just all love to give.
Have you been helping people of all different ages? I mean, talk about some of the people that you've helped since you've been here.
We've run into grandparents that told us their story in one of the restaurants where we had breakfast. We were at breakfast this morning, and a whole family of young kids and parents that were in, I think they were just in vacationing at Neil's campground area. And it's just the little kids come running to us, and then the parents are like, oh, what's going on? And we sat next to a gentleman who has a ranch around here somewhere, and he was talking to us about his ranch and his experience that he's been from Uvalde his whole life. And it's people just open up to us, and it's not us. It's literally the dogs.
Yeah.
And they're just amazed when we sit at a 6-top table. These 3 dogs disappear under the table. No one even knows they're there. And the looks on their faces when all of us start emerging, and they're like, oh my goodness. And then the kids run toward us, and there hasn't been one negative word toward us or about anyone else that we've been in contact with.
I have heard from person after person, whether they live just down the street or they live in San Antonio or New York City or Cleveland, Ohio, that they felt they had to be here. Why do you think that is?
I think it's because the world is trying, or at least our area, we're trying to get the message that we care. We can't, there's not a lot we can do. We can't make this different, but maybe we can make it a slight bit better. And my hopes are that perhaps we touch somebody that 5 years, 10 years, even 25 years from now, they are speaking about this and how awful it is. And then, oh, by the way, there was these really fluffy dogs, and they have their own business cards, they have their own trading cards, and they gave them to us, and they gave us paw stickers because we carry those in our pockets. And hopefully that little glimpse of joy to them sticks with them.
I'm also struck by the number of children that are here. Perhaps I shouldn't be that there are 8, 9, 10-year-olds here who are the same age as a lot of the students
from everywhere. Maybe those children told their parents that they just felt that they needed to be here and support others of their own age. I don't really know.
Yeah, but it is striking to me that there's that many kids that are here.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
I'll let you continue your important work. Thank you for visiting Texas. Thank you for what you do.
Very hospitable. It's been wonderful for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. So do you come?
All right, guys. If you need water, come see me. All right? All right, take care. So, Ursula, you asked if there's active therapy counseling going on. There's 3 indications, 3 furry indications that yes, there are people here. Just if people want to talk, if people need to talk, if people have to talk, people are here.
You know, Steve, I always have said I'm a huge believer in the unspoken language between humans and animals. I think that there is something that goes on, but you know, beneath the surface there that you can't detect it scientifically, but you can emotionally.
You know what? They just left our live shot, and they're over right now with what I'm guessing is an 8-year-old and another 10-year-old. Billy, can you swing around? Look at these kids that they just left our live shot, and they have walked up, and they're talking to, you know, the dogs, asking if they can pet the dogs. There's a little kid that's on the ground there. The family seems to be lighting up that all this is going on, and it's a total proof and total vindication of what you just said, Ursula. There is a bond between animals and humans that, you know, we can't describe, and the fact that these 3 individuals not from Texas, one from Ohio, one from Florida, I mean, that they would take time out to be here. They've been here since Thursday. They don't have any plans of leaving anytime soon. That certainly speaks volumes, as well as the hospitality and love that they say they have felt from Uvalde, which I have felt as well. It was at this very park on Wednesday when one of the people that lived down the street came and asked me if I wanted a cinnamon roll. I mean, that's the kind of hospitality that we've seen in Uvalde. Despite all that's going on, despite being overwhelmed with grief and sorrow and the media presence here, South Texas hospitality is certainly evident here in Uvalde.
Steve, we're going to let you take a break and see if you can talk to some more folks. And just to reiterate, that bond, what's amazing about that bond is those animals know. They absolutely know. They know what those people are feeling. That's probably the most amazing part about that bond, is how they can feel it and how they know it. And we're going to take a break from that coverage there in Uvalde to let you know that there is some breaking news coming out of Washington, D.C. concerning this shooting.
Yeah, this is major news. The Justice Department announcing now it will review the law enforcement response to the shooting in Uvalde, Texas. This is according to the Associated Press. The review comes amid mounting pressure and questions about the shifting and at times contradictory information about what happened in the shooting last Tuesday at Robb Elementary and how police responded, of course, with 19 students and 2 teachers killed. Justice Department spokesperson Anthony Coley saying the review would be conducted in a fair, impartial, and independent manner, that the findings would be made public.
I think that's the most important thing that you see, is they're going to have a review of it and they're going to make those findings public, and they plan on making it as independent as possible, because there's been so much contradiction. There's been so much controversy on how those events unfolded. We've seen several different timelines. We've seen several different events unfold during that shooting. And so I think the Justice Department coming in would help relieve some of that from those folks there in Uvalde, knowing that there's an independent investigation going on as to how this all unfolded on that Tuesday. So
yeah, you kind of want to know there'll be some closure, because right now there are just so many questions that all of us have. Some people finding answers to those questions right now at a church where the President and First Lady are worshiping.
They're at the Sacred Heart Catholic Church there in downtown Uvalde. It's in a neighborhood, and that's where Lee Waldman has been covering that portion of the president's visit. So, Lee?
And we just saw actually part of that motorcycle motorcade moving across the street and lining up just leading up to that church here behind me. The president, people are still waiting outside to get any kind of glimpse of him when he gets back out of this church. But we know, we believe he's inside of this church now, as that service was supposed to start at noon today. There's still people even gathered on this side of the street, just hoping to catch a glimpse of the president and to be a part of the service that's going to be happening. People really just lining each side of that street just next to that church, hoping to be a part of this healing and this praying that is going to be happening here today. A gentleman stopped by and spoke to me just a minute ago, and he said that this is where the majority of this town, of this city of Uvalde, comes to worship, and it comes to every Sunday. You said it, it's in a neighborhood. It's about a mile away from Robb Elementary School, so it's in the heart of this community here, and so many people are flocking to this area, even with their kids, just hoping to be a part of this worship, this prayer, and to start that healing process that is going to be needed in the days, weeks, months, years that follow this tragedy. We know we're not going to be able to just stream this service that's happening inside, but there are reporters inside taking notes, and we're across the street giving a respectful distance to everyone who would like to be a part of this service here today. But it is a huge law enforcement response just behind us, as we know the president and the first lady and their crew that they're traveling with are inside of that church there just behind us, inside of the Sacred Heart Catholic Church, as they take part of this important mass that's happening here, a mass that they're going to pray for answers, pray for peace, and pray for healing that is going to be needed long past this week and long past this tragedy here.
Lee, thank you very much for your coverage there. We know that this service should last at least another 45 minutes, and then the president will be on to probably what's going to be the most emotional. It will be the most emotional part of his day, is when he meets with the families and the victims of this tragic event in Uvalde, and that'll take place about 1:30. So once again, thank you, Lee. And now we're going to go back down to the park where Steve Spriester is standing by with another guest.
Yeah, David, like we've said, we've been talking to a lot of different people here who just felt like they needed to be here, needed to be part of this community and this greater communal process, I guess is how I would put it. And a lot of people feel like this is sacred ground. Gina Garcia joins me now. She is from the city of Pleasanton. Talk about why you felt like you needed to be here.
Well, since it occurred all week, I've been crying. I'm a retired school counselor, elementary, so I just felt their pain, the staff, and just to lose the children like that is just, I had to be here just to show support and maybe start my own healing. Just being here.
You said that to me earlier, start your own healing. What was it like for you to walk around? And for me, the most powerful part was when you read the messages that were written on the crosses.
And the messages by children, their own words, their own writing, seen on them, telling their peers that God is with them and that to not fear. It's just kind of hit me.
As a school counselor, a former school counselor, talk about the road ahead for a lot of these kids and parents and just the community.
Well, just from experience, you know, I know what a lockdown is. I know the feelings that go through the whole school when we had lockdowns, and after something tragic like this, you know, I've told kids before that there's this giant hole in their heart, and it'll never close, but it will get smaller in time. And that takes talking about it, crying about it, having those tears, and just being with the supportive family that you have, and get a little closer to each other. So it's going to be a while.
Do events like this help?
Yes, definitely help. I think now families are numb, but I think in time they'll see all the support that they had when this happened and even afterwards. Yeah.
I loved what you said. There's a hole in their heart that won't ever close, but will get smaller.
It will get smaller in time. We all carry those holes. They never close up. It's just there. But it reminds us of all the love that we've had for each other. It reminds us to get closer to God. Yeah.
Gina, thank you for your time. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Likewise.
Yeah, take care. Thank you. I think we also have a little one that's with us that has a sign. How are you?
Good.
What's your name?
Oh, sorry. Alina.
Alina. What's your last name? Borrego. Talk about your sign. Let me read it. I want to live. I want to study. I want to be a dentist. Don't kill me. Talk about your sign.
I made the sign to spread the message everywhere here, so everyone could know something's wrong. We need some new rules in our schools. Anyone can get in and do it again, each year and each year, again and again. And this could happen again and again.
How old are you?
11.
Are you from Uvalde?
Yes.
Did you go to Robb Elementary?
I used to go.
You used to go to Robb Elementary?
Yes.
So those are halls that you're familiar with?
Yes.
Well, what's going through your mind tonight? Today, I should say. It's not
Well, I feel like if it's unreal, I just can't believe this happened, and suddenly they just started killing people.
Did you know anybody?
Yes.
You knew one of the victims? Who did you know? Who did you know?
Jacqueline Cáceres.
Jacqueline, tell me about her, because I want to know about the lives that were lost. I want to know about what was taken that day. So tell me about your friend.
She was nice, kind, had a lot of good humor, always had a smile. She would never let someone down. She was always a nice person.
Your reaction when you found out that she was one of the victims?
Immediately, shock, immediately. I didn't believe it. Until I saw that her mom was the one who posted it on Facebook, and it was unbelievable to me. I really didn't know what to do, and I just started crying.
Have there been a lot of tears shed over the last few days?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you want people to know about Uvalde after this?
What do you mean?
Like what kind of community you are, and how do you think this community will heal from this?
Will heal. Well, if we want them to heal, we need some new rules on here. If if we want to heal, we need some new rules. Because if we don't change nothing, it's going to be the same, and it's going to happen again and again. We need some new rules. Some people shouldn't have guns or weapons. You know, some people that have the wrong mentality shouldn't have some.
Powerful words. Thank you for sharing them with me. Have a good rest of your day. Nice to meet you.
You too.
David and Ursula, I mean, that's a student who lost someone at Robb Elementary with certainly a powerful message there from a young woman, young girl, about what she wants to happen in the wake of what happened at Robb Elementary, a school that she actually went to.
You know, when I was 11 years old, I never had to deal with anything like this. You know, That's exactly what I was thinking, Ursula. Exactly the same thing. I was like, when I was 11 years old, I did not worry about this.
You know, Steve, when I listen to that 11-year-old talk, though, the thoughts that are going through my mind is, I hope somebody's listening. I hope I mean, you can talk to adults all day and all night long, but when you hear those words from an 11-year-old child who knows somebody who is a victim of this shooting, I just hope there's some adult that has closed their mouth for a minute and listened to what that's the most powerful thing that I have heard from this entire event, is the children that are talking. It's the children that are bringing up things that we can do, and I just hope and I pray to God that one day some adult is smart enough to listen to these kids and get their ideas and their opinions on what's going on, because it's their friends that have become the victims of these shootings. I mean, we can debate this for years, we can debate it for months, we can debate it for weeks, but just listen to these children. Just listen to them.
Listen to them. Exactly, David. Like Andrew Wilson is field producing for me, and so he's doing a great job of going around and just pulling people over to do these live interviews. So I had not seen that sign before the 11-year-old came over, and when the sign says, "I want to be a dentist, don't kill me," I mean, that's an 11-year-old in her own writing that is walking around because she lost someone at Robb Elementary. She wants the message to be sent.
And I think sometimes we fall into this trap of, oh, that's their parents telling them to say that. No, these kids are covered. We had a young man at a school that Tiffany Huertas interviewed earlier this week, and he came up with this letter to the kids in Uvalde when they were collecting these stuffed animals, and he did it that morning, and he did it by himself. These kids have their own thoughts, they have their own feelings, they have their own emotions, and at some point adults are going to have to listen to these children.
Yeah, and they're actually, this is kind of one of those areas where you're seeing those kind of different thoughts. You know, we were out here Wednesday, and there were not the memorials here, but there were people here, and there were high school kids that couldn't give blood because the blood bank was so full. You know, they got there too late, so they couldn't give blood. They needed to do something. They got some cardboard and made signs that said, "Remember their names." These are high school kids saying, "Remember their names," talking about the victims. And they are the first sign that I saw that said, "Uvalde strong." So you were right on, David, when you talked about the fact that there are a lot of 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds that are here telling powerful stories, and that felt like they just needed to be here because these are their friends. I mean, they could have been in the desk right next to them. I mean, that's what I hope does not get lost in all of this. I don't care if we ever say the gunman's name again, but you better believe I want to say the names of the people that we have lost in this tragedy.
Jacqueline Casares, one of the 19 that she was honoring. And the thing that she said, for me anyway, brings it all down, just kind of boils it all down to one simple thing. We need new rules in our schools or it's going to happen again. We have some breaking news that the Justice Department, Steve, is going to be looking into how the law enforcement, different departments acted on that day, what the response was like. And this is, from what I'm reading online, is this type of review from the Office of Community Policing Services is rare, and most after-action reports are compiled by local law enforcement. This is very unusual that an outside group like the Justice Department is going to dive in to see what needs to change, perhaps.
And you hope that the momentum, Ursula, for lack of a better word, that is coming from this tragedy, a momentum that something gets done, continues. And honestly, I think that's something that we need to also keep following, because you're seeing things that you have not seen before. You have Senator John Cornyn and Chris Murphy, excuse me if I get his name wrong, from Connecticut, different sides of the aisle actually coming together to see if they can figure out some sort of gun legislation. And that's rare these days. So you're hoping that maybe this momentum can continue. And I think we have another family that wants to come over and talk to us. Hi, Karen. Are you Karen? Karen, I'm Steve. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Elena.
Elena? Where are you from, Elena?
I'm from Uvalde.
You're from Uvalde? How old are you?
I'm 8.
You're 8 years old? Did you go to Robb Elementary?
No.
You don't. Did you have friends that went to Robb Elementary?
Yeah.
Can you talk about what today means for you and for your mom?
I feel like I'm sad because of all the kids, and I feel heartbroken for all the kids and all the parents because they're not going to be able to see their child no more.
Yeah. Did you walk around and look at the different crosses? Did you know some of those people?
No.
No, you didn't know any of them, but just being in this community?
We're a small town.
Yeah.
We're a small town, and this is where we hold all of our festivities. It's where we do our community events. And now to be gathered here, it shouldn't have happened. It wasn't supposed to happen.
Is this the first time that you visited the park since the incident?
No, this is my second time. This is the first time that I bring my daughter. She said she didn't want to come at first, and then she said that she was ready. She was ready to come and say goodbye.
Yeah. Did you feel like it was important for her to be here?
I did. We're a small community, and we're there for each other. We might not know each other personally, but like I said, we do all our festivities together. We don't have that many schools. Our schools are really, really close together. We do everything together as a small town.
Yeah.
It was important for us to be here to show our support as a small community member.
How do you think Uvalde heals from this?
I don't know. I don't know how we'll be able to come back from this. I have 3 other kids, and 3 of them will be going to school next year, and I'm scared to send them to school.
Why did you think you were ready today to come here?
I thought I was ready because I've known what's been happening, and I thought it was a good time to come over here today.
I'm going to let you guys go because I know it's emotional, but what do you want people to know about Uvalde? People who are maybe watching around the state, around the country, what do they need to know about Uvalde, Texas?
I want them to
I want them to know that it's not always like this. That a lot of people just heard of Uvalde recently. People didn't even know we existed or our small town existed, and now they know, but only because of this tragic event that was never supposed to take place. But we're a very small, tight community, and we love our Uvalde. We love Uvalde. We'll be strong. We'll come out. I don't know how, I don't know when, but we'll be there one day.
Thank you for spending time with me. I appreciate it. I see you have a card from one of the Comfort dogs. Did that help you? Yeah. What's card? Whose card do you have? Murphy. Ah, very cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your stories with us. Again, the stories of young people, an 8-year-old there who said she never wanted to come here and, decided she was ready. Powerful words.
Powerful words from her mother as well, saying she's got 3 kids that are about to start school and she's not quite sure how she's going to handle that. I think a lot of
It's
people
real.
are feeling that way.
And when you think about it, Ursula, I mean, we're just a couple of months away from school starting again.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of schools start in August or start in early September. So when you think about it, it's not that far away.
You're exactly right. Thank you, Steve. You take a break. We want to get everybody back in line with what's going on today. It's a really big day for South Texas and Uvalde for a lot of reasons. First of which is, of course, that President Biden left Delaware this morning and flew on Air Force One to San Antonio's Kelly Field, arriving about 10 o'clock this morning.
He was only on the ground there at Kelly here in San Antonio for about 10 minutes. Then he boarded Marine One and flew to the little airport there in Uvalde, and he got into the Motorcade. And the Motorcade's first, there's you can see Air Force One landing here in San Antonio. He deplaned. I think Mayor was there to welcome him, and then a couple of dignitaries from the Air Force were also there to welcome him to San Antonio. And then once again, they boarded the Marine One that was parked right next to where Air Force One parked, and they headed to Uvalde. About a 40 minute flight. They landed in Uvalde, and then their first stop as they got on that motorcade and headed for downtown was at Robb Elementary School.
You see there Ron Nuremberg, the mayor of San Antonio, greeting the president and the first lady. This was in San Antonio when they arrived in Uvalde at Garner Field. They were greeted by Governor Greg Abbott, as well as a number of state representatives who each had the president's ear for a moment. Then they had the motorcade drive over to Robb Elementary School, where you see the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, placing a bouquet of what looked to be white and yellow roses at the memorial where the shooting took place on Tuesday.
And I believe that's probably one of the most powerful moments we will see today is the president and the First Lady touching, looking, praying for each of the victims, the 19 fourth graders that were killed that day and the two teachers. And you can only imagine what Dr. Jill Biden is thinking when she comes across the two teachers, being a teacher herself, actually teaching in the classroom in college. And just you have to wonder what she's thinking, what's going through her mind as she sees those two teachers as victims as well, knowing that the stories are that they did what they could to protect those students.
I also should mention that it was only 2 weeks ago that the first family visited Buffalo and at that supermarket where the shooting took place 2 weeks ago, and 10 were killed. So this is an all too familiar experience for the two of them. Right now, you're not seeing anything of the first family because they are inside a church right now praying. The Sacred Heart Catholic Church in Uvalde is holding a special mass. It started at noon. It's going to go to about 1 o'clock. And then when the president and first lady come out of that, that's when some of perhaps the most important job that a president can have is going to take place. They say that you're the, what is it, commander and healer?
Comforter in chief.
Comforter in chief. I knew it was something like that. Yeah. He's going to be meeting with the families of the victims and the survivors of this horrific massacre. They're going to be doing that at the Uvalde County Event Center, and that is closed to the press, so you're not going to see that either. But at 5 o'clock, they're also going to meet with first responders, and this is the key group of people who right now are feeling a lot of pressure.
Yeah, from 1:30 to 5. From that time period, he's going to be visiting with those victims and their families, and some of the survivors. So you can only imagine how emotional the entire event center there in Uvalde is going to be when the president and the first lady visit. So there's kind of a map of some of the locations that they've gone. There's Garner Field where he landed, then Robb Elementary School where you saw them place the flowers. That was the first stop, and then on to Sacred Heart Catholic Church, and then to the Uvalde Event Center where they'll meet with those families, victims, and survivors. In the meantime, we've also received some breaking news within the last hour about an investigation that is going to take place by the Justice Department into the police activities during that afternoon of the shooting.
As I said, first responders in that town are under intense pressure right now because there's going to be an independent account of law enforcement actions in response that day, which is Tuesday, to identify lessons learned and best practices to help first responders prepare for and respond to active shooter events. That's a statement from the guy in charge of the Justice Department spokesperson, Anthony Coley. He said that handling the review will be the department's Office of Community Policing Services, and that such a review is rare. And after most after action reports that come after a mass shooting, it's generally compiled by local law enforcement or some other outside group. So this is a very rare opportunity to find out exactly what happened here. And that transparency and finding out exactly how this response came down, the real truth, the raw truth of how it all came out is only, as sad as it may be and as heartbreaking as it may be, it may help children like the 11-year-old we just had on our air who said, we need some new rules to make sure this doesn't happen again. And that's where I think this Justice Department review holds its true value.
Not only helping Uvalde deal with the situation a little bit better, knowing some of the facts that happened after this investigation, but also helping all these law enforcement agencies learn from what happened on Tuesday, and hopefully they can learn from this, and they can do the adjustments that they need to do from this investigation, what it may reveal, what it may not reveal, and they'll be better equipped to hopefully never have to handle this again. But if it does come up again, it can shed some light on some of the mistakes that were made, because we've heard controversial things, we've heard contradictions all week long, and we're still waiting on some definitive facts to come out.
And this may not just help Uvalde, of course. It's going to help schools all across the country lock things down better. According to the Justice Department, they were saying that the revelations of how the active attack was transitioned into a barricaded subject situation. That revelation has caused a lot of grief. It's raised new questions whether more lives were lost because officers did not act faster on the gunman who was ultimately killed by Border Patrol tactical officers. And to that point, we want to show you the timeline as we know it now. This could change after this review.
I'll begin first and foremost with the timeline as we know it.
At 11:27 Tuesday morning, DPS says video evidence shows a teacher propped a door open at Robb Elementary. The next minute, the gunman crashes into a ditch nearby and shoots towards two men. Investigators say a teacher left the building with her phone, but the door stayed open.
And then again, we see through video, teacher reemerges inside the school in panic and apparently calls 911.
Investigators say a resource officer heard the 911 call but arrived in the back of the school passing the suspect who was behind a car. At 11:31, DPS says the gunman started shooting at the school. This map shows where he walked to get into the building 2 minutes later. Soon after, DPS says shots were fired into either room 111 or 112.
We do know this, that he shot more than 100 rounds based on the audio evidence at that time, at least 100 rounds.
And at 11:35, Uvalde police officers enter the building through the same door the suspect used. Two of those officers were grazed by bullets. DPS has said officers took cover and called in resources while evacuating other students. At 11:37, DPS says shots were fired again and multiple times afterwards.
One at 11:37 and 16 seconds, 11:38, 11:40, 11:44.
Then at 11:51, more officers arrive. And by 12:03, DPS says as many as 19 officers were in a hallway. At that same time, someone in classroom 112 called 911.
She called back in room 12, advised her multiple dead.
Members of the Border Patrol tactical team arrive at 12:15. And a minute later, someone in room 112 called 911.
Again at 12:16, she's called back and said there was 8 to 9 students alive.
5 minutes later, DPS says officers moved down the hallway and then another 911 call is made where shots are heard. DPS says a student then called for help.
Student child called back and was told to stay on the line and be very quiet. At approximately 12:43 and 12:47, she asked 911 to please send the police now.
Then at 12:50, officers use a janitor's key to get into a locked classroom and kill the gunman.
Once again, that was Stefania Jimenez reporting. DPS also shared information on things that the alleged gunman shared with people on social media.
The first chat on social media involved a discussion about a school shooter. It actually happened back in February, and then in March, the shooter talked about buying a gun.
Investigators are saying that the gunman used a debit card to buy a semi-automatic rifle soon after he turned 18. And we wanted you to see that timeline again, just because of the breaking news coming out of Washington, D.C. and the Justice Department. They are going to review those actions on Tuesday afternoon, and it'll be an independent review, and they will obviously let the public know exactly how it all unfolded after their investigation is over. But the Justice Department is now going to investigate.
Right now, it feels as though we know too much about mass shootings and how they respond to them and so forth. I feel like this is an education that none of us really wanted to have. Let's head over to Steve and Alicia Barrera at the memorial. I'm a little bit overwhelmed by all of the information that's coming at us today and all the emotion that is pouring forth.
Emotion, but there's also generosity that we're seeing here, and actually we just had a very nice lady from Central Catholic High School who brought us treats. She said, you guys need to eat something. So, you know, I mean, that's the hospitality that you're seeing here. And yes, there's a sense of grief. Yes, there's a sense of sorrow, but there's also a sense of community.
And it goes also tapping back into the culture. It's Mexican-American, a heavy presence here in Uvalde, in San Antonio. So this woman, she says that her mother taught her that whenever there's a death in the family, so keep in mind, she relates, right? We're all family here.
Yes.
That you bring pan dulce. And that is something so true to the Mexican culture, to the Mexican-American culture. And it's beautiful to see it play out. On Instagram earlier this week, I mentioned that it's a time of so much pain, but it is so beautiful and so inspiring to see people coming together to help one another and to build one another up during this time.
Absolutely.
And we see it here.
Yeah. So, and she just was concerned about us. You know, she didn't want to be on TV. She didn't want to do an interview. She didn't want anything but to give us some of those sweet treats, and they were delicious.
And sharing it with others here.
You have been experiencing this like I have, and I know that you were across the street as the presidential motorcade came by, and that you've been visiting with different people here. The emotions are just there. Absolutely. I mean, a lot of people just have the raw emotions are on display in this park.
Yes, because they say, you know, it is such an honor to have the President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden here in Uvalde. But it also comes with a lot of heartache because of what we are dealing with, of what they are seeing. And you have people coming from all places around, not just Texas, but around the world. I got to meet a teenager, 13 years old, from Crystal City. His mom tells me, hey, he never likes to speak, but he actually came up to me, saw that I had the microphone in my hand and wanted to speak. So, and that is great to see because with our platform, we can help others heal, and they want to do it by sharing their story. And I want to share with you, if we can listen in to an interview with one woman. She traveled from the Rio Grande Valley. She's a professional when it comes to mental health illness, and she said this hits really, really close to home because she deals with teenagers who are murderers, who do deal with gangs, drugs, broken families, and this is exactly what she wants to prevent. So let's take a listen.
But I'm glad that he's here. Overall, I'm glad that he has taken the time and felt that this was, you know, important enough to come here and make a presence and give us a few words of encouragement and instill some hope in these families and everyone that has been affected by this horrific, tragic act.
And you hear just that emotion. She can't even finish her sentence there because of what she is feeling. And from where we were standing, we were across the street from this memorial, and what you were able to see is just a wave from President Joe Biden and from the First Lady. And that, for the community, is enough to lift their spirits.
Well, and I pointed out the fact that the president, when he's in that limousine, sits on the passenger side back seat. So he got a firsthand look at how many people were here, the balloons, the crosses. I mean, even though it wasn't part of his visit, I mean, and this is a makeshift memorial, not certainly as official as what we've seen at the elementary school, but he got to see downtown Uvalde and all the people that were here.
And he got to see it twice.
Yeah.
He made his way through this area twice, and for that, the community is so thankful. Again, we spoke to several of them, and they just take comfort in knowing that this is important enough for him, for the White House, for America to see that he's here and that they are not forgotten.
I also think it's important that the governor was here as well. I think it's Antony Gonzalez was here, and State Representative Roland Gutierrez were here. So, I mean, we have a bipartisan group of individuals that came to meet the President of the United States in Uvalde, Texas.
And you can't deny for the community, that's a little nerve-wracking because you have two completely polar opposites. We can't be blind to that, of how much turmoil there has existed between, when you talk the Democrats, the Republicans, but to see them together.
That's what I'm hoping, is there's some symbolism
Absolutely.
there that despite their differences politically, they can come together to help a community heal.
Because at the end of the day, that's why they are in office, to help the community and to be a voice for us. So what better way to see it play out than today? Again, unfortunate circumstances that we're all dealing with, but to see that unity between, you know, the Republicans, the Democrats, our president and our governor is great. It's great to see.
What are you thinking as you stand here right now and as you've seen and talked to so many different people in this park?
It's heartbreaking. I mean, you just see the love, but the way we embrace each other, people that I don't know, colleagues from the industry, just that first initial hug, even that, it's like if you were at a family funeral, you can't help but become emotional. And to be able to embrace strangers, but really have become family, because again, we're all dealing with this in one way or another. So I see a lot of love, a lot of pain, but so much love as well.
And that's what I think is, I've been pointing it out, and Ursula and David have been talking about it too, the fact that this is an important, I just feel like this is a place of healing.
Yes.
I mean, there's prayers, yes, there's contemplation, yes, there's meditation, yes, but there are also therapy dogs here. There are people who are handing out tacos. There are people who are handing out pan dulce. There are people who are handing out so many different things, and the bottom line is they're handing out compassion and empathy and understanding and love and all of those things that come together. And so I think that's why so many people felt and still feel like this is where they need to be.
Absolutely. You come here broken, but just so you get a sense of what's going on here, that feel, people walk in and it's somber, but they stay. They don't just drop the flowers off, pay their respects, and go back home. People have been here all day, and it's hot, to say the least. But what matters to those here is that they can cry together. You hear some laughter, right? The sharing of the stories. And just being together. I mean, over here to our right, we have the table where they're handing out those teddy bears. That 13-year-old who I spoke to, 13 years old, and I asked him, hey, that Scooby-Doo, are you dropping it off here at the memorial, or are you taking it with you? He was a little shy about it, but he said, no, this one's mine. They gave it to me.
And that's the thing, that there are kids that are bringing their toys and dropping them off, the stuffed animals, and dropping them off in front of the different crosses, but there's also Healing Hearts is the name of the organization, and they have toys for the little kids that are here. If they want one, they can take one of those with them. And that's something that I had not even contemplated before I came down here. And you see, the kids kind of walk up and they're a little timid, and the Healing Hearts people are like, come on, pick out whichever one you want, take it home with you, let it comfort you through what we're going through.
We interviewed an owner of a coffee shop in San Antonio early this week, Alley Cat Coffee. They're in Southtown San Antonio, and she's doing a big fundraiser with different businesses in the area, and they're calling it plushies for Uvalde. And it's the same thing. And I asked her, why a plushie? Why a stuffed animal? Well, kids gravitate towards that. And when you're talking about trauma victims, these children who have experienced in some way or another seeing their parents cry, dealing with it at school, just the news of it all, And, you know, whenever they need that hug and no one else is around, their stuffed animal can do that for them. I mean, I remember as a kid the same thing, having my security blanket, right? So for the kids, this is what that means to them. And it's beautiful to have these organizations out here, again, to provide that healing, that first step.
And when you talk about the desire of just needing to be here, I think that's a big reason why the president's here, why the governor's here, why, you know, the state representatives are here, why, you know, the congressman from this area is here. So David and Ursula, it's certainly, you know, this seems to be the central gathering place, at least over the last few days, for so many members of this community and people that just felt like they needed to be here.
Yeah, Steve and Alicia, for those people who have been watching, and maybe there's some people that are just tuning in, we talked about it a little bit this morning about how powerful the interviews you've been able to get with those kids that are 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And I just wanted you to kind of review for the folks at home that may have missed it or may just want to hear what these youngsters had to say again, because I thought those were some of the most powerful things we can hear. I mean, I know the adults are upset and you know, you've done a lot of that, but I think what these kids have been telling us, I think that's something that we need to remember.
Absolutely, David. And I mean, we can, let's start from the basics. I mean, we're in Town Square Park. It is in the heart of Uvalde. The old county courthouse for Uvalde County is right across the street. It is a central place, and you heard the Uvalde resident that we interviewed just moments ago and her daughter say this is where they gather for celebrations. This is where they gather for commemoration. So it only seems right that this is where they gather to mourn and gather to heal. But in my opinion, the most powerful interviews that we've done today have been with the kids.
Absolutely. They have so much to say. They've experienced so much, and some do want to share that.
Yeah, I mean, we interviewed an 11-year-old that had a sign saying, "I want to be a dentist, don't kill me." And she was the one saying, you know, the rules need to change. Like an 11-year-old. They don't think in laws and ordinances, they think in rules. The rules need to change to make her safer. That's basically what she was telling the community. We also met with a group, a family from San Antonio. The mother made Uvalde Strong t-shirts for her family. And it was her and her 3 daughters and one of her daughters' little baby, Isabella. I think we have a little bit of that interview that we're going to listen to now.
I have to send her and know that you don't know what's gonna happen. And I know it's scary for the parents. It's hard for them. And nobody knows. We don't know what they're going through. And to see those little faces on those crosses, it's not right. This should not have been something that happened. Those kids had a whole life ahead of them. From this to walking into a school thinking you're okay one second and then the next second you're screaming for help and you don't know what's going to happen next.
That's a mother with her baby in her arms, little Isabella, and just thinking about what does this mean for our world? What does this mean for her world? And, you know, certainly powerful when you hear those words.
And you think about the parents of these children who were killed at Robb Elementary. Some of them have siblings. What are these parents going to do? You cannot heal from this in a week or two. We talk about the healing for some of these survivors is going to take years. What are these parents going to do? They have such a tough decision ahead of them. I'm sure it's not even crossing their mind, or perhaps it is at this point. But I think about them and all the parents who fear, you know, school and home are supposed to be the safest places. And unfortunately in our world today, it's proven not to be.
It's proven not to be. And the thing that she talked about, the little faces on the crosses, like each of the crosses have the faces of the victims. And there are 22 of them because it includes teacher Irma Garcia and her husband Joe. But there are handwritten messages on each one of those crosses that are around the fountain that's behind us. And that's what got to me, when you have a mother writing to her son, "We miss you, I love you to heaven and beyond." And you have a sister writing a note, and you have, a grandfather. And I mean, those are the things that affect you when you walk around. And that's why I think people aren't dropping off flowers and leaving. I think they're taking time to read those messages.
Absolutely.
The messages of love and the message of healing, and that God loves you, and that, you are not forgotten. We will not let you be forgotten. Those kind of messages are powerful.
We want to learn more about these stories, and I remember when we saw all this unfold and you and Myra were walking us through it. I was watching from home, and you mentioned you vowed to share more of the stories of these children and these teachers, and that is why we stay here. That is why we continue to walk around, because we want to know who these children were, more of their essence, because they are so missed. They are so missed.
Well, and you don't want them to be forgotten, and you want a sense of what was lost. The promise that was there, the young people that, aren't going to get to live the lives they were meant to live.
And you see some of these videos circulate online of these children, and one that I was watching this morning is of one of the little boys, and his birthday was back in September, and you can hear, I believe it's grandma in the background telling him, mordida, right? Take a bite of the cake.
Yes.
And, those are just moments that they don't get to experience anymore, and
it makes you realize what's important
in life, in family.
What's important in everything. Mm-hmm. It's not. We get so worked up about different things in our world that something like this is a powerful reminder of what's important.
And I do want to take the moment to say thank you to those who have shared their stories with us, their testimony, because it is difficult, but it is so important for our community back home who can't be here to hear. And you mentioned the children who have shared their stories. We need to listen to these children.
We have a couple I think is going to join us over here. You guys want to come over and we'll talk to you very quickly? They are from San Antonio. They luckily wore name tags for me, so I know their names are Greg and Eve.
Nice to meet y'all.
You're from San Antonio. You're from a church in San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
Tell me why you felt like you had to be here.
We're from Crossbridge Community Church, and my wife Eve and her entire family have basically educators. They work from the college level to the elementary level and in between. And we were discussing that we needed to come out and just support the community and just offer up prayers, lay some roses down, or whatever we came to mind with. Then we got a phone call from a friend of ours who's in town, got an email from Crossbridge that we're a part of as well to come out. And we're like, hey, we were going to go down anyway. And she goes, well, come pick me up. We'll come down. And we have two groups, one over here and one over at another church down the road. So,
Eve, what did you feel like you needed to be here?
I really do feel like I need to be here to be a voice for these kids. I mean, it's really close to my heart. It's tragic. I'm here to offer support by praying, but also by being here and taking that action, that step. And we know that's a long road, but that's a road we have to take, where action is a part of the healing process for these kids and for all of America.
And as you walk through the memorial here, what's going through your heart, through your mind?
It's devastating. It could be any one of our kids, our children, our students, teachers. I saw one of the teachers, grown daughters, put, I love you forever, I like you for always, as long as I'm living, my mommy Yopi. And that just speaks to my heart, because so many of our kids, that is them. That is us. It's who we are as educators in America.
I've seen a lot of people wearing teach. I love, I learn, I teach. Those kind of T-shirts that I've seen in this at this memorial, and we've also seen a lot of children, a lot of 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds that are here as well. Have you noticed that?
Yes, and I feel like we're all here together, but we all come here together in unity, and our kids should not be going to school fearing that this is going to happen to them. Right. There's absolutely no reason. We need to put our kids first, and that's just really what I think of as I'm praying over every single victim and every single teacher, that where have we gone to where our kids are no longer the priority.
Sir, we had the president, here today in Uvalde. Were you able to witness him driving through here?
We were here when we saw the motorcade come through, and it's good that we have the support of the government. But we need, and this is my opinion, but if the community is somehow lost in the politicalization of everything, then there's another tragedy. I'm glad he's here. I'm glad we have support of the government, but it needs to be about this community, these families, these kids, this school district, to build them up, let them know they're not alone, they're not forgotten, and we need to support them in any way we can.
Absolutely. Greg, Eve, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Y'all. Thank you so much.
And that's kind of what you see here, the different people who are reaching out. And we talked earlier about the stuffed toys that Healing Hearts were giving out. And I have to, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good
first of
afternoon.
all.
My name is Dora Garza. I'm a fourth grade teacher in Eagle Pass, Texas. That's 45 minutes from here. And I have a grief support group called Healing Hearts.
So Dora, we're from San Antonio, so we're very familiar where Eagle Pass is. Why did you think it was so important for you to be here?
I used to be part of the Red Cross. I was a volunteer a couple of years back, and I know during catastrophic events they give a teddy bear to show emotional support. So the day it happened, being a teacher and all, of course you just want to do, and all you want to do is help. And so I thought it would be a great idea to have a stuffed animal drive. And the outpour has been amazing. I literally have hundreds of donations. A lady from Honda reached out to me, and she's having one there as well. And so we're going to meet up here during the week, and our local radio station, different entities in Eagle Pass, different businesses. Border Patrol is helping out as well. A Border Patrol wife called me up, and she's going to help as well. And so, like I said, we literally have hundreds of donations. So I noticed that you were interviewing a little girl here right now. She just kept eyeing them, and she went over. And so if we can just bring a smile to a child's face just for a brief moment, it's worth it.
Well, and that you're collecting to not only put at the memorial site, but also to give to kids that need
giving them to kids. Yes, for free.
I saw a little boy timidly walk up, and you go, "Come on, anything you want.
It's
pick
free.
One.
Pick them out."
What are the details if people still want to donate, or perhaps they want one for their child at home?
Of course, you can contact me. My phone number is area code 830-335-9862.
Do you have a website?
It's a Facebook page, Healing Hearts, Eagle Pass, Texas.
Healing Hearts, Eagle Pass, Texas,
yes.
On Facebook. That's
on
probably
Facebook.
even easier than a website.
That's easier than a website. Just message me.
Find.
Yes, that'd be great.
What are you seeing in the young people that are coming up to your table?
As a teacher, I'm a fourth grade teacher, like I said. Well, coming up, I just try to nurture them, and I know that they're impacted. I had a little girl, and she was talking about putting one of the stuffed animals over at the memorial. So, I mean, they're definitely going through a struggle. It's going to be really difficult. One of my very good friends is a therapist in Eagle Pass, and with this grief support group, we collaborate. His name is Elias Diaz, and what we do, we had a mental health check-in last year for back to school. Seeing as how most of the kids were online, they were learning virtually, we decided to have this. We were just talking about it last night. We definitely need to have something like that this year, even more so.
Absolutely, because a lot of the parents that we've talked to are at the very least concerned about sending their kids back.
I saw a very low attendance rate in my classroom. I only had about 8 kids show up the next day, and that we're 45 minutes away. But I mean, Uvalde is a sister city, I mean, it can happen anywhere. So.
And being here today is so important. You mentioned the outreach that you've been able to with the children. How long will y'all be here? How long have y'all been here?
I haven't been here not even an hour, and we've already gone through almost half of them. So I mean, when they run out, that's it, and I'll go back and I'll collect in town and then bring them back tomorrow. I'll be here during the week.
And we were talking about it earlier, so I spoke to someone who's doing a similar effort. but the trauma victims, they really draw to these plushies, these stuffed animals. Why is that? Could you give us more perspective?
They provide emotional support. It's really difficult if you've gone through a crisis like this to get any kind of sleep. And usually kids and even adults, we tend to want to cuddle. I mean, it's in our nature. And you can just hold on to something, and if it brings you comfort, then it was worth it.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Dora.
Thank you for visiting with us.
Of course.
Yeah. And I know that David and Ursula, we're going to throw it back to you because I know that you have an update on what is happening with the president's visit right now.
Thanks so much, guys. It's nice to see those faces from El Paso. We wanted to, Del Rio, give you an update on what's going on with the president and the first lady right now. Mass has ended. And the motor pool is beginning to converge on the church right now. The president and the first lady in that church actually met up with the Archbishop in San Antonio. The Archbishop Gustavo Garcia Sierra was there to meet with all of the dignitaries.
I believe we have some video of the president and Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, walking into that Catholic church. The President and First Lady went down the middle of the aisle. This is we're getting information from the AP reporter that was in that church, the pool reporter, as they're called. They only let a few people in, but they are reporting that the press was seated in the back of the room. The sanctuary was filled with members of the community, and one leader said that in the midst of collapse and devastation, we have come once more to this house to pray and be together.
And one of the service leaders also said as they began Mass, which I thought was a good way to start things off, by speaking of all of the hardships that we've all had to endure over the last couple of years, and now this, a pandemic, poverty, and now this. Mr. President has a very good understanding of what is happening now here, and we are very gracious of his spirit. So Lee's been standing by at the church all morning, learning at Sacred Heart, and she has been talking to some of the folks who've been on the side of the street waiting to get a glimpse of the president.
Yeah, we've noticed that the officials here are starting to move everyone over to one side of the street, asking people to get off of the street and stay on the sidewalk here as the president and his entire motorcade is getting set and ready to leave that church now that Mass has officially wrapped up. But we've spoken to people here who are driving from San Antonio and from great lengths just to be here and to be a part of this and just show we're here for you. We support you. We're here in whatever way you need us to be. It's been amazing to see the people wanting just to support this community during this unimaginable time that we're all experiencing here. I heard David and Ursula talking about that service that was happening inside, and we have to say, thank you to those service leaders who were talking about, yes, this is hardship, but we're here together. We spoke with another woman off camera, and she tells us that her brother is actually a priest inside of this church, and they're getting ready for a long line of funerals this weekend. And because of all the deaths that this community has seen and has experienced, they're having several of those in a day. He said he's preparing for that. I'm sure their hearts are heavy. Their hearts are hard right now, having to get ready for experiencing these funerals that are going to be coming through here in the next few days. Again, starting probably as soon as Monday. So that's what we know is going to be happening in this church throughout the week. So also keep your prayers for those people inside of the church who are going to have to be conducting these services, because like they said, they've dealt with COVID, they've dealt with poverty in this community, and now they're dealing with a shooting as well. So keep them in your prayers too. I know they're the ones who lead us in prayers, but lift them up as well.
One of the things that, Lee, that I was just trying to make a little list of all of the outpouring of help. One of the things that the community has done is an anonymous donor donated $175,000 to pay for all of the funerals that are going to have to take place now. Another philanthropist I know, I spoke with her. She's going to be coming down to Uvalde on Friday and basically writing checks, $1 million worth of checks to all of the victims' families. We've got also, aside from the healing hands healing hearts that we just talked about, there's also the Robb Elementary Memorial Fund and a number of other funds that have been set up just for this. So everyone's going to come together. Everyone's going to help any way they can. There's another person who's donating all of the flowers for all of the funerals. So everything is going to be beautiful.
We also heard from the governor earlier this week, and all the state agencies, they're taking care of the last thing that any of these victims or their families need is to worry about financial situations.
Health insurance, claims, all
the
of
state
that.
is going to be picking up all that and carrying that for them. So that's just one less burden that they have to worry about as they get prepared for these funerals, which Lee just told us they expect those funerals to begin tomorrow. 19 children and 21 adults.
Now, Lee, you spoke about this a little bit earlier, and I thought it was very touching. You were talking about how everyone's feeling very emotional right now, and it's really important that in times of crisis like this, that if you need help, you reach out and you get it, because it is right now staring you in the face. All the help you can need, all you have to do is ask for it.
Exactly, and I think so many of us try and put on this armor and just say to everyone else, you know, it's okay. I didn't lose a family member during this time, but that secondary trauma is so real, and people have to realize it's okay to ask for help. If you don't want to ask for help right now, you can ask for help weeks from now. Those resources are going to continue to be available. That's something the governor had touched on. We are going to make those mental health resources abundantly available for anyone in this community who needs it, but also that extends out of this community. There's that secondary trauma that comes from watching this coverage as it happens on air, from coming to this community, wanting to offer your love and support. It's okay to ask for help during this time of crisis, and know that there's someone out there who wants to reach back out to you and say, yep, I'm here for you. You mentioned those flowers too. There's florists all throughout Uvalde who are just donating flowers and just giving flowers away and saying, hey, take them if you want to go lay them at a memorial, please do. They're supplying those flowers for those victims, for the funerals that we're expecting to happen this week. There's so many ways that people are wanting to give help, and we spoke with one of those florists yesterday, and she says she has people coming from out of state to try and provide more flowers. How can I help decorate? What can I help do? People coming from El Paso, they experienced their own mass shooting and saying, you know, I know what it takes to get through something like this. I'll be here with you every single step of the way. So I just think it is a testament to our community as a whole, to our state as a whole, as our country as a whole, wanting to be here and say, we're going to get through this together. You're not alone. All of our love will conquer hate. Evil will not win here in Uvalde.
Lee, we know the church is right behind you, Sacred Heart Catholic Church, and we see a group that has gathered on the street. What is kind of the emotion and the feeling right now as that service gets ready to wrap up and the president goes to visit with the families of the victims?
I think I've gotten mixed reactions, but people are happy that the president is here, wanting to share in that respect. You can see a lot of people just wanting to be off to the side just to catch a glimpse of him. But so many of the people here, they didn't come just to see the president. They came to support this community. And so I think that is the main emotion, that emotion of wanting to feel what everyone here is feeling, wanting to mourn and grieve alongside, and just wanting to offer that support from great lengths, great distances, people just driving here wanting to be a part of this, because it seems like that's the only way you can begin to make sense, make it feel real at all, just wanting to be here in this community.
Earlier yesterday, President Biden was delivering the commencement address at the University of Delaware, and he hasn't really responded to much about the controversy having to do with the response by police on the scene of the massacre, but he was trying to console everyone and say that, you know, how unfortunate it is that so many people are getting ready to bury their children in Uvalde, and it's just not right. I'm just wondering, when this review comes out, and are people going to feel better about the situation?
And what Ursula is referring to, if you're just joining us, the Justice Department has come out and said that they are going to conduct a review in how law enforcement handled the situation on Tuesday, because there's been so much conflicting reports and the timelines have changed and things have changed. So the Justice Department is going to conduct what they say is an independent study, and they're going to let all the information come out once they get it all gathered. So that's what you're referring to. And you got to wonder how much that will help the healing process. if it will matter at all to a lot of these people. It's going to matter a lot to other schools, other school districts on how this was handled. But as far as what did we hear from one of the ladies that Steve Spriester interviewed? He said there's such a big hole in the hearts of these people. The hole might get smaller, but it's never going to go away.
It's never going to completely close.
So you don't know what that review is going to do for these people. You hope it gives them some kind of part of healing to know how this all happened.
Now, President Biden has not spoken about the response. He's kind of stayed out of the fray on that. I don't know if that's going to change later today after he talks. He's due to talk to all of the victims' families and survivors starting at about 1:30. So in about 10 minutes, he'll be leaving the church and heading over to the Uvalde County Events Center. As I said yesterday, he was in Delaware and kind of hinted that he had more to say about what happened in Uvalde. Let's listen to that.
In the face of such destructive forces, we have to stand stronger. We must stand stronger. We cannot outlaw tragedy, I know, but we can make America safer. We can finally do what we have to do to protect the lives of the people and of our children.
It is going to be very interesting. We know he has not spoken to the media today since he has been here in South Texas. He landed at Kelly at about 10 after 10 this morning. He did not speak to the media then. We just saw him get into Marine One and fly to Uvalde. He visited with some of the folks who met him in Uvalde. Some of the dignitaries there, Governor Greg Abbott met him, and there's some Congress people that met him as well. But the only people we've actually seen him talk to as he even went into the church was the superintendent of the school district there in Uvalde and the principal of the elementary school, of Robb Elementary School. We saw him give her a hug, and they talked for a few minutes, and the superintendent talked with President Biden for a couple of minutes. But those are the only two people we've actually seen him talk with and have a conversation with, at least before he went into the church building. So we'll see where he, of course, he's going to meet with the families. He's going to be meeting with the victims and all the survivors. And they have about 2.5 hours, maybe even a little bit longer to visit with that. So that's when you know the emotions are going to pour out. Here's the video of First Lady Dr. Jill Biden and President Biden laying down that bouquet of flowers.
And again, just 2 weeks ago, this is what they were doing in Buffalo, New York, which is where, by the way, the Vice President, Kamala Harris, is right now. She is at a funeral for one of the victims of that mass shooting at the grocery store there. I did notice shortly before this video was shot, I believe State Representative Roland Gutierrez was whispering in the ear of the president. They talked for quite some time, if I'm not mistaken. I was trying to recognize them. The shot was from kind of far away, but you'll remember that he had a lot to say regarding the tragedy at a news conference that was being held by Governor Greg Abbott, I believe day before yesterday. And very respectfully, he was basically, his point of view is he wants to make sure that we take a look at the age requirements for buying an AR-15. And I thought that was an interesting, he's going about it kind of in a different way, not all or nothing, but just this is the one thing that really, and I'm sure that's what he was talking to the president about and to Governor Greg Abbott. That's the one thing he's interested in coming out of all of this.
Obviously, this is a major political issue.
Oh, yeah.
Guns, and this is going to be discussed. And a lot of people are talking about how hopefully after this horrific incident that it won't get put on the back burner. It'll stay on the front burner and something will get done. And if you've been with us for a while, you've heard some of the kids that Steve Spriester has been talking to. We're talking 8, 9, 10, 11 years old. And if you hear their thoughts, absolutely incredible. And
They're
we were
so
talking
eloquent.
about, yeah.
I mean, for some of the things that came out of the mouths of these babes, you know, the mouths of children, it really wakes you up to the idea that they are so well versed on this because it's their lives that are at stake.
And that's what we were talking about earlier, the fact that you hope that some of these adults are actually listening to the children, those that are actually in that school, in that classroom, with the fear of something happening to them, along with the teachers, but these kids, the way they express themselves about these incidents at the park there at Steve, where Steve is. And we're going to go where now? We're going to go back to Steve, who's at the Town Square Park. Steve?
We are switching around here our shot, and I want to mention there are a couple members of the U.S. Border Patrol who have showed up to pay their respects here. We actually saw there's a big wreath that the Border Patrol brought down that's also part of this display here, paying their respects to the lives that were lost. And of course the Border Patrol, as you remember, played a big role in actually taking down the shooter, who we're still not going to mention the shooter's name, but it's powerful to see people from all over that are coming here. And I think we have another interview that's coming over right now. Hello, how are you guys?
Hi.
I'm Steve. What's your name?
Jose.
Jose?
Jose, come on over here, Jose. Stand next to me, Jose.
Have your mom come over here too.
Grandmother.
Have your grandmother come over here too and talk to us.
And your name, ma'am? Maria Perez. Maria Perez and Jose.
Where are you guys from?
We're from
La Pryor, Texas.
Talk about why you're here.
Well, my grandmother's coworker.
He used to be a coworker from CDC.
Her wife had
His
lost
wife.
her life,
His
or his.
wife, yes.
How are you doing? Good.
Yes. Yeah, he's doing good. They hear a lot of things, so they ask a lot of questions, and we just, what can we tell them, right? We don't know what to say just sometimes to kids.
So tell me again,
comfort them.
you had a coworker that lost a loved one?
Yeah, they said Ruben Reese lost his wife. He was an officer.
Yeah.
And he used to be my coworker. Yes.
Yeah. His wife? Did you know her well?
I didn't know her well.
Okay.
No,
I was going to say what I really want to do is focus on the lives lost. But you thought it was important to be here.
Yes. I believe everybody that's here believes it's important to be here. Just to show support. I mean, we all have children. We all have grandkids. I mean, it's a terrible loss. Yes.
Yeah.
As a grandmother, how do you explain it to your grandchildren?
I don't know. Sometimes you don't know. I mean, you're just there to just hold them. You want to be there to care for them and just show them love. What else can you do?
For you, Jose, what grade are you in?
4th.
And what goes through your mind when you found out what happened, when you realized what was going on?
I was pretty scared because we were in lockdown during that time.
Yeah.
And some kids that were in my grade, they were also crying. I wasn't really gonna cry, but I was also scared. Like we were hiding under the table, some kids.
And then now knowing, in a few months, school's back in session, are you scared? What's going through your mind?
Will you do an interview?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, thank you both so much for being here.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I wish you the best. They have some plushies for you over there to the side. Thank you so much. Thank you both. And this is just so beautiful to see the children. They don't know each other, and being out here and supporting one another. I also want to talk about a memorial. We see all these memorials pop up. We've seen them in HEBs across San Antonio. Earlier, when we first got to Uvalde, we stopped at the HEB here. And
sorry, I'm
that's all right.
setting up an interview. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
We were talking about the HEB memorials.
Yes, and the great candles.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get set up for this interview here. Hi. Hi. Sir?
Introduce yourselves.
My name's Andres Mayorga.
Omni Mayorga.
Vanessa Mayorga.
Adeline Mayorga.
We'll have you scoot in a little closer to me. There we go.
Talk about why you guys felt like you needed to be here.
Uvalde is our second home. It's a place that we will eventually call home. We're from San Antonio, but our property is here, and it's a place we're at. When we're not in San Antonio, we're here. And this community is beautiful inside and out. And we're here to pay our respects. And we were coming this weekend anyway, even before everything happened. We were going to be here for the entire weekend. This was an unfortunate stop in the center of town,
along the way, which we always stop here before we get to our property. And, I just know God's here. That's the main thing. I know God is here. And through all of this and bringing everybody together, God's been here even the day that it happened. He's been here bringing us all together from within Texas and out of Texas. And everything that's happening here, all the support, all the love, just all around the nation, not just here in Uvalde, not just in San Antonio, in Texas. It's something that was needed.
I'm struck by your two daughters that are with you and the fact that you guys are so emotional. What's going through your mind when you're here?
I just know that it would hurt me the most to lose my sister in a situation like this. So I stay close with God and I stay close with my family because I know that tomorrow is never promised and we never know what's going to happen. So I have to keep everybody in my family close, and I just have to thank God for what's given to me because never know what's going to happen.
You walk around and you see the crosses and you see the handwritten notes on them and the faces. That's what hits me, and as a parent, how does that affect you guys?
As a parent, it's tough. I mean, I'm sure it impacts every single parent that sees this or saw this. For me, specifically, our daughters are our world. I can't imagine the parents going through this emotional time, devastating time. At the same time, like my daughter said, we try to keep them very close to us because we know that nothing in this world is promised, and just try to keep them as secure as possible. I mean,
I'm just struck with how you're holding each other right now.
It's beautiful to witness, and I want to ask that for those who aren't familiar with Uvalde, how do you characterize this city?
It's a city of compassion, and it's a city of love. The first time we came through Uvalde and stopped along the way, everyone's friendly and ready to give, and they're a city of serving, I have to say. They're here to serve each other, serve people that are just passing through. There's a lot of people that are just passing through. They're going to San Antonio, they're going to La Rio, Mexico, and it doesn't matter where you're from. When you get here, it doesn't matter where you're from. This city has always been so open arms and welcoming, and the folks that live here are just always ready to serve.
And I think we've definitely seen that today.
Absolutely. You feel it. Thank you guys for sharing your thoughts with us.
Thank you so much.
The President's Motorcade, I believe, has left Sacred Heart. Let's check back in with Ursula Perry.
Yeah, you can see a 50 or so motorcycle officers now on standby. They're all mounted on their bikes, and it looks as though the motorcade is about to get loaded up, and they're going to take off from here. Dave, they're going to I believe, to the Uvalde County Event Center next.
That's where they're headed. The President and the First Lady are going to be meeting with the families of victims. They're also going to be meeting with survivors. That meeting was supposed to start about 1:30. Obviously, they're running a little bit behind time, but you're talking about 1:30 till 5:05. So you're talking about several hours that they're going to be able to visit with those families and the victims. And sitting here, you can only imagine the emotion that's going to be filling that event center with the President and the First Lady and the families of the victims and some of the survivors in there, and the discussions they're going to have, and just he's here to comfort. He's here to ease the pain as best the President can, and I know that they're going to appreciate that the fact that he came down here to do that. They're leaving the church, and just to kind of review a little bit, we were not allowed cameras inside the church during that service, but there was a couple of speakers. They talked about where the President and First Lady sat there on the front row, and then just to give a couple of quotes, if you missed them earlier, in the midst of collapse and devastation, we have come once more to this house to pray and to be together. And that was just one of the speakers. They were greeted by Archbishop Gustavo Gutierrez. So he was there as well to welcome the president to that church service this morning.
So the next event, meeting with the survivors and the families of the victims, if it goes anything like his previous visits, he's going to meet one-on-one with each one of them, hear their story, offer comfort. And again, we are not going to have cameras inside the Uvalde County Event Center. That's just not going to happen. This is a very private meeting where ABC and a complete press pool from Washington is following all of this around. We're not really sure what parts of it we'll eventually get some footage of. Basically, we're just getting information via notes from the Associated Press and ABC News.
We also know that after he visits with the victims and the families and the survivors, that he's going to be visiting with the first responders, and that's going to happen back out at Garner Field, where Marine One landed. When the president came in from he came to San Antonio, went to Garner Field, and on Marine One, and that's where he landed, and then he took the motorcade into town. So he will be meeting back out at Garner Field with first responders, and that should last in the neighborhood of about an hour. And hopefully after that, before he boards the plane back to San Antonio, or even when he gets to San Antonio, or the helicopter, when he gets to San Antonio, we'll actually hear from him. We have not heard from him at all. He has not talked to the press, and you can understand he's more concerned about comforting these victims and being there to honor those.
All right, we're going to head back out to the memorial site. There's a interesting side to the memorial where Steve Spriester and Alicia Barrera are standing by. There is an electrical panel in the middle of the memorial, and it's covered in messages and chalk and flowers and all kinds. I know you're going to get to that in just a bit, but I see you have some guests.
Yeah, we'll talk about that and how chalk has played a big part in helping people express themselves during this memorial too. But we do have a couple special guests.
So we have Josiah and Destiny, the brother and sister, and they're actually graduates from Robb Elementary. They're now in middle school, and both of the teachers, Eva Mireles and Irma Garcia, were your teachers. Just what do you remember about these two beautiful souls?
They were really caring, always making sure what I was doing, always making sure I got my work turned in, helped me a lot with my grades. When I was having bad days, they were always there for me, talking to me, and they were both there for me. So.
And Destiny, for you, these teachers, what role did they played in your life?
They were nice teachers. They would do the same thing for me, always stuck up for me. They're nice teachers.
And knowing in the manner that, what happened, what's going through your mind?
It's sad to know that our teachers, that they're resting in heaven. It feels good.
Say you too. What are your thoughts about when you walk by and you see the crosses?
It's just sad that they're gone, I mean, I know they're up and they're in a better place, but I'll never get to see them again, and it's sad if you think about it. And I mean, I just wish I could have said one more last goodbye.
Yeah. When you heard the news, what went through your mind?
At first, I had found out off of Snapchat, and I didn't think it was real. I was hoping it wasn't real. I was just hoping it was just rumors. And I got home and turned on the TV, and I found out it was true, and I was just crying.
And Destiny, I see some emotion in you when you found out about the news. What went on in your mind?
It was scary because I was at school, he was at home, and a lot of my friends, they're siblings. I know them, and they passed. It's sad.
You know some of the victims?
Yes. Neve, she's one of my friend's cousin. And then Jayla, she's my friend's sister. And then Jace, he's my friend's cousin.
What kind of people were they?
They were nice kids. They were fun. They were fun to play with. Always smiling. I didn't believe it, but it was true.
What about you? Did you know any of them like your sister does?
I knew a few of them, but just from around town. not really like, you know, in person. Yeah, some of them were my friends' siblings, and it's just, you know, you wish you could have been there for them, and you know, you wish this would never happen, and it's just sad that it happens.
Does it help at all being here and seeing that you're not alone, that there are people from all over that have come to Uvalde to pay their respects and to help with the healing?
Yes, it actually makes me feel a little bit better because it's not just me feeling the pain. It's not, you know, because when I first heard about this, I was in pain, and then I came here, was walking around, you know, paying my respects, and I saw other people feeling the pain too, so it helped me a lot.
Destiny?
It was devastating when I found out. Me and my friends, we were just at school doing our work, and then we just all of a sudden go in lockdown, and we didn't know what was happening. And we went on our phones, and we found out that this was happening, and then I found out that my teacher were hurt, and then I was scared. I wish I would have said last goodbyes.
And you have that moment, at least here, to honor them, and you see their names on their crosses. Does it help in the healing process to see the memorial here and just so many people, not just from Uvalde, but from around the state?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. It's a little comforting?
Yeah. My teachers, I just wish that it didn't happen to them, but I wish it would never happen again.
Yeah.
I hope it never happens again.
We hope the same thing. Thank you,
too.
Josiah.
I know sometimes
Destiny.
it's hard to talk about your emotions at your age, so I really appreciate you guys taking time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much. I'm going to give y'all so brave. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. They can express things that I think both Alicia and I can't, about what they've been through, what they're feeling, and I think when Destiny kept listing off people that she knew that were killed on Tuesday, I mean, that just hit me.
And you can tell that there's still a lot for them to grasp and for them to process. And they're here with their uncle. They did have permission to speak to us, but it's just the pain that they're living through, and then they're trying to make sense of it all. But even right now, off camera, seeing them say hello to their friends and having this moment here with the community, again, it just speaks to how important this exact spot is for the Uvalde community.
Yeah, and the fact that they felt it was important to talk.
Yeah.
And when both of them said, I wish I would have been able to tell my teachers goodbye, and that it never happens again. That's stuff that hits you.
Absolutely, and it reminds us to say I love you, to perhaps reach out to those teachers that have made such a big impact in our lives that we carry to this day. Yeah. Because again, unfortunately, you just never know.
I think we have a couple more guests here to come in.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm Steve Spriester.
Hi, I'm Anita Aguirre.
Anita.
Hi.
Nice
Mike.
to meet you. I'm
Mike.
Alicia.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Your name?
Mike.
Mike.
Anita Aguirre.
Anita. All right, y'all come closer.
Talk about why you felt you needed to be here.
Well,
today.
I came to bring one of my coworkers that works for me. Her name is Lucy Ramirez. She doesn't want to come. She's originally from here. She was raised here. She's taken it very, very hard because she never thought this would happen to her community. She doesn't want to be on camera, but she's hurting very dearly. She was raised here, born here, and everything, and she never thought this would happen to her hometown. And I'm here to support her. And she just can't. And one of them was related to her, and she's taken it very, very hard.
Do you think this helps her being here?
Yes, it is, because she's right over there, and she's broken.
I'm actually going to go over there and bring her right into where we're at without her knowing what I'm going to do. It's okay. It's okay. She needs to. She needs to talk to. She needs to. Hang on 1 second.
Okay. She's hurting. She's hurting so bad. No, so she's hurting. She won't come. But yeah, it's hurting because when you're raised here from little, I mean, she's 60 years old. she doesn't believe this could happen, you know, and like I was telling her, she's in home health, you know, she's in home health, and she can't believe this can happen. This is her community.
And for her and for y'all walking through here and seeing the community and the state that is in, what has she shared? What do you feel?
I feel for her. You know, I was a teacher at one time, you know, and I'm from Kerrville. We're small too. You know, I played the school, you know. I love this town, you know. I hurt for her. I'm going to support her. I'm going to be here for her. You know, she didn't want to get off at the car at first. I told her we're here for her. You know, we're here for everybody, you know. We're going to be here. You know, we're a Hispanic family. You know, we love everybody, you know. We're here. You know, and we got to let everybody know we're here. Hispanic people, we're here. We're a big community. We're here for everybody. And that's how I was raised. My grandmother, she was still here, would be out here supporting everybody, be praying for everybody. And that's what we're here for, you know.
And the Hispanic community, we've seen it in other moments. Yes. We're a loving community.
We are. You know, we'll be saying the rosary for days. Yes.
And I see her over there.
Struggling.
She's struggling, and it's like she doesn't even want to get close to the memorial itself, because it's almost like she doesn't. It's like the reality of it, I think, is what we've seen it, and she's not alone. I've seen people standing under the trees at the outside of the park, just watching, and then they'll eventually move closer and closer until they're around the fountain. So.
I'm letting her do her own thing, and I'm telling her. We went by the brown cross, and she saw the little cousin's cross, and she's like, she wants to touch it, and I told her, you take your time. That's all I can tell her to do. You know, so her name's Lucy. I told her, so it's hard.
And you know, I'm born and raised in El Paso, and I grew up in the neighborhood where that shooting happened in El Paso. So anything like this hits me dead on. I had a lot of family, friends that were, you know, affected by the shooting. I wasn't there, but anything like that. And from day one, Anita has been crying on her phone. I have to go to Uvalde. I have to go to Uvalde. So this morning, here we are. She needed to be here, and so did Lucy. And I wish I could bring her over here right now, because she is really struggling.
We understand 100%.
She's just afraid to break down on,
yes,
you know.
Absolutely.
And I understand that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both so much. When we talk about that secondary trauma that so many experience in your case, you know, linking it back to El Paso, we thank you so much for your testimony and for being.
Thank you for bringing Lucy here.
Yeah,
so much.
Even though we didn't get to meet her,
I know.
I'm glad that you brought her here.
Yeah, and I told her if they need anything, you know, I mean, I'll do anything, funeral expense, whatever it takes. You know, we're here for her family, anybody, you know. And that's the first thing I said. Anybody needs anything, you know, we're here. I mean, we're not multimillionaires, but we'll do whatever it takes to make anybody happy and try to heal everybody, you know. That's what we need to do. So we're here. Thank y'all all for being out here and being in this hot weather,
Yes,
you know.
thank y'all.
But if there's anything we can do, and I told everybody, you know, everybody we're talking to, if there's water, anything, we'll go and buy it, whatever. So God bless you guys. I know it's hard.
Thank you.
Y'all
Yes.
be blessed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Pleasure to meet you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you see here is people, the lady who didn't want to come, I lost a cousin, and just friends saying, no, we need to go.
And providing that support, because it's not easy. We have it here behind us, families who still have not made their way to the front, to the center of that memorial, and to see it play out, how different people make sense of this all or begin their healing process. And in this case, she's not ready.
I want to, and Ursula, you mentioned earlier the writing that's on one of the utility panels here. Let's step out of frame here, and you can actually zoom in, and you see some of the messages. One that says R.I.P. Del Rio. You know, just the different chalk messages that are written up there. One says wading through shards of broken hearts. We with a heart. And I think we have just some video and pictures of the memorials, and I talked about the handwritten notes that are on each of these crosses along with the pictures. And I talked about the fact there are 22 of them here, one of them for the husband of the teacher that was killed, who died of a heart attack just days after that shooting. There's a memorial for him too, and there's actually a message from their children written on there that says, Dad, I know losing Mom was too much for you to take, but we also know that you're in heaven and we are working and fighting for you and Mom's names forever. You will not be forgotten. I mean, it's those kind of messages that you know, they want people to see.
And people have to see it.
That people have to see it.
And
I'm
Steve
also,
and Alicia, I don't think we're lost on the symbolism of the chalk. The fact that these were fourth graders and chalk is one of the tools that they use in their classroom, and they go outside and they do the hopscotch chalk outline and use that chalk for everything, and it's I don't know, that kind of hits home with these when you think about the age and think about the class that these kids were in and what that chalk symbolizes.
Yeah, and there's written in chalk, David, that I can see right now. It says, "We love you, Uvalde from Bay City. Love from League City." I mean, love from just so many things written in chalk. And then there's just little designs. There's little hearts. There's little things that, you know, there's a box of chalk there's boxes of chalk that are spread out in different areas around here. And people are encouraged to just pick those up and write on them. I think we have another family that's going to join us now. Come on in here. We'll give you the nice shady spot over there. I'm Steve. Kimberly.
Kimberly.
Amberly.
Kelly.
All right, come on closer to me. There we go.
Are you guys from Uvalde?
Yes.
Talk about what being here means to you.
We just wanted to come out here and support. We've had some family members that were lost and friends and things like that. So we just wanted to come out, and we hadn't been out here, so we wanted to take some time today to come do that.
Will you give us the names of the loved ones that were lost? Because I want to, and kind of a little bit about them, because that's what I want us to focus on through this whole thing.
Okay. Rogelio Torres, Eliana Torres, and my daughter's sister lost her little sister, Lexi Rubio.
Yeah. Did you guys know these youngsters?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit about them.
I don't really know what to say. They were just really sweet, kind. Yeah, Lexi was very shy. She was sweet.
What about you? Do you remember anything about them? No. It's okay. That's all right.
It's hard to talk about it, I know, but...
And walking through the memorial, since you knew them, what does it feel?
It's just heartbreaking to see that they lost their lives like this. It's sad.
And for you, Mom, just knowing that the community is coming together, is this helping you?
Yes. I mean, it's good to see everybody together and supporting each other, and it's a very tight-knit community, so we're all trying to be there for each other as best we can. But it's sad, but I mean...
Did your girls go to Robb Elementary?
No.
They didn't?
No.
Okay. I wondered if they knew the teachers or any of that.
No. I don't think they knew these specific teachers. They know teachers at Robb, but not these specific ones.
How are the parents that you know doing?
I mean, they're struggling. They're trying. I've been out to visit a few different parents, and it's hard, and it's just, I mean, it's kind of, they're at a loss for words. I wouldn't even dare ask, how are you? Because that's a silly question.
Yeah. Is it, what do you, obviously we have people that are watching from all over, but what do you want people to know about Uvalde, and how do you think Uvalde will heal from this?
In healing, I think it's just taking it. I was telling a friend of mine yesterday, I was like, I don't even think at this point it's one day at a time. I think it's just one moment at a time, and just kind of dealing with things as they come the best we can. But Uvalde is, it's sad that, this is what got Uvalde known, but Uvalde actually is not a bad place to be. Uvalde is a very good place, safe place that I've never had concerns as a parent for anything like this. So I don't know what that's going to do.
What do you want people to know about your hometown?
The same thing she said. We're safe. I've never like gone to school and was scared that somebody was gonna hurt us. Our teachers I remember going in the lockdown and our teachers were just like, we're gonna be okay, like we're gonna get out, it's gonna be fine. But I've never been scared like this before.
Thank you for
both so
taking
much.
time to talk to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank y'all so much. We appreciate y'all's time.
Steve and Alicia, just so you'll know, we're now looking at video. First Lady, it looked like they were walking into the church, but it was hard to tell if they were walking in or if that was a video of them leaving. So that's what we were seeing while you were part of it.
There you go. This is the video we were referring to. It looks like they're going into the church. Again, we were kept pretty far away, and we're only able to get a few clips here and there from a pool camera or from our own telescopic view. They went into the Sacred Heart Church. They are, I'm told, now headed over to Uvalde County Event Center, which is another private event that we're not going to have video of, because it is where the victims and the survivors, families of the victims and the survivors are gathering. I do want to make mention, I got an email message from someone in Uvalde who wanted to send this thought forward to keep the teachers and students in prayer. We have some students and 2 teachers in hospitals in San Antonio, and we'll never be the same. It is important to remember there are still people who are physically in the hospital with traumatic injury, not just to their psyche and emotionally, but physically. They're going to have a long road ahead of them.
And seeing the President and the First Lady walk into that church reminds you what this day is about. This day is about remembering. It's about honoring. It's about praying and asking God to wrap his arms around that community, those victims and the survivors of that tragic day. And it seems to be a running theme through these interviews that we've heard Steve and Alicia and Lee do, that this community is built on faith. And hopefully God will continue to be a part of that community and wrap his arms around those people. That's what we pray for every minute. And that faith will help heal. It's going to be, as this one woman said, it's not days and months, it's one moment at a time.
Yeah.
And I think that's the most important thing about this day is
I spoke with one of the survivors of this event earlier this week. She said it was way too soon for her to go public with what she endured. But I can tell you that she's a brave woman. She's a teacher. And her child was in another classroom. And her husband broke into that classroom and got her and her child out. There was a lot of emotion involved in that. And one day we're going to be able to talk to all these people. But right now, emotionally, they're just not in a place where they can talk. It's just too close.
Can only imagine.
And of course the child is the number one priority right now, trying to get that child back to being a child again.
We've heard from 2 survivors from that classroom, and it's heartbreaking to listen to them talk about what was going on in that classroom at the time. It's almost as heartbreaking to listen to these kids talk about their friends, the kids that are their age.
There's such a small town. Everybody knows everybody.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And I think Lee Waldman has been outside that Catholic church where they had that service pretty much all morning long. And I think we're going to go to her now with an update on some of the people that she was able to talk to.
Yeah, we were standing here on the corner, and as that mass let out and after Biden's motorcade passed us, people started to disperse that were inside of the church, and they said it was an emotional ceremony. They said there was just kind of an air of sadness. They were honored that the president and the first lady were there, as well as the governor was there. But we spoke with two women who are sisters. They came all the way here from Corville. They said they just wanted to experience this moment and experience the sadness. And they talked to me about that Mass and about the service that they heard. And they said the service, it focused around loving one another. They said that was the big message they hope people take away from what they experienced inside of that church is we need more love for our neighbors, for people we don't know. Instead of all of this hatred, we need to have love. And I believe that we have a soundbite from those two women. Let's go ahead and listen to it now.
So where do you go from here is what the question is. What do you do that's best for everybody and not overreact, but then you have to overreact. So how do you get there and move forward? Because I know this will come behind us, but at a price. And then what are we going to do when the next one comes up?
So that was also something that they prayed for. They prayed for our elected leaders to have clarity when they move on from this kind of a situation, because that seems to be the resounding message. What do we do here to make sure that this never happens again? I've seen a hashtag on social media saying, let Lexi be the last. And Lexi is the name of one of those victims that was killed inside of that school. And her parents had started that hashtag saying, let these children be the last ones that have to experience something like this. And that woman, she said it, you need to overreact. You don't want to, but you need to overreact. You need to act so this doesn't happen again. And that's what they're also praying for. On top of loving one another, they're praying that our elected leaders have some kind of clarity and ways to fix this so we don't have more parents, more loved ones having to lay their loved ones to rest and that are taken from us way too soon.
Lee, I think that's one of the things that we've heard this past week is there's been so much division about this particular subject that this week the minority leader of the Senate, Mitch McConnell, asked the senator from Texas to come up with a plan and get together with the other side of the aisle, get together with some Democrats and come up with a plan and come up with something that we can do to help solve this problem. So I think maybe with people like the folks that you just interviewed, I think maybe that the message across this country is something needs to be done. And if people like the young folks that we've been hearing from this morning, the 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds continue to speak up, I think these elected leaders are going to be forced to actually sit down at a table and come up with a plan and come up with a solution to this problem.
And we did have some breaking news just a little while ago that the Justice Department had announced that it was going to conduct a review of the law enforcement response to the school shooting there in Uvalde, and that all of the results were going to be made public. That may take us a little bit further along in that regard. The review, according to the release from the Justice Department, comes amid mounting pressure and questions about the shifting and at times contradictory information about what happened in the shooting last Tuesday and how police responded. The Justice Department spokesperson Anthony Cooley said the review would be conducted in a fair, impartial, and independent manner, and that all of the findings would be made public again.
Unfortunately, today is just another continuing day of the grief that these folks are going through. As Lee Waldman reported a little bit earlier, it appears that one of the first funerals will take place tomorrow, and that will be another emotional day and another emotional week for these folks in Uvalde.
And this is the lineup of events that have occurred so far today and those yet to come. The president left early this morning from Delaware on Air Force One, arriving in San Antonio at Kelly Field at 10:10 in the morning, then hopped on Marine One, the helicopter, the presidential helicopter, with a big group of Secret Service and press corps alongside him in other helicopters, flying to Uvalde, to Garner Field. He immediately kind of changed course, which I thought was kind of interesting, because the official memorial at the school is where he was intended to go, but instead he made a little detour and the motorcade went to the middle of the city, where there is another memorial, an unofficial memorial that is where all the town is gathering and all the visitors to the city are gathering with flowers, and there's all kinds of comfort services and counseling available. And so he went past there with a beautiful choir singing, serenading him as he went by. A little bit of spontaneity here on such a sad occasion. But I'm sure it warmed the hearts of many people.
Steve Spracer said that this choir is actually made up of a lot of folks from a church there in Uvalde, but they've had people from Austin and San Antonio come and join them, and they've been out there just about every day, just singing and trying to comfort those people who come by this memorial at Town Square Park. And then when that motorcade came by, that choir went over to the curb and just kept singing. And Steve told us that it was just, other than listening to the choir, there was no noise, there was no cheering, there was no clapping, just maybe a wave or two as the president drove by. But that solemn sight continued as the president left, and you can see that some of the pictures from those memorials. He actually went to Robb Elementary, where we know there was another memorial, and that is one that was pretty well guarded because it's still being guarded by police and DPS. And we know that the First Lady and the President laid, here's some of that video for you. They laid some flowers there at the elementary school sign. And then after laying those flowers, they walked by pictures of each one of the victims, the 19 students and the 2 teachers. And you can see them here in just a second. You can see both of them even reach out and kind of touch those pictures. So you know that was a very emotional moment for the president and the First Lady. There you can see the First Lady touching one of those pictures. And we've talked about how she's a teacher, currently a teacher. She teaches some college classes, and so you can only imagine as she's walking down, touching these students' pictures and seeing the teachers that were there, what some of the thoughts that are going through her as she mourns the loss of these beautiful 4th graders there in Uvalde.
We actually talked to the pastor of the church where the serenading of the president took place, and he explained what they've been doing, and really the whole point is to lift the spirits and to provide solace for the people of Uvalde. Let's listen to that interview.
I've seen firsthand the pain of the families. At the church, we've given away food. We've done several activities for the families, and we see the pain that they're going through. So to us as a community, it's important to join them because we're all Uvalde in this moment.
Again, that was the pastor of the Light of the World Church there in Uvalde, and just talking about why they keep going down there and keep performing for those folks who want to pay their respects and begin the healing process, which is going to take a long time. As one lady said, it's just one moment at a time for those folks.
And there are people who are coming in from all around the country. Their idea is to somehow provide comfort to the people who are coming there grieving. Some of the people coming in to grieve, that we saw just a few minutes ago, are people who are still sort of shell-shocked by the loss of someone they're close to or a family member. And so they don't even want to get too close to the memorial because they're just so overcome with emotion. But there's a lot of people there offering comfort. And we have video of one woman who's going around basically offering hugs to all of these people. And in these days, we're having a little bit of video problems, but we had comfort dogs.
We've
got
stuffed animals.
Stuffed animals, a group that came in from Del Rio for that. We've got a lady who came in from Cleveland. We had another person who came in from Pleasanton. All of these people coming together, trying to find some way to make a difference and make those grieving feel just a little bit better, give them something to smile about. And I'm overwhelmed with the generosity and the caring that we are seeing in Uvalde today.
We are going to take a break in just a second for a while, because we know the president and the First Lady are now meeting with the families and the victims and survivors over at the Uvalde County Event Center in Uvalde. And this is a very personal and very private meeting, so there are no cameras in this meeting, so we won't be able to bring you much of what goes on there till after it's over. So we are going to take a break for a little bit here, and we will come back when we have some more information for you, and we can hopefully hear
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Live from KSAT 12, the news at 5:30 starts right now.
The somber sounds of respect, honoring the lives of 19 students and 2 teachers killed in Uvalde Tuesday.
They were nice kids. They were fun to play with, always smiling.
President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden visiting Uvalde to pay their respects as a community grieves.
And to see those little faces on those crosses, it's not right. This should not have been something that happened.
As memorials grow, so does the crowd of visitors hoping to heal.
I feel heartbroken for all the kids and all the parents because they're not going to be able to see their child no more.
Everyone trying to help in their own way.
That's what the choir's been doing. They've been singing songs of comfort for this community.
Today's visit from the White House is not over yet. Our coverage continues right now on the news at 5:30.
Everything that's happening here, all the support, all the love, it's something that was needed.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. We continue now with our coverage of the president's visit to Uvalde today. We have team coverage tonight. We start with our Steve Spriester, who is live there in the town square in Uvalde.
Yeah, that's where the memorial has been set up for the victims of the shooting. Steve, you've been there all day. We saw earlier today a massive outpouring of people arriving to pay their respects there. The crowd seems to be growing. What's the mood like there now?
Absolutely, Courtney and Tim. The crowd has been growing as the day has continued on. A lot of people echoing the same things. They just felt like they needed to be here. I want to show you a T-shirt that was just handed to me moments ago. Know their faces, remember their names. A lady in San Antonio actually made this, and it has the teachers in front, and then each of the students, each of those 19 students that are depicted on this T-shirt. And the lady from San Antonio said she came here because she wanted to give these out to family members. But I thought that summed up exactly what a lot of people are echoing here. When you see the faces of the students, the young, innocent lives lost, it can't help but affect you. And today, there were certain things where words didn't describe, including when a choir showed up here right after they left their church service. Take a listen and some of the scenes from that. There are messages at this makeshift memorial from as far away as New York City, Columbine. You're seeing Bay City, Lig City, Weslaco, and of course, almost every community in South Texas showing up to show their support for Uvalde, to show their support for Uvalde Strong. I was struck today, though, by an interview that we did with two particular people. One, a mother, one, a young student with a sign that simply said, "I want to be a dentist. Don't kill me." An 11-year-old with that message. Listen.
It's hard to think that in a couple of years I have to send her and know that you don't know what's gonna happen. And I know it's scary for the parents. It's not right. This should not have been something that happened.
If we want to heal, we need some new rules, because if we don't change nothing, it's gonna be the same and it's gonna happen again and again.
And that is what you notice as you stand here, as I have through most of the day. You notice a couple things. You notice that it is very quiet, and maybe at the edge of Town Square Park, people are talking, people are visiting. But as you get closer and closer to these crosses that are behind me, and you see the messages that are written on them, it is quiet. You hear some prayers, you hear some contemplation, you hear some meditation, but there is a quietness that has kind of overtaken this park, which is for many people sacred ground. And I think you also notice the very young people that are here, the 8, 9, 10-year-olds. 11-year-old was the young girl who said we need to change our rules, that have shown up here because it has perhaps affected them as much as it has affected anybody. Seeing people that were their ages, people that some of them knew very well, that are no longer with us. Again, the president's visit, also a big part of today. He did not visit this makeshift memorial, but he did visit the memorial at Robb Elementary, the scene of the shooting on Tuesday. That's where our Lee Waldman joins us live.
Steve, we're just feet away from Robb Elementary School, the site of that tragic shooting that happened on Tuesday. But beside me here, a long line of people wanting to lay flowers as a tribute to all of those lives that were so tragically taken that day. Earlier on in the day today, we were outside of Sacred Heart Catholic Church, where a crowd was waiting for the president and the first lady. Let's go ahead and take a look at some video of them entering inside of that church. You can see that parking lot also completely full. One man I talked to in the area said this This is one of the main churches. Every Sunday, it's filled with people. Cameras weren't allowed inside of that church, but we have notes from reporters inside. They said once the service started, one of the leaders began by saying, quote, "In the midst of collapse and devastation, we have come once more to our house to pray and to be together," unquote. That devastation felt outside. A grandmother and granddaughter I spoke with described how these last 5 days have been.
We're very sad. It's so devastating. And we're angry at the same time. But the whole community is so sad. And we can't even sleep.
I'm being sad because my brother was in elementary school, but my brother didn't get shot because he made it out of the window.
Violet, that 7-year-old girl you can see in the video, she's holding her stuffed animal she named Sweetie. She got Sweetie yesterday. She tells me she was terrified the shooter would come to her school next. She had no idea what was going to be happening. Her grandmother says she's thankful that the president was here, but says her community, they need those prayers to continue long past today, long past this week, and on to the many months that are ahead. Now, tonight on the Night Beat, we're going to be wrapping up the president's visit today and speaking with people along the way. Live from Robb Elementary, Lee Waldman, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Lee and Steve. Everyone in Uvalde today has their minds on the survivors and victims' families like Brianna Ruiz and her 9-year-old son, Daniel Garza.
Daniel was in the school during the shooting, saying he saw the gunman through the window and watched his teacher lock the door, then play dead on the floor while coaching students to remain quiet. One of the victims was Daniel's cousin and Brianna's niece.
The same child that I dropped off that morning, I feel like a piece of him stayed there. Because when I did get him back, he wasn't the same anymore. And I know it's going to take time and it's going to be a long road of recovery.
Another painful piece of this, Brianna said she once taught the shooter who claimed all of these innocent lives.
Stories like that one, many very similar to what the president has been hearing all day today in Uvalde. His day-long trip through the town now winding down.
About an hour ago, he met with first responders there in Uvalde. Our Alicia Barrera is live outside of Gardner Field, where the president is set to take off in the next few minutes. Alicia, we know it's so hot out there. Are there people waiting outside for him?
Absolutely, and they've been waiting here for already a couple of hours, lining up their car, knowing that space is limited. Of course, this area very restricted by Secret Service and police officers that have traveled across the state to here to Uvalde. So they're definitely, we're standing. I want to show you exactly where the president is right now. So he's to my left, and we're going to pan over there. That's one of the hangars where he's meeting with first responders. And so people have lined up to the edge where we're at. And they extend all the way down, which is this whole Gardner Field Airport area. A lot of them right now, after that motorcade made it from the helicopter area to where they are inside now at the hangar, they went to go cool off in their cars. You can understand that. So it is pretty hot. It is really windy because of those helicopters. But, one thing that I want to speak on is we made it out to the town square earlier today, and it's somber, it's sad. You see people crying, hugging, embracing one another. But here, this was the first moment of kind of excitement, if you will, that we witnessed. There were a group of about 3-4 siblings, and the moment they saw that motorcade make its way across the hangar here, they jumped up. They were so excited. Some had their iPads, others their cell phones. And I asked them, what they feel knowing that the president is here in their town. And, they just kind of smile and nod. And when really in the town square, you see the complete opposite to where they're just holding on to mom and dad's leg, just nervous of what may happen to them. But here, again, the mood is a little different. Right now, we know that the President Joe Biden is meeting with first responders inside that hangar that is private. We were hoping to get some access to see how that is happening. But again, that's being done in private. So we'll wait around here. We know that he'll be taking off just behind where we're standing. You can see those helicopters over there in that area. So again, he should be departing any moment. It looks like they are on schedule to make it back to San Antonio later this evening. In Uvalde, Alicia Barrera, KSAT 12 News.
Thank you, Alicia. And here is a look at Kelly Field live here in San Antonio. Once the President and First Lady board Marine One, they will take that back here to Kelly Field, where they will hop on Air Force One. The President's set to leave the city within the next hour or so. We have a crew there, and we will bring that to you live when it happens. Meanwhile, the Justice Department says they will review the police response to the school shooting in Uvalde that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead.
Today, a DOJ spokesman announced it will conduct a critical incident review at the request of Uvalde's mayor, Don McLaughlin. Texas officials and law enforcement have been under intense scrutiny for the way officers responded to the shooting.
Some parents say a quicker response could have saved children's lives. The Justice Department says the assessment will be fair, transparent, and independent. It also plans to publish its findings once that review is finished.
Coming up on the news at 5:30, a San Antonio corrections officer out of a job tonight. Still ahead, details on what landed him on the opposite side of jail walls.
Plus, investigators busy with multiple weekend shootings, including one involving a San Antonio police officer. The latest details right after this break.
New at 5, a probation corrections officer is behind bars for attempting to smuggle drugs into the Bexar County Jail. According to the sheriff's office, an inmate was caught speaking in code on a phone call, leading deputies to discover an operation to smuggle drugs into the jail. An investigation revealed 21-year-old Colby A. Counts Ramirez was arrested for alleged involvement after being caught with marijuana and synthetic cannabis in his vehicle outside the jail. He has now been charged with criminal conspiracy to commit substances in a correction facility, possession of a controlled substance, and possession of marijuana. At this time, investigators say Ramirez is still under questioning as they try to find out what other people were involved.
Lots of questions tonight after a man was shot and killed overnight. It all happened just before 4 o'clock this morning on Eisenhower Road near Austin Highway. That's over on the northeast side of town. Police tell us there was a disturbance in a parking lot there. Shots were fired and a man was hit twice. He died at the scene. Right now, investigators do not have much to go on, but they believe the suspect who shot him is a man.
And another shooting overnight. This one happened at 245 near Goliad Road and Fair Avenue on the south side. According to Police Chief William McManus, a man was reportedly waving a gun in the air. Officers set up a perimeter and tried to make contact with the suspect. That's when we're told the suspect pointed his weapon toward the police and an officer shot the suspect. He was taken to the hospital in critical condition. That officer on administrative leave as the investigation unfolds.
Feeling like summer in the unofficial start to summer. We got up to 99 degrees for the high temperature, and there you can see live cam is shaking because it is very windy outside, gusts of up to 35 miles per hour. We're going to continue to see the wind into tomorrow, Memorial Day. The aquifer is up 0.4 of a foot over the past 24 hours. As for the pollen count, 4 allergens out there. Molds are moderate today, grass, pine, pigweed, all low. A lot of people going to be trying to stay cool on the Comal and Guadalupe tomorrow. Here's your floating forecast. 97 for the high temperature. Again, windy with gusts up to 35 miles per hour. Very high UV index. Make sure to protect that skin. Skin damage time within less than 20 minutes. I'll be back with a look at the tropics and, of course, what you can expect in the week ahead. Welcome back. What a hot day out there. Take a look outside right now. It's 98 degrees. Winds, though, are the big story at the moment. From the southeast, sustained at 25 miles per hour, but gusting up to 36 miles per hour. It is going to continue to be windy tonight and into tomorrow, Memorial Day. Here's a look at your temperatures out there right now. Hotter out to the west, just hot everywhere, though. 102 Eagle Pass, 101 in Del Rio, 99 in Hondo, 95 Kerrville, 96 in New Braunfels. A closer metro view. Are you all right out there, Castroville? It's 99 degrees. 96 in New Braunfels, 94 in Seguin, 91 in Bernie, and 95 up in Comfort. But again, the winds are the big story out there right now. Wind gusts anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour. And take a look. Wind gusts tomorrow for Memorial Day going to be right around the same, anywhere from 25 to 35 mile per hour wind gusts from the southeast. Now, that's going to feel okay in the shade, right? That's going to help cool you down, but it could be a bit of a nuisance if you have any outdoor plans, backyard barbecues, grilling, those kinds of things. Stuff could be flying tomorrow because of those wind gusts. Here's a look at your KSAT 12-hour forecast for Memorial Day. We're going to start off with clouds in the morning, and those clouds are going to be a bit more stubborn than the last few mornings. We'll be looking at skies clearing, though, by 10 o'clock and through about lunch. We'll be looking at mostly sunny skies. Temperatures will climb into the 90s in the afternoon, and as for the high, just shaving off a couple of degrees from today. Still hot, though, 97 degrees, mostly sunny and windy tomorrow for Memorial Day. All in all, feeling a lot like summer. If you have outdoor plans, you're going to need the shades, the sunscreen, everything to keep yourself cool because it's going to be hot. Now, unfortunately, you don't need me to tell you this, but we have a pretty bad drought out there, extreme and exceptional drought across south central Texas. And this time of year, into May, early June, it's typically one of the rainiest times of the year for us. But unfortunately, we just don't have a good chance for rain over the next 7 days. Now, also this time of year, we typically have to rely on tropical systems to bring us any rain. There is a hurricane out in the Pacific, Hurricane Agatha, a Category 2 hurricane, expected to make landfall along the Oaxacan coast as a Category 3 hurricane. The energy from this system may end up reforming in the Gulf of Mexico, only a 30% chance, but either way, because there's a ridge of high pressure in place over Texas, that's going to keep out any rain for the Texas coast and south central Texas. So unfortunately, during one of the rainiest times of the year, we are bone dry. Again, tomorrow, morning clouds, afternoon sun, 97 for the high on Memorial Day. Looking ahead to the rest of the week, highs will be in the mid to upper 90s. We'll be back after this.
And that's where they will hop back on to Air Force One and fly back to Delaware tonight. So that's the scene there in Uvalde right now. He has spent the better part of the day there meeting with families. One of his last things that he did there was to meet with first responders there, we believe in a hangar, before hopping on to Marine One.
Yeah, we've been covering this all morning and all afternoon and now into the evening, and it's been a long day for them. You know, they met privately with those first responders. That's why you didn't see any shots inside that hangar. They also met privately with the families, but you know, we were following that motorcade through Uvalde. It's a very small town in there, so a lot of people lined up across the streets and were able to wave to the president and first lady. And he attended that mass at Sacred Heart Catholic Church. And now here he is ending his trip in Uvalde at Marine One.
One of the most difficult jobs for a president is to be the mourner-in-chief. Joe Biden has done it quite a bit as vice president and now as president today, all day doing this. So as we continue to watch these pictures, I want to kind of set the scene for you. We are going to come back at the end of this show and continue our coverage with Steve and Alicia and Lee and just kind of wrap up the day's events.
Right, so we're going to take a quick break, but come back and stay with us for the rest of this coverage.
It has been a gathering place for the last several days, but especially today. We have had a number of people who have come here just feeling compelled to be part of what is happening. We saw the mayor here, we have seen Congress people here, and we are now joined by State Senator Roland Gutierrez. Uvalde is part of your district.
That's right.
You have been very vocal telling the governor during a news conference the other day, we need to be called back for a special session. Before you talk about that, talk about the personal aspect of this, because I have seen you talking to a lot of people. I've seen you walk around and look at the different crosses and the faces that are on there. Talk about how this has been for you.
Well, Steve, I've been here since Tuesday morning and night. I get here very early. It's 90 minutes from my house. I leave midnight and get home at 1:30. Every day's kind of been the same, and it feels like every day is the same. At the end of the day, I'm just trying to visit all the families I can, make sure that they know that we're here for them, the state of Texas is here for them, they have adequate resources, and that we're going to find additional resources so that they can go on with their lives. We can never ever bring back these children to them, but we've got to find something that makes them feel like at least that they know they're loved.
Talk about the fact that you are opening up an office in Uvalde starting tomorrow.
We have, I'm moving my Eagle Pass office for the next couple of years. I made that decision last night, and I'm moving it over here to Uvalde. This is now going to be for the rest of my political career, the issue that I work on, because I don't want any one of my colleagues to ever go through what I've been going through. My emotions have been up and down, but it's nothing compared to what these families have been going through. They're on the roller coaster ride that none of us could ever want.
Do you think we're going to see a special session? Do you think there's momentum for a special session?
I've demanded it. The Senate Democratic Caucus has demanded it. We're going to continue to keep demanding it with the governor. And listen, we've got 80 plus days until we go back to school. Every day we're going to be talking about a special session. He has to do something. Republican constituents call me and they tell me, hey, we need to raise the age limit. How is it that an 18-year-old can get a gun down the street, 1,800 rounds of ammunition, buy another gun the next day, and nobody bats an eyelash? If that isn't a red flag, I don't know what is. It is high time for common sense gun solutions. We can do it. I've sat down with many Republican constituents. It's time that Greg Abbott tells the NRA to get the hell out of here. Let us make decent solutions here for Texans.
Let's put politics aside, personal level. I think correct me if I'm wrong, the first funeral is tomorrow. You have talked to these family members. You've talked to people that are hurting. What are they telling you, and what are you telling them?
Steve, they're just destroyed. You can only tell them that you're going to be here for them, that they have a new friend, and they have someone that's not going away. That's what the president told me today. He said, I'm not going away. He says, I'm going to bring you resources. We're going to look to raise that school, build a new one. We're going to look to getting real money for mental health care. This is a community that is going to need therapy. There's one psychiatrist in Uvalde, very few mental health therapists. We're going to change that. It is a must. I've asked Abbott to give us $2 million to fund a community health clinic. He has yet to do it. We're going to keep pushing him on that. It's personal, but it's also the fact that we have to make sure that we hold these people accountable. I'll tell you what many have told me. Don't let my child's death be in vain. Make sure that they do something. And so I'm going to talk about this until Greg Abbott and my Republican colleagues do something.
I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You got a pledge from the president today that they will basically knock down Robb Elementary and rebuild a new school.
There's a federal grant process for it. It gives these, and that's the sad part. There's a federal protocol for schools like Columbine and others where they give you up to $45 million. What kind of world are we living in that legislation was created for raising these schools?
Yeah.
I mean, it makes no sense. I can't tell you how many little children that I've talked to that don't want to go back into that building.
Of course.
They're just traumatized. They're just destroyed.
And that's what I've noticed is the kids that are here. The kids that are 8, 9, 10, 11-year-olds, like many of those students that were in that school that day, are here dropping off the flowers, talking about what they want to see happen.
I had a little boy yesterday. His parents, they couldn't get through. They weren't letting anybody drop off flowers. And they asked me, can you get us through? And I called one of the troopers. Little boy was from Del Rio. And his parents asked me to grant him permission to go up there. And he was just bawling. He begged his parents. He just wanted to come here. He must have been in the 4th grade, 3rd grade.
Yep.
And this little boy was just bawling. And he didn't know any of these kids. But he was just bawling, man. That scene, I've seen 100 times at Robb. I've seen it 100 times here. I've spent every day here, and I'm not leaving. We're going to bury these children.
And you're visiting with a family member tonight, as I understand.
I'm visiting with a family. I wanted to give everybody their space. I've lost loved ones. All you want to do is just have your close family. And so the last 48 hours, I've been meeting more and more families. I'll keep doing that. And of course, very respectful This is just about them knowing that they're going to have, that the goods and services of government, at least through their government official, their elected official, are going to be here.
Question I've asked people from this community: how does Uvalde come back from this? How do you think this community comes back from this? It's a strong community. We have seen the strength, we've seen the compassion, we've seen the love, but this is a trauma for this entire community and this entire region of the state.
You know, Steve, we got to start talking to each other more. I mean, and I don't want to make this a partisan discussion, but whether it's partisanship or race or color or religion, we just have to start knowing that we're really the same. We have the same kids that want to go to, that have dreams and aspirations. And I think that that's what's happening now in Uvalde more, is that everybody's hugging each other and they're loving each other. And it's really that simple. It's really love, right? I talked to the mayor today, and we're at different parties. And I said, and when we were talking about solutions, I said, you help me tell this governor we need a special. Because you and I could agree on 3 things. And he says, yeah, we could.
Yeah.
It's about really just talking, being there for one another. It's something that is just lacking in our society now. And just this understanding that we all want the same things. We're going to be okay. Those families, unfortunately, will never, ever get their little children back. But we have to at least let them know that we love them. And they're not alone. And they're not alone. As long as people know they're not alone, you know, we'll get them through this.
State Senator Roland Gutierrez, as always, appreciate your time. We go way back.
Yes, sir.
So it's great to see you.
Yes, sir. Glad to see you here today.
Thank you. Please give my thoughts and prayers to the family members that you talk to, because they're not alone.
That's it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, bro. All right. Certainly an emotional interview with State Senator Roland Gutierrez. They're talking about what he talked to the president about, what he plans to do. He's going to move his field office, one of them from Eagle Pass to here in Uvalde. He's going to start a countdown to the start of school to try to figure out what's going to change, what is going to happen. You might also notice that I've been talking about how quiet it is and somber it is. There is lady singing songs over here to my right. That's just put up some speakers for some of the people that are assembled here. So the quietness has been broken for the moment, but the tears that you saw shed by the state senator are far from the only tears that we've seen here so far today. Tim and Courtney, back to you in the studio.
Steve, thank you so much for that. And that interview, that emotional interview with State Senator Roland Gutierrez, just shows how heavy it is out there, and to be able to see all of this. What I noted, and what we noted earlier, what I noticed in our coverage earlier, were you saw Republicans there, you saw the governor there, you saw U.S. Congressman Tony Gonzalez there, and then you saw the president, and you saw Gutierrez, and nothing political was happening today. That was set aside to put the victims first, and to put these families first, and to put Uvalde first. And I just thought that was really impressive when he just said, we got to start talking to each other. We're really all the same.
Yeah, we all want the same thing. We want our kids to be safe. We want our families to be safe. Doesn't matter if you're Republican, Democrat, Independent. We have to figure out a way to come together. Yeah. And if this horrible tragedy is some way that we can do that, let's figure out a way to do that. I want to continue our coverage. As Steve was talking there with State Senator Roland Gutierrez, you saw on the other side of the screen the President and First Lady taking off in Marine One from Garner Field, now on their way back here to San Antonio. Well, they will hook up with Air Force One before heading back to the Washington, D.C. area. Our Alicia Barrera has been out there at Garner Field all day. You saw the helicopters take off, and you've been talking to some people who were lined up there at the fences waiting to see the President today.
Yes, once they saw that movement from the hangar over to where Marine One was, they got really excited, got out of their cars, and you could just see this whole fence lined with families from Uvalde, some knowing that the president was going to take off around this time from here, others not knowing, but seeing that there was a lot of traffic, so they wanted to pull over. Alonso Diaz, he is from Uvalde. He's here with his wife. You told me that in the morning you wanted to see the president. Were you able to catch a glimpse?
I was able to catch him with my grandson, Brandon. And we watched him come in, videotaped it, with my cell phone. And it was very emotional, very exciting. And I was glad that I was able to see that, because it's once in a lifetime.
And to you, what does it mean? We were speaking off camera here, and you mentioned that obviously these last few days have been heart-wrenching. Your wife works for Uvalde, a consolidated ISD,
yes,
and y'all have just cried so much. But today, what does it mean for you and your wife and the community of Uvalde?
Well, it means that hopefully the president was able to console the victims' parents, and maybe he can bring a little bit of, not closure, but satisfaction of things to come, that he's going to be able to take care of them, as far as finding out what really happened and maybe getting some justice for their deaths.
And these victims, you're connected in some way, somehow. How are you doing?
We're trying, it's been a lot of crying, a lot of praying, and visiting the memorials, and it's just been hard, One of her neighbors, Joe Garcia and Irma, passed away. She passed away in the shooting. And then our friend's children, Felix Rubio's daughter, she was one of the victims. So it's been very trying.
You mentioned your neighbor, the Garcias, Joe Garcia and his wife. What do you remember about them? What would you like to share with the community so they don't forget them?
Very nice people, just outgoing people. So.
I see you have your binoculars, so obviously you were well prepared. What were you able to get a glimpse of here?
Actually, I always have my binoculars because of my grandkids in sports, so I carry with them in my vehicle all the time. And so I remember I had them, and I told my wife, let's get up closer to the fence so we can actually get to see. And I couldn't tell, where the president was, but I actually got to see people get in and take off. So it was pretty exciting.
Mr. Diaz, you mentioned that your wife is an employee for the school district. Yes. So for her, how is she doing, and what does this visit mean for her and her healing?
She's doing, again, well, very trying, a lot of praying, a lot of crying, but she's doing fine. She's resilient, so she'll be fine.
The entire community of Uvalde, very resilient. Thank you so much for your time and for being out here and speaking to us. Thank you so much. And there you have it. I mean, just so many families making it out here today to just catch a glimpse. And earlier during our 5:30 newscast, I mentioned that perhaps this here was the first moment that I personally witnessed some joy. And like Mr. Diaz says, perhaps this doesn't bring closure, but at least it's a step in their healing process. Courtney, Tim?
Thank you, Alicia. Been out there for several days and out there all day for us today. We certainly appreciate it. As we continue our coverage here, presidential visit, always a big newsmaker. That's what's been the news of the day. But the other thing that really happened as a result of this today is that the Department of Justice announced that it is going to be opening up an independent investigation into the law enforcement response to this and everything that happened. And that is really unusual.
It is unusual. The press release that we received before you saw that push alert, probably from KSAT, was that this is typically done on a local law enforcement level, but there has been so much push and scrutiny for the confusion about what actually happened, why the shooter was in there for so long, and they'll be looking into that. They were told once the tactical team was assembled with enough gear, they were ordered not to enter that school because they believed that it had been a suspect barricaded in the school and not an actual active shooter still. So that will be interesting to see how this investigation is different than it typically would be in these types of situations.
I mean, these things typically follow a textbook and the way that they go, and this one's so different from so many that we've had. It's unfortunate there's so many that we remember over the years, but this one very different. A lot of lessons to be learned from that, and hopefully that Department of Justice investigation will get to the bottom of some of that so this never happens again. In the meantime, where all of this happened on Tuesday, Robb Elementary School, that has been the focus, where a lot of other folks, if they're not at the Town Square Park leaving memorials there, there's also a growing memorial there at the school too.
Yeah, it is. Our Lee Waldman has been there all day, all afternoon rather, and she is here right now. Lee, are there more people that have gathered? Because I know that that's the case with the other memorial in the center of town.
Well, Courtney, Tim, look off to my side here. You can see a huge line of people wanting to drop off flowers, teddy bears, anything that they can, even just wanting to get a glimpse of the sign at the school, wanting to pay their respects for the lives that were lost, lives that were so tragically taken here on Tuesday. Actually, follow me. You can see this line extends down this block. You can see so many people wanting and waiting just to offer their prayers, their condolences, because this is a horrific tragedy that happened here at this elementary school. The sign at the front of the school has so many flowers and teddy bears and crosses now at the front of it. There's actually crosses with each of those victims' faces with a picture there, so people can see who was taken on Tuesday after just a hateful act took place at this elementary school. 2 days, let's keep that in mind, 2 days before school was supposed to be out for the summertime. You know, the people we've talked to today who call this community home, who have known victims, who have known victims' families. There's so much sadness here today, so many tears still being shed. We were here on Tuesday, just hours after the shooting happened, and that raw emotion we felt that day, you can still feel it here. Other than people walking up and the rustling of flowers, there's not much sound here. There's a lot of sadness in the air, just bated breath as people are making their way closer and closer to that school sign. As you get closer to that sign, you can hardly make it out anymore because of the tributes that are being laid there. It's a beautiful sight to see. It's a solemn sight to see. And I've seen so many parents walking with their children as well. And I know all of these parents must be holding on to their kids that much tighter after something truly, truly unimaginable happened here on Tuesday. But line is moving slowly but surely. People we spoke to yesterday said they waited in line for 3.5 hours just to be able to lay their flowers, their teddy bears at that school sign there. You can tell there's just so much sadness as people don't know how to make sense of this all, but this just feels like one step towards healing. We know we're not there yet, but it's one step in that direction. Tim and Courtney.
And Lee, these are people from all over Texas, not just South Texas, not San Antonio. I mean, you're really encountering people from all over the state who are kind of taking a pilgrimage here to the school in Uvalde.
It's not even just Texas. We spoke with a family yesterday who came from Florida. They came from Florida. They were coming to Texas for business. They heard this happen and they decided to change their trip around. So they came and they just wanted to lay something down because people know that that's not enough. You know, we wish we could bring back these victims. We wish we could reunite families. I know it's a helpless feeling so many of us have, but people are making that pilgrimage. They're driving from San Antonio. Kerrville is where we've talked to today. That family from Florida, people are coming all over because this doesn't make sense. There's no way to make sense of it all. But this just feels like something you can do when it seems like there's almost nothing that we can do.
Thank you, Lee. So much more sadness ahead. We think now to the funerals that will be happening in the coming days. You know, there's so much more sadness and grief that we will witness together in the coming days as that happens.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the discussions that we had earlier in the week was about, the mental health and the healing process. I did some interviews earlier in the week that were about the counselors that are there right now in Uvalde helping begin the grieving process, because how do you even begin to prepare? We were just talking about the mental health aspect with State Senator Roland Gutierrez, and he mentioned that there is one psychologist in Uvalde, one. And so that just shows the desperate need for people to be wrapping their arms around this community, and we're just so grateful to see it happening finally, because I mean, these people do need some of that help, because this is just going to be ongoing as these funerals happen and the mourning continues.
Yeah, and while all that's going on, there is that Department of Justice investigation that'll be happening. I want to read something that was just handed to me by one of our, it was our assistant news director, Mario, and it is a statement from the office of Uvalde Mayor Don McLaughlin. It's his comments on the Justice Department review. I'll just read it here briefly. Uvalde is suffering unimaginable pain as we prepare to bury the innocent victims of Tuesday's senseless murders at Robb Elementary School. My focus is helping parents who lost children, children who lost parents, and young survivors navigate through this horrific nightmare. I thank the U.S. Department of Justice for accepting my request to conduct an independent critical incident review of law enforcement's response to the mass shooting. I trust the assessment will be fair, transparent, and independent. He ends with, please pray for Uvalde for the strength to live through the grief, the pain, and the healing process. That again, Don McLaughlin, the mayor of Uvalde, responding to the Department of Justice review that will happen because of all of this.
And I know there was a lot of anger, obviously, which spurred on this investigation.
Yeah.
People calling locally, from the parents to obviously state and U.S. officials. That is something that they have said is not only to point fingers, but we need to learn from this.
We do.
Because, you know, we mentioned 80 days for some schools for the start of school again. Parents we've talked to all week are terrified.
Yeah.
You're a parent, you know this.
My daughter's last day was on Friday. It was really difficult to go to school those last couple days, as I'm sure it was for many parents. And there are some kids that have a whole week of school left. So, and not 80 days sounds like a lot, but not a lot to get things done if you want to harden schools and change things to make this so it's less likely to happen. But you know, there is a long road that we have to travel here, and hopefully it takes us someplace good, because this is just a senseless loss of life, and it need not happen again.
And you're taking a live look at this memorial that we've been looking at all day. And I mean, if you were with us this morning, look how much it's grown already. I mean, people, they don't care that it's 100 degrees outside. They're out there because they know the importance of surrounding this town with love. And I think that's really the main thing that we've wanted to get across today is that despite any obstacle, despite political affiliation, none of that matters today. I mean, none of that matters this week. That's, I think, the main thing that I'm taking away from this is that you're seeing politicians giving each other hugs and giving hugs to the people of Uvalde. And look, I mean, it doesn't matter what walk of life you come through. We've seen this type of love and raw emotion from everybody that has been looking at these crosses all day long.
Tough biker guys there. You expect to be hard and, you know, not cry, but I've seen that many times in shots that we've seen. Just, you know, it's traumatic to all of us witnessing this, but most notably the people who dealt with this. I also want to share briefly, we're waiting for the president to make his way from Uvalde here to Kelly Airfield, where we'll watch Air Force One take off. Before he left Uvalde earlier this afternoon, he did put out a tweet, if we'd like to share that real briefly here with you as we continue our coverage. The president saying, "To everyone impacted by the horrific elementary school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, we grieve with you, we pray with you, we stand with you, and we're committed to turning this pain into action." That from President Joe Biden's official Twitter account for the president.
And it's nice to see that we were able to watch him make his way through all of these spots in the tiny town of Uvalde, and now he is making his way to Kelly Airfield, like you just said. We have our John Paul Barajas out there right now. Let's check in with him and see what the situation looks like over there. We know that there's a lot of security when it involved, so we know he's been out there for a while. John Paul?
Sam Courtney, we're here at Lackland Air Force Base, and it is a very small presence. There's only media, military, and obviously Secret Service. We're awaiting the president's arrival. He's wrapping up a very emotional trip to Uvalde. He was visiting, as we've mentioned throughout our all-day coverage, both memorial sites, at the park, at the school. Being there, just taking it in and seeing those crosses in person takes a toll on a person. So I can only imagine what the president's going through. And then he also met with the victims, the families, the first responders. You can only imagine what those encounters are like for him. We're expecting him here shortly, in probably the next 10 to 15 minutes, where he will be leaving and heading back to Delaware, where he was born and raised. Obviously, a lot on his mind. Something he said in the days when this tragedy first broke out in the news was that losing a child is like having a piece of your soul ripped away from you. Obviously, the president has dealt with one of his own children passing away, but not to the extent that these families in Uvalde have had to deal with young children just trying to get an education and being gunned down there. So lots of emotions for everybody, including the president. He hasn't spoke to any media today. We don't believe that he will. This trip has been strictly about the victims. I think we do have him potentially landing here. Marine One, we believe, might be following up shortly. But we will continue keeping an eye on this stuff right now. Here, very quiet. Earlier today, the president was met by Mayor Ron Nirenberg when he arrived just after 10 a.m. No local leaders here right now, so it looks like when he does arrive, he'll just be making his way straight from Marine One to Air Force One and then taking off. So we'll keep an eye out. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thank you, John Paul. We heard some helicopters there in the distance. Perhaps they are getting close to arriving there. Once we do, we will take that shot live. We like to call it from touchdown to takeoff, the kind of coverage we provide when the president, any president, comes to our area, and that is what we've been doing throughout the day here today.
Yeah, I think a takeaway as well is how many people we've talked to. You know, this is the second mass tragedy that we've covered here in our home area. I remember in Sutherland Springs, similarly, it's a very small community, and that type of love is being poured out. We're going to stop real quick because we can see.
Yeah, as we can see here, those helicopters that were with Marine One now coming in. And there's a whole group of helicopters that travel. You've got the traveling press, you've got Secret Service. If you've ever been out there, it is something to see, and it doesn't matter who's president. It is awe-inspiring to just see all the mechanics around it and how they move the most important man in the world around, no matter who it is, and that's what we've been witnessing today. So once he lands here at Kelly Airfield, they will hop on to Air Force One and make that flight back to Delaware. And this all started at just after 10 a.m. this morning when he arrived here, and they hopped on to Marine One and flew down to Uvalde, and he's just been making the rounds there throughout the afternoon.
I think spending this much time, I mean, we got that full schedule. They got up at 6 in the morning to start this. So I'm from Delaware. So I think it rings true, all the people who, against political affiliation or whatever, just to have the president in their town, spending this many hours with them, I know has been so important to them. And it's great to see for them in their mourning that they are not alone, and they're important enough, and that no one is turning away from this tragedy. And I know the president probably had those intimate conversations where there were no cameras allowed about that exact thing.
We don't know how many families he met with. You know, some obviously very distraught, might not be even close to being ready to talk to a president or anybody for that matter outside of their family. Others, you know, might have felt differently and wanted to talk to the president, express their anger, their sadness, and urge him to do something along with other lawmakers. You know, we just don't know yet. We also know, in addition to attending church services today, a mass there in Uvalde, as well as meeting with some of the family members, that he also met with first responders shortly before leaving Uvalde this afternoon. We don't know which members of first responders was that. You know, the team that went in there and ultimately put an end to this. We just don't know. There's so much that we don't know when these visits happen until after the fact. So we'll have a full wrap up for you tonight on the Night Beat as more of that footage comes in and our crews send more things here.
What we do know about the law enforcement situation is we've done a story recently where they're being given, no matter what type of law enforcement they are, if they were involved and they're from Uvalde, they're being given time to mourn. There are 50 plus departments all over South Texas. Yeah, we reported this. It's unbelievable to see people rushing in to help just to make sure. They've got Starbucks baristas from
it's
San
not just
Antonio.
helping law enforcement.
No.
It's all of the fast food restaurants, the chains there. I've got friends that work at some of those places, and they were down in Uvalde, just kind of giving respite to those folks who have been just working their regular jobs and need a time to step away and just grieve. We all need to grieve this. And you know, that's been one way that the community here in South Texas and all over Texas and across the country has really been doing what they can to do anything to help out folks there. And that's one nice thing to see about all of this.
Yeah, another nice thing is, you know, we started to talk about this before. We just wanted to check in with Marine One, but in Sutherland Springs, it was similar because it's such a small town, and you see the media descend. I mean, there's nowhere to park. There are so many outlets. It should be overwhelming, and sometimes to people it might be off-putting, but that is not the situation in Uvalde. They are still opening their arms. We've seen so many people talk to us on camera, come up to our crews and say, I want to share what I'm feeling. And I just, not only is that so healthy for the community to see each other openly talk in this raw way, but it's just, I mean, it's kind of amazing just to see through their strife that they are able to talk about this, you know, in front of others, to make sure that they know that it's okay to talk about. even if it's a little bit messy.
Yeah, and this is a situation when you're covering it, you don't want to put yourself,
Right.
you know, in a weird position and, you know, put yourself somewhere where you don't need to be. So it's best to let these folks come up and talk to us, and that's what we have done a very good job of, just letting people talk and being there to listen to them as we all grieve this. And you know, it's kind of like a group therapy session on live TV in some ways, but you know, it is what it is, and this is what we're all going through together. And hopefully we're able to, you know, bring you to the story and just embrace what has happened and help embrace the community of Uvalde, who's got a very long road to go.
I like the fact that you said listen, because that's what we learned earlier this week from the professional counselors that are out there. That what do you say to somebody who's grieving? We're all grieving like this, but someone in the depths of their grief, you don't say anything. That's what I asked. I said, what can you say to someone? They're like, well, you don't say anything, you listen. And I think that's something that is worth remembering. You know, that you can talk to your kids, tell them the facts, limit their use of, you know, their phones and the news and the media for the young kids, and just answer their questions as simply and honestly as you can. But for us, you know, for parents, for adults, just listening to each other. And that's what our crews, like you said, Tim, I love that you said that, group therapy session on live TV. I mean, we were able to bring that, and that's really the whole point. And there we watch, it's difficult to tell, there's always two helicopters that look like Marine ones, so you always just kind of shooting blind there, trying to figure out which one he might be on. So that appears to be one of those helicopters that is now making its way to land there at Kelly Field here in San Antonio. And once the president gets off of that, he will get directly back there onto Air Force One with Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, and they will head back to Washington, D.C., and the hard work begins, you know. Right.
The national media will stick around probably through some of the funerals, and then that community will be alone. And it'll be up to us and our other partners in media around here to continue to be the ears and the eyes, to listen and to tell their stories, because this is not something that's going to be forgotten. And others might move on, we will not be.
I think that's important for the city of Uvalde to hear, is that this isn't just a one and done. We're not going to just stop covering this because the president leaves town.
Right.
You know, and what was so striking today was to hear the children talk so eloquently and bravely and beautifully into our microphones, saying
heart-wrenching
what they want.
To hear these little kids have to think these thoughts and to say something eloquent about being in a building where mass murder happened around them. How do you ever recover from that? How do you move past that? I don't know.
And that's one of the children who I could not believe that she was 11 years old saying these things. She's the one that Steve has said, she had that sign, I want to be a dentist, don't kill me. She's the one who said, rules. We need to change the rules so this doesn't happen again. I mean, those are the words of an 11-year-old girl. So the work is just beginning.
And there's no magic answer. There's not one answer that's going to fix it all, that's going to stop it. It's what do we do to mitigate this from happening? And if it does, how do we, you know, make it so it's not as bad? I don't know what the answers are. I don't know that anybody does. But this is when we look to our elected leaders and others to come up with these solutions and to hopefully stop being on the far left or the far right and sucking up all the oxygen. Let's find a way to come together and find some common sense solutions we can all live with, that we don't have to see this happen in our community again or anywhere else. But sadly, there's probably someone with bad thoughts in their minds right now.
Right. And I think the thing is that to bottle up, per se, what's happening today. What the love that we've seen today, the cohesive expression of togetherness.
Yeah.
I wish that
more
we
of
could
that,
just
please.
bottle this up, take it to a potential special session like has been requested to go over these things. We've seen mention of working across the aisle. And if not for the adults, listen to the kids, you know, listen to the kids, what they need and what they want, so that they feel like they want to go to school in the morning. I mean, this is just,
And the discussion for years has been, you know, I don't want to send my kid to a prison every day going to school. I don't want him to have to go through metal detectors and have doors locked and all that. But you know what? It's not the way it was when I went to high school 30 years ago. We live in a different time now, and we need to evolve, and we need to do something to make it much harder than it was for this person to do what they did that day. And perhaps that's a starting point. I don't know what else we can do.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of the building itself, we heard earlier confirmation that there are federal grants that will be utilized to tear down Robb Elementary, as they have with other schools. I believe they did that at Sandy Hook, right? And just the perspective on that is how sad that we have a federal grant for that.
There's an account
that it
for that,
exists, right? So even though it is so important that that happens, so these children can start anew, I mean, that's good to hear that that's in the plans. But it is sad. It's devastating that there's money already set aside for that. As we look at the crosses of these children's names and these teachers' names, it's just, we can report this all day long and it never gets less sensitive. It's just heart-wrenching, and you know, the only thing that's going to fix this is the type of outpouring of love that we've seen, because it's at its most basic human emotion, is just to be able to wrap your arms around someone and find the humanity in that.
Yeah, and that's the tough job for a president in this situation. You know, whenever you go somewhere, you bring all of this circus, so to speak, with you, the security apparatus and everything that happens, and you don't want to be in the way. But at the same time, you need to be there. You need to see these people. You need to look them eye to eye, and you need to hug them and hear their pain and see it, and then somehow, hopefully, turn that into something positive that makes this country better, that moves us forward, that finds some way to unite us rather than dividing us. That's the challenge. What do we do? How do we get past this and so many other things?
Right.
And that is a challenge Joe Biden faces, and whoever else holds that office whenever they're there.
Yeah, and you know, that's a really good point. This could, you would think that we talked about the media inundation and then a president to visit. Sure. A lot of people might have been overwhelmed and annoyed by that, or whatever, you know, emotions you have when you're grieving. It's just another thing.
Yeah.
But that's not the way it was taken. Every person we spoke to today said they found solace in the fact that he was here, and that, you know, the First Lady was here, and this whole crew that they travel with was here, and they found it important enough not to just spend a couple hours, but to spend the entire day dedicated to this, knowing that there'd be wall-to-wall coverage, knowing that all the outlets are there, to make sure that the world stays focused on this problem and this tragedy and the loss of life that is just so devastating. And you know, we have people that talked about people from Australia reaching out. I mean, it's just unbelievable how far and wide this love is in the world. So I hope we can hang on to that. And, you know, it's nice to see the president spending all the time. And I'm glad we were able to be at each one of these stops, because there were a lot of them, even though Uvalde's very small. Some of the stops, you know, with the Sacred Heart Catholic Church and the Robb Elementary School and the County Events Center, they're all maybe like a mile or so apart. But that barricade made it through, and I think that was really beautiful that it was such a small situation, because people got to wave to the president and feel the presence there.
And I was watching coverage on national media earlier today, kind of flipping between ours and national media to see how they were covering it. And there was a point, and I'm not exactly sure where the president was leaving, but he was walking out of, I don't know if it was church or one of the places he had stopped today, and there was a chant from the crowd saying, "Do something, do something, do something." And the president stepped up onto the step of, you know, they call it the Beast, his limousine, and he kind of stood on top, and security was behind him, holding him, and he pointed at the crowd and said, I will. Yeah. And then he got in. So we will see. What does he do? You know, I mean, the midterms are coming. Things could look very different in November and next year, and what do we do to get something done on this?
Right, and just, you know, to our viewers, to you who are watching and who've watched our coverage through this from day one, when this tragedy was unfolding, I think it was Myra Arthur and Steve were on here, and we have all said the same thing. We're making a vow to hold our finger on this, and we're going to follow the promises that are made and hold people accountable for those promises. I know that, Tim, you know, on the investigative team, you're doing a lot of work in this. And just to know that we're not just going to sit tight and wait for people to come to us. We're really going to see what people do with their words, what actions they're able to take based off of the words that they're giving us right now. It's easy to say things in the midst of a tragedy. So, you know, people just want to do their best. We're all human beings, and people just want to do their best. And especially when it comes to children, there's no dividing factor there. So we will be, just so you know, we are pledging to stay on that. And we understand the importance of that for people to actually do what they say.
The President and First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, they're walking across the tarmac. Does not look like they have anyone that is joining them from the area. You know, Congressman Tony Gonzalez, a Republican representative for that area, spent a lot of time with the President there today. You know, so he's not coming back with anybody as a traveling party. And we saw the mayor greet him, Mayor of San Antonio, earlier today. So now they climb those steps, climb aboard Air Force One, and head back to Washington and get to work on this. And let's hope that they do something.
Yeah, I mean, there's such a contrast in the days of this job as president. And, you know, even as Senator Gutierrez was saying, you know, he's here as they wave goodbye to the crowd, but, you know, he's here in Uvalde and he's moving his office there. I mean, he's basically saying that I'm going to do the emotional work every day. The president is here today doing the emotional work, and then tomorrow it's pen to paper. What are we going to do about it? Right.
So they're on Air Force One. I'm going to check in with the producer here. Do you guys want to stay on the air until Air Force One is in the air? Just let us know and we'll continue to talk. Is there Is there any one of our reporters out there that we could check in again with briefly?
Yeah, we can go to John Paul. Yeah,
John Paul, what are you seeing out there as the President boards Air Force One this evening?
Well, as you had mentioned earlier, no matter political affiliation, when you see this type of presence, the President of the United States, it is breathtaking. The resources that they all pulled together. There is 3 large Osprey aircrafts with dual propters on the top. He's got multiple helicopters. They tell me that they use those multiple helicopters to switch him in and out of for security purposes. Here, the press corps, the amount of Secret Service, the Marines, it's just really breathtaking. And you see the First Lady and the President walk across the tarmac and the wave goodbye. As I mentioned earlier, the President did not speak to any media today. I think this trip was solely and rightfully so for the victims and for those impacted in the community of Uvalde. Something that I thought about in my time covering this is that I got to come home and try to take a deep breath, and then it hits you that the community of Uvalde, they are home, and they have to deal with this every single day, and they will continue to deal with it. And as we continue to preach, it is important for all of us to remember their names and not let this go without some type of action, whatever that might be. That is yet to be seen and to be decided, but something definitely needs to change when young elementary school children are in fear for their lives while they're trying to get an education. I've seen the photos and the interviews with a child that said I wanted to be a dentist, and even just hearing it, again, it breaks your heart. It's definitely an emotional time for everybody involved, not just Uvalde, not just in South Texas and San Antonio, across the nation, and the President making that known, making his presence here, and they're pulling away the stairs now. The Air Force One is getting ready to take off, and they know he is headed back to Delaware. And as y'all mentioned, he tweeted not that long ago that he is grieving with the families. He's in pain with the families, and he will not let this pain go without turning it into some sort of action. We've seen all sorts of lawmakers show up and demand some change. Beto O'Rourke interrupted an Abbott press conference. State Senator Gutierrez interrupted an Abbott press conference. Something is going to happen, I hope, and they sure are demanding it. We'll have to wait and see what that is. Definitely a lot for the President to mull over here as he makes this journey back to Delaware with the First Lady.
Thank you, John Paul Barajas, there live for us at Kelly Field tonight as we wait for Air Force One to depart San Antonio on the way back to the East Coast to Delaware, take the President and First Lady home, and that's what we're watching here this evening. Again, the interesting thing is that he did not take time to talk to the media. It's not about us. He didn't want to make any statements. It was purely to come here to grieve with these families, with this community, and that's what this was all about today.
Right. I mean, you know, there's always the gaggle of reporters out around, but I think even the reporters, whether they're national, whether they're local, across the state, when you're there, you get that sense of respect. You know, this is what today was about, was like you said, meeting with the families and meeting with the city of Uvalde and its community who's mourning. And I feel like it just comes naturally what's appropriate and what's not appropriate. And I mean, he's been there for about 8.5 hours. So a long day of contemplation and support. And, you know, I hope that it brought a little bit of comfort to the people in Uvalde who need it so badly. We know that grief is just such a roller coaster. And in those moments when things feel really, really deep, I'm hoping that this visit and this attention make them feel that they are as important as they truly are.
Yeah. And we will, of course, have a complete wrap-up of the President's visit today here to Uvalde. Steve Spriester will have more from the folks he talked to there at Town Square Park in Uvalde. We'll hear more from Lee, who was camped out all day outside of Robb Elementary, where this horrible situation unfolded on Tuesday, and also, you know, just all of our crews that have been out there all day reporting on this. We will put it together for you to see if you haven't been following along throughout the day. You know, we've been on air a long time, off and on, with different crews, from Max and Sarah this morning to Ursula and David and now us. So we're just kind of passing the torch on, but we will continue to follow this story the rest of the evening and have a full wrap up for you coming up tonight on the Night Beat.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to just make sure we don't miss anything, because this is like we've been here before with a mass shooting. It's such a complex situation that, you know, we want to make sure that people are seeing the whole ball game, everything that's happening, and that takes a big team to do that. And, you know, it's tough to be out there reporting on this and seeing grieving families and interviewing grieving families, and we just respect our teams that have been out there. Almost all of our teams.
And one person I think of, you know, is our Lee Waldman. She's been there since Tuesday, off and on, and Lee, you're still there. I'm just wondering, how are you?
I can't hear anything.
No, I'm sorry.
So we're still here outside of Robb Elementary. You can see this line of people holding flowers and teddy bears, wanting to lay some kind of tribute to all of these victims. I actually want to, if we can, spin around to show you just how far back this line extends. It seems like every time we think that we've reached the end of the line, more and more people are showing up, trying to do something to make any kind of sense of what happened here at this elementary school. This line extending back for blocks just down this street, people waiting as long as it takes in order to lay something at the front of this elementary school where so many lives were lost on Tuesday. I'm holding a pamphlet here, and I want to talk about what this pamphlet is. There was a woman handing these out to people who were in this line. It has the Response Ohio team. So this is an organization that's here in Uvalde now, and they're working with a local church in this area, having rotating volunteers, offering community healing, offering different resources for people to utilize if they need it. We know the type of trauma that something like this inflicts on the community as a whole, not just the victim's family, who this is all about, but also that secondary trauma for people watching this and trying to experience this as well. I just spoke with one other woman who said she's been watching the coverage all day from San Antonio, where she's from, and she felt the need to come here and do something, because there's just that helpless feeling of wanting to lay some kind of tribute. That's what the story is that we keep hearing here over and over and over again, people wanting to wait for however long it takes in order to lay those flowers. The memorial at this school has been growing by the minute, growing by the day. We were here on Tuesday whenever this happened. And we've been here in the subsequent days with different members of our team watching this memorial grow. And I can tell you it's a beautiful sight. It's a sight that really still brings tears to your eyes because it's so raw and heartbreaking here, knowing what happened inside of Robb Elementary and people wanting to do whatever they can, because it's that helpless feeling of wanting to just lay something down, say a prayer, and tell these families, I'm going to be here with you every single step of the way. Tim and Courtney, sending back to you all.
Thank you, Lee.
Thank you, Lee. Unfortunately, she could not hear us, so we can't talk back and forth with her, but I do have some questions for her when she gets back here. I want to give her a big hug, actually, when she gets back here.
This is tough.
Been in the middle of it. And we're watching Air Force One taxiing here at Kelly Air Force Base. Again, we will have a complete wrap-up of everything that happened today, from the visit of the president to the choirs there in the park singing, and all of the memorials people have been visiting, and folks traveling from all over to come there, and the resources, like you were saying, even the therapy dogs that came in
from Florida, from Ohio,
from all over.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice to see that people, you know, there is still good in this world.
There is,
and we see it sometimes when the worst things happen.
Yeah, and I agree. That's the takeaway from all of this. I know Lee said the word helpless. They felt helpless, so people are coming to help. I hope that a presidential visit and the feeling of importance and the feeling of love and warmth coming from so far away and so close gives these survivors and their families the love that they so deserve in this time of crisis and need.
We thank you for joining us for this special coverage of the president's visit here to Uvalde in San Antonio, South Texas. We will turn things back over to regular programming, and we'll see you back here for the Night Beat tonight at 10. Thank you for joining us.